Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see third part. What if Harry had a twin? Everyone chose the wrong one. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had a twin brother, and everyone believed the wrong child was the boy who lived? After Voldemort's attack, Harry is forgotten while his twin is celebrated as the hero. Ignored by his family and pushed aside by the wizarding world, Harry grows up alone, carrying a secret no one knows. But years later, a shocking truth is revealed: Harry was the real survivor all along. Will those who abandoned him beg for forgiveness? Or will Harry choose a different path and refuse to save the people who never cared about him? Discover this emotional and epic Harry Potter, What If? Story. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Prince Manor had been turned into quite a magnificent sight. The house elves could take most of the credit. Even the weather had stayed beautiful for Harry's big day. For the first time in his life, he was having a party. Balloons, streamers, and banners were everywhere, all of them with "Happy Birthday Harry" written across them. This was a day where everything was all about him, and everyone he cared about had turned up. Harry had never felt more blessed in his entire life. The love he felt for Eileen shot up further. His brother had gotten more parties than Harry could remember. The house had been filled with people they barely knew, all coming just because Nick was the boy who lived, really. None of them had really been his friends, just people who he liked to boss around, steal from, and used to help him feel superior. Harry had always gone to his room, avoiding the parties and people like they had the plague. He'd never been one for the spotlight, even during CL or being with friends. He liked blending into the background. He was happy with that and couldn't understand why people wanted more. Harry had been given the day off, no apprenticeship and no school, so he actually slept in until 11 o'clock. He'd never been one for sleeping in, so he did indeed surprise not only himself, but Eileen and Severus. Nobody could deny, though, that Harry had needed it. It had rejuvenated him. He had worked so hard, trying for some absurd reason to prove himself. They'd eaten lunch and Harry finally got to open the presents from Eileen and Severus. Severus had gotten Harry his own set of cauldrons, gold, bronze, copper, and iron for different potions. Each potion reacted differently with each kind of metal, and they were also good for experimenting, which Harry liked doing. They had their own stirrers to go with them as well. Harry had been ecstatic. He loved his new gifts, and had wanted to go and start brewing. Until, of course, he remembered he was having guests over that day. For the first time in a year, his friends were all going to be in the same place, under the same roof, for one afternoon. Eileen had bought him a selection of things. There were some chocolates, and a variety of hot chocolates. She had noticed he had liked the set he got for Christmas, and that they were already finished. There were also dragonhide gloves, and a few expensive and rare potions ingredients she'd ordered from Nocturne Alley. As much as he loved those, he still loved the chess set he'd gotten for Christmas more. The engraving on it made his heart swell every time he read it. A prince by heart. It meant more than even all the money he had in Gringotts. He'd been so desperate for love, yet he'd given up all hope, long before he'd met her. Then life had slowly changed, things had gotten good. Then, when he'd become an apprentice, it was even better. Now, the same woman who had reached out to him was throwing him a party. He might prefer his chess set, but Harry loved everything he got from her regardless. He knew how precious each gift was. He even still cherished his black owl, Hermes, too. Victor had agreed to come, bringing his current partner, Lucas, only after asking Harry, of course. Harry was very happy Victor wanted to bring his new partner. He'd always loved Victor in his own way, as they had shared something special for a time. He had renewed Harry's faith in people. Out of all the people he could have had, he'd chosen Harry, and it had helped with his self-confidence. They had known it would end, though, because Victor didn't belong in the UK and Harry didn't belong in Bulgaria. They had a special bond which wouldn't change, and were both happy to remain friends, always staying in contact. Fleur and her boyfriend were coming, too. Harry had been told a lot about him. Fleur and Gary, short for Garrison, were neighbors. Having been friends since they were children, Gary was practically immune to the call and allure of villas. After spending so much time around Fleur, it was no surprise, really. Gary had finally gained the courage to ask her out after she got back from Hogwarts. He was well liked by the Delacours despite the fact that his mother was French and his father was British, a man who had moved after his schooling and rapidly gained favor with the French ministry. Gary had been speaking both English and French from a very young age and was fluent in both, and had even helped Fleur with her English before her departure for the Triwizard Tournament. Cedric and Fleur had stayed friends. It was basically the same situation as Harry and Victor, just a short-term romance born out of an intense circumstance but no less real. Cedric had begun dating Cho Chang after separating from Fleur. She had changed since then, and was no longer a giggly show-off. Cedric hadn't liked that, so she had changed, decided to grow up, and evolved to become a quiet, calm girl who was happy with what she had. Cho had just finished her 6th year at Hogwarts, so had one final year to go. Cedric had joined the Auror Academy and had finished his training in an accelerated program. He had already been learning the ins and outs of being an Auror on the streets for about 6 months, under the tutelage of a senior Auror who had been in the force for several years. The new program had been initiated by Minister Fudge before he'd been removed from office, and had probably been the best thing he'd done in his term. After all, Aurors were dying out on the streets, and they needed more of them, and needed them capable of fighting truly dark wizards. The Death Eaters were playing for keeps after all. Their entire world depended on it. Then there was his best friend, Luna, and her boyfriend, Neville. They had come through the flow, which was only open for 1 hour before it was closed again. Severus took no chances when it came to their lives. The longer it was open, the riskier it was. Cho and Cedric had apparated, or rather, Cedric had apparated them there while both Fleur and Gary and Victor and Lucas had arrived by portkey. "Ello, Ari," squealed Fleur, giving him a great big hug and ing him on each cheek. Avenue missed you," she declared, her French accent evident. Her boyfriend stood just slightly behind her, looking around Prince Manor in awe. He'd been told about Harry, and felt as though he already knew him, though the manor was a bit of a shock, anyway. He was from an affluent family, living next door to the Delacours made that obvious, but even he hadn't been inside such splendor. His parents probably had, attending balls and parties, but he'd always given them a miss. "I've missed you, too," replied Harry. He was very happy. Anyone could see that his eyes were twinkling brightly. Eileen positively melted seeing the look on Harry's face. All her hard work wasn't for nothing. If anyone would appreciate the work put into it, it would be Harry. "Hello, Ari. It's nice to finally meet you. Avenue heard a lot about you." "All good, you," said Gary, grinning wryly and holding out his hand in introduction. Harry laughed and shook his hand, nodding his head in greeting. His English was better than Fleur's, but he still had a French accent. "Nice to meet you, too, Gary, and I've heard a lot about you as well," said Harry. "Happy birthday," said Gary, handing over a large package he'd taken from his pocket and unshrunk. "Thanks guys," said Harry, looking a little sheepish. Even after these past few years, he still felt awkward receiving gifts of any kind. "Are you bank able to test the broom yet, Harry?" asked Victor, making his entrance while grinning in his normal happy way, his eyes and face softening as he looked at Harry, then gave him a hug. His expression always softened when he looked at Harry, but now the paean was missing from his gaze. He hugged Fleur, Cedric, Luna and Neville before shaking Cho's and Gary's hands since he didn't know them well enough. "It's brilliant," exclaimed Harry. "Very fast. It's like writing yours." Victor smiled at the words, then turned to include his new boyfriend in his greeting. "Harry, meet Lucas." "Lucas, this is Harry," said Victor, formally introducing them. "Hi, Lucas. It's nice to meet you. I hope you have a good time here," said Harry politely, smiling at Lucas, and watching the man relax. Perhaps he'd been worried that Harry wouldn't like him or would be jealous. Either way, Lucas had nothing to worry about. Victor was simply a friend now. "Thank you, it is nice to be meeting you," said Lucas, his accent so thick that Harry almost had trouble understanding him, and only being familiar with Victor's first attempts at frequently speaking English helped. "It's a beautiful day. What are you all still doing in here?" Go on outside by the pool and enjoy your afternoon. Eileen scolded them playfully. The house elves have set up a buffet and some nice cold drinks. That was how they spent their afternoon, catching up after almost a year apart while enjoying sun and refreshments. Harry kept his t-shirt on, very self-conscious about the marks that adorned his courtesy of McNair. It was the only time he thought anything negative that afternoon. For a change, he didn't even think about the Potters once. Later on, once it had cooled down, they got out of the pool and dried off. They were sitting outside at a table with food spread across it, half of its contents gone. They had been eating it randomly during the afternoon. The house elves knew how to put on a spread. The day was beginning to darken into the night, yet they continued to sit and talk, enjoying themselves. Harry finally opened the presents he got from his friends. Fleur had once again gotten him lots of clothes, including a new pair of dragonhide boots, very stylish ones he really liked. She explained to him that everything was the latest fashion in France. They were summer clothes, of course, instead of winter ones. Victor got him a traveling kit for his broomstick, a bag and clips to put on the bottom of the broom. Apparently the Quidditch teams used them quite a lot, although Harry didn't quite understand why they used a broom bag instead of shrinking it and putting it in a pocket. He wasn't about to say that, though, because the gift was thoughtful. He could never know when it may come in handy, like for transporting potions or ingredients which couldn't be shrunk magically without ruining them. Luna got him more mystery books from the Muggle world. He had loved the other set she got him. His love for Muggle literature was well known among his close friends. He had never quite managed to get to a Muggle bookstore and buy more, being too busy with everything going on to do so, but he knew he'd love the books Luna gave him. He wanted nothing more than to brew potions and read his books. But he also wanted to spend all the time he could with his friends. Too bad he couldn't split himself into three. Neville had gotten him a lot of herbs. There was an entire stack of them in quite a large box. I didn't buy anything. They're all fresh from my greenhouse. Also, if you ever need anything, all you need to do is ask. My gran let me have a greenhouse when I first displayed magic. She didn't care that I liked plants more than spells. She was just proud that I was a wizard at all, he said sheepishly. It's the thought that counts, insisted Harry, grinning excitedly. I love them, Neville. There's even some here that we don't have. They were all securely wrapped in cloth, keeping them separate, so he could smell the fragrance coming through the material. Well, there was one herb he didn't have, and it looked as though Neville had been experimenting with his plants again, so he didn't want Neville to feel bad. I'm glad you like them, beamed Neville. He'd felt bad about not buying anything until then. I do, answered Harry happily. And yours, Luna. Thank you, added the boy, staring around at his friends almost adoringly. He loved each and every single one of them. Here you go, this is from me and Cho, said Cedric, grabbing his own gift and giving it to Harry. Thanks, Cedric, said Harry, opening it to find a ND New Defense book which had just been put on sale that day. He'd been curious about it, and now, it seemed he wouldn't have to buy it after all. When he opened the card, he found gift vouchers, 6 galleons to spend almost anywhere in Diagon Alley. I hope you don't mind the gift vouchers. I'm afraid I didn't know what to get, since everyone else had pretty much covered everything logical. Cedric said it would be fine this time, and I'll be able to get a real gift for you next year, said Cho. She still didn't feel totally comfortable with their company. They had all gotten together and she had watched them all year, mostly Cedric, though, leaving her less sure about gifts for the others. They were all making her feel comfortable, and she knew she liked them. It was just that they all knew each other so well, and she didn't know them so well. She was getting there, that was the main thing. You didn't have to, but thank you, said Harry for what felt like the millionth time that day. And Cedric's right to say this is fine, more than fine, for this year. It's okay, said Cho, smiling at him kindly. She was now thinking she should have paid more attention to him when they were both in Ravenclaw together. She'd probably have liked him then, too, if she'd cared to see past her own nose back then. So, is Anawan Bank up for a drink? Asked Lucas into the silence following the gift-giving, bringing out a half bottle of fire whiskey and smirking wickedly. This isn't a good idea, said Luna in a sing-song voice. Go on Den, only a few, said Victor with a small smile. They were only teenagers once, after all. Why not, Luna? Asked Harry, hiding his caution. He and Neville were the only ones who knew about Luna's gift still, though that Luna had told Neville spoke of how trustworthy he was. You'll all have one bad hangover in the morning, said Luna smugly, but she also knew she had to. Let this play out. Something important was going to happen, so she stayed quiet and decided to have fun. She couldn't change everything, something Harry had told her. Harry relaxed and grinned. Well, he didn't have a problem with that. Victor conjured some shot glees as Lucas poured the drink into them, then handed them out, despite knowing they were too young for this. Luna was only 15 years old, the youngest of the lot. Unfortunately, teenagers were always trying new things out, and didn't always adhere to the rules. That was how they spent the rest of their night, laughing, joking, drinking, and truly having fun while reminiscing about their years at Hogwarts and about their friendships. Cedric and Cho were the first to leave. After all, Cedric had to go to the ministry the next day. The Aurors didn't get the summer off, so he was busy nearly all week. I'll see you later, Harry. We have to meet up more often, guys, maybe for my birthday, said Cedric loudly. He'd had a bit too much to drink. They all had, actually. Great idea, said Luna. Yeah, agreed the others, all waving Cedric off. How he managed to apparate them was anyone's guess. I am guessing we had best get going as well, sighed Victor. Bulgaria was 2 hours ahead of them, so it was already past midnight. Victor didn't have a game to play the next day, but Lucas had to work. Avenue to be going as well, sighed Fleur with a small pout. I really had a great time today, admitted Harry. I've missed you guys. We have been missing you as well, Harry, said Victor, and both Luna and Fleur nodded in agreement. Ced's right. We have to meet up more often, even if it's just an odd weekend. Harry told them. He was being a lot more open with his feelings than normal thanks to the alcohol. Yes, we do, agreed Victor, fishing the portkey out of his pocket. I'll be writing soon, added Victor as he hugged Harry, Fleur, Luna, and Neville once more before he and Lucas said and clutched the portkey, activating it so they disappeared. We simply, Avenue to make plans to meet again soon, grinned Fleur as she rose to hug Harry, Luna, and Neville, ing them each on one cheek. We must be going now. Enjoy the rest of the evening, smiled Gary as Fleur stepped into his arms and activated their portkey. Like Victor and Lucas, they vanished. You going to be okay? Harry asked his remaining two friends. We'll be fine, said Neville, grinning lopsidedly at Harry. He'd never had so much fun before. I guess we had best call it a night, said Harry. Yes, Daddy will start worrying soon. You know what he's like, laughed Luna wryly. Zeno loved his daughter. She was the very reason he lived and breathed. Harry admired Zeno for that. He liked him very much, though he was also admittedly a tiny bit jealous. He'd have loved to have that kind of relationship with his father. He shook off his thoughts, as he had no room for them tonight. He didn't care. He was just happy for Luna. She had lost her mother so young, had seen it happen. Come on, then, said Harry, getting to his feet, then freezing in place and holding still as the world spun around him. Okay, maybe he'd had a bit too much drink, he thought to himself, feeling slightly sick. He headed back into the manor slowly, the walking decidedly too long for him. He just wanted his bed. The three of them giggled randomly during the mostly silent walk, at things the others could only guess at. I'm going to stay for a bit, okay, whispered Luna to Neville so only her boyfriend could hear. He's going to need me. Neville stared at her curiously before nodding his head. He could always get answers from her tomorrow. She obviously thought it was important and that was enough for him. He just hoped it wasn't something bad. Harry didn't deserve that, especially on his birthday. Luna watched Neville make his way home, using the flow network that Eileen opened for him. They kept it closed out of security and precaution. She watched him go, feeling nothing but love and happiness, especially since Neville didn't demand answers from her. At least not until they were in private, but he rarely asked for answers. He didn't feel it was his place to know everything Luna saw. Did you have a good time? Asked Eileen, her face beaming with pride as she stared at Harry, who had made a reappearance after a pit stop. It was good to see him just be with his friends and not working too hard. I did, said Harry, swaying sideways into the door jamb. You've been drinking, said Severus, grabbing hold of the teenager. He was genuinely surprised by this. He shouldn't have been, though. At the end of the day, Harry was a 16-year-old boy, a teenager. They all did it, mostly at Hogwarts in their dorms where they couldn't be caught by adults. Part of him was angry at Harry's behavior, and another part of him was actually glad he was acting like a teenage boy. It was ridiculous. Hey, Sev, said Harry. His recent growth spurt had put him almost eye to eye with Severus. He was no longer the small, skinny child Severus had brought to his manor, that was for sure. Harry loved the way Severus was holding him. It reminded him of the time when he'd hugged him in the dungeons when he'd been terrified of losing Eileen. He'd had dreams of Severus holding him like this again, and the alcohol in his system insisted this was the perfect time to show how much he liked it. Severus stiffened at how close Harry was, and even more so when Harry began ing him, lips against lips. Sure, he'd have loved nothing more than to return the favor, but Harry was his apprentice, and only 16 years old, not even of age in the wizarding world, while he was a man twice his age. It wouldn't be looked upon kindly by society. It would have been a different matter if Harry was 17, legal age to do whatever he pleased, see whomever he pleased. Part of him also rebelled at the thought because he'd taught students Harry's age. Harry's alcohol-addled mind slowly processed the fact that Severus wasn't ing him back. He pulled back slightly, biting his bottom lip before his entire being went cold and he seemed to sober up immediately. Realizing what he'd done, he ran from the manor, completely terrified of the repercussions. His terrified mind conjured up all sorts of scenarios, from being thrown out of Prince Manor and his apprenticeship ended to Eileen never speaking to him again. Tears were pouring down his face as he ran until he came to the horse stable. He slipped inside, shivering and scared. While he had been strong in the face of torture, this was a whole other ball game. Sitting down on the hay bales, he curled up, tears pouring like a torrent down his face. He'd screwed everything up. Why did he always screw everything up? How had things gone from being so great to royally screwed up within the space of a minute? Severus, go after him, cried Eileen, her onyx eyes wide with fear. What if he left the manor grounds? The Death Eaters might not be really active yet, but they still posed a danger. She couldn't believe her son had acted that way. She knew how he felt. She was almost pulling her hair out in exasperation. She'd been trying to get them together for a while now, but the second Harry showed his feelings, her son shut down. What the hell was that all about? Damn it, Severus, I know you like him, too, said the exasperated, angry mother. He's 16 years old, said Severus through gritted teeth. Only just, for heaven's sake. He felt bad enough having feelings for someone so young without acting on them. Even worse was that Harry seemed to like him as well. It just made the situation 10 times more complicated. He was at a loss for what to do. He was well out of his element and past his comfort zone. Excuse me, said Luna, leaving in the same direction Harry had gone, knowing exactly how much she was surprising both of them. They hadn't realized she was still there. She'd seen this come to be, but she'd also realized this vision had to come true. It was the only way she saw them reaching the future she'd seen and most wanted. Without Severus, Harry wouldn't have a real reason to survive the war. She sighed sadly. The road ahead was a bumpy one, but Harry would be happy, that was the main thing. Sometimes she really hated her visions, but she could never regret having them. Entering the stable, Luna smiled at the horses, despite the situation. She truly loved all creatures, big and small, and they generally loved her in return. Harry, asked Luna, walking over to him. It was dark, but she knew exactly where he was. Luna, croaked Harry, his face coming up and looking in her direction. Everything will be fine, I promise, she said, climbing onto the hay bale and hugging her best friend. He needed all the comfort he could get right then. Poor Harry, he was probably terrified. I screwed everything up, admitted Harry, the tears still falling. No you didn't, said Luna, wiping away Harry's tears gently. Things will work out, just you wait and see. How? Asked the boy, burying himself into her side, wanting the world to fade away. Do you love him, Harry? Asked Luna. She already knew the answer, at least in the future. Yes, admitted Harry after a few seconds of silence. Enough to wait until he's ready. She asked him. What do you mean? Asked Harry, his tears stopping in his confusion. Hope began to bloom in his heart. Did Luna mean what he thought she did? Dare he hope he was loved, that he wasn't about to be kicked out? Dare he hope Eileen would still love him and that, with one action, he hadn't destroyed everything? Think about it this way, Harry. You are young enough to be his son, you are young enough to be his student if he was still teaching. He has morals, and he can't just up and abandon them. It's not that easy, explained Luna. If he asked it of you, would you wait a year? I would, said Harry quietly, his mind reeling from the information Luna was bringing to light. He was a smart boy, he understood and accepted what Luna was saying. Does that mean I'm not about to be kicked out? The terror was evident in his voice, making him sound so much younger than he was. No, Harry, I'm not about to kick you out, said Severus' voice from the entrance of the stable as the small locator spell he'd used disappeared in front of them. He sounded exhausted and a little bit defeated. Come, let's get back into the manor, it's much too cold out here. We'll get you some coffee, then we'll talk. All right, said Harry, worry squirming like a living thing inside of him, then wiped away the remaining tears that Luna had missed. He took a deep breath and hoisted himself off the hay bales. Luna got up as well, and accompanied the silent boys, men back to the manor. As they entered the manor, she went ahead to the sitting room, grabbed the flow powder, and smiled roaringly at Eileen before vanishing through the flow. Everything would work out just fine, she'd see. Dobby, bring some coffee and food please. I shall have mine in my room, said Eileen once the house elf had appeared. He nodded before disappearing, and by then, Severus and Harry had joined her there. Eileen hugged Harry tightly, roaring him that, no matter what, she'd love him. Ing him on the cheek, she went up the stairs to her room. It was up to them now. No amount of meddling would work if her son didn't let go of his stubbornness. Severus stood stock still at his mother's words regarding Harry. He couldn't believe he'd been that obvious about it. Harry, who was quite drunk, had just ran out after him, and his mother had just urged him to go after Harry. He had thought he'd covered his attraction to Harry rather well, and he also couldn't believe his mother was encouraging it. Harry was but 16 years old, a child, and he was a grown adult. He shouldn't have feelings for such a young boy. Though he thought that, his treacherous mind piped in with, when you were 100, it won't matter, it only does right now. He felt extremely disgusted with himself for his reactions to Harry. It didn't help that Harry was now as tall as him and still filling out rather nicely if he didn't say so himself. Cursing silently, he realized there was only one thing to do, talk to the boy and figure out what they could do. He did know he wasn't about to bed someone who was 16 years old, and young enough to be his student. Hell, he was his student, he was teaching him everything he knew. He didn't want to lose such a good apprentice, because Harry was that. He was very dedicated to his potions, which made him more appealing in Severus' eyes. Especially if he just had a crush that would pee. Only time would really tell. Glancing at his mother, who looked ready to tear her hair out and run after Harry herself, he put his hand up, telling her he'd sort it out without saying anything. Slipping his wand from its holster, he cast a spell to find his probably terrified apprentice. The glowing white ball emerged from his wand, then moved forward as it bobbed up and down, leading Severus to Harry. He walked out of the manor and followed it towards the stables, where he opened the door, and heard Harry speaking to, most likely Luna, so he paused. Does that mean I'm not about to be kicked out? The terror was evident in his voice, making him sound so much younger than he was. Severus' heart clenched upon hearing it. He'd not heard his voice so terrified since Harry had confessed his secret, that he was the true boy who lived a year ago. No, Harry, I'm not about to kick you out, said Severus, walking properly into the barn, the small locator spell he'd used disappearing in front of him as he noted Luna was indeed sitting beside the boy. His heart was heavy, and he just hoped Harry hadn't been set back. He'd worked so hard to undo all the damage the Potters had done by ignoring their son. Come, let's get back into the manor, it's much too cold out here. We'll get you some coffee, then we'll talk, added Severus, shivering in the cold. Despite it being summer, it always was cold at night. All right, agreed Harry, He took a deep breath and hoisted himself off the hay bales, Luna quickly rising as well. Severus walked alongside Harry, his mind working overdrive, and only barely noticing how Luna trailed behind them, with a smile on her face. Regardless, how did he handle the situation? Did he just tell Harry nothing would happen and hope he got over his crush? Even as he thought that, his heart clenched with pain. Not many people had been attracted to him, and he had never let them in. He didn't let them see the goodness in him, whereas Harry obviously did. Or was he just grateful for everything he had done and wanted to repay it that way? He wished he knew. He slammed up his occlumency shields as they reached the sitting room they had all started in, stopping himself from thinking on it further. He saw Luna grab the flow powder and give a roaring smile to his mother. It seems he truly was idiotic. Obviously Luna Lovegood had noticed, too, and she wasn't around to notice it. He felt very exposed under her gaze before she disappeared in the flash of green flames. "Dobby, bring some coffee and food please." "I shall have mine in my room," said Eileen as Harry stood there, looking vulnerable and scared. His eyes got wider and wider as each person left the room, his security blankets as it were. Before leaving, Eileen then hugged Harry tightly. Words were whispered too low for Severus to hear. Kissing him on the cheek, she went up the stairs to her room. Harry's green eyes were filled with relief. He had obviously taken great comfort in whatever Eileen had said. "Stay there, Harry," said Severus, his voice emotionless and bland as he tried to keep his own emotional turmoil from bleeding through, as he preemptively tried to keep the boy from running away. Harry flinched as if he'd been struck violently. Closing his eyes for a moment, Severus opened them again and gazed at Harry, his eyes softening and showing him without saying anything that he was sorry. Harry just gulped, his eyes showing only resignation as his thoughts turned inward and depressing. Why would he think Severus could have feelings for him? His own parents hadn't loved him. Part of him, even after all these years, still felt he was unlovable. They loved Nick and Roxy just fine, it was only him who was ignored and dismissed all the time. For years he had known it was him, it had to be, or Roxy would have been ignored, too. Severus cursed at himself as he entered his potions lab. He was screwing it up without actually meaning to. Opening up the potions cupboard, he selected a potion from within before closing it and leaving the lab once more. Standing at the door, he once again thought about what he should do. Did he snuff the flame Harry had for him in his heart, let him go and know that's what was best for him? Or, did he be honest and wait? Did he open himself up to being hurt again? He truly did not know what to do. His heart was being torn asunder by his emotions tonight. Unwillingly, his mind drifted towards and a small smile found its way his face. Harry may have been drunk, but he was pianate and eager. Groaning, Severus thumped his head against the door. He didn't want to let the opportunity pee. He wanted Harry for himself, damn all consequences. If he had a chance, he was going to have to take it. He'd regret it forever if he let him go, so it was time for him to start living again, despite the war and the fact neither of them might live through it. "Dobby?" asked Severus as he walked back up the steps into the hall. As he went, he noticed absently that the banners and streamers were all gone. Everything was being put back to normal, but it felt anything but right now. He couldn't hurt Harry, it would devastate them all, and he didn't want to crush Harry's spirit. He couldn't do worse than what his blasted disgusting parents had done. "Yes, sir?" asked Dobby, appearing in front of Severus, who automatically shifted to step around the house elf. "I'd like some food and drinks brought to the sitting room," said Severus flippantly as he continued to walk. It didn't take Severus long to enter the sitting room again, and Harry was still standing right where he had left him. He looked defeated and devastated, making him feel 10 times guiltier than he did for his earlier words. "Here, drink, and sit," said Severus softly, his detached tone gone to be replaced with undeniable exhaustion. Harry took the vial. He didn't ask what was in it, he already knew. It was a standard hangover remedy. He almost didn't want to take it, because he knew it would make him feel more awful. Unfortunately he knew he'd have to face it sooner or later. He might as well start now. Removing the cork, he quickly swallowed the potion. It began working immediately, as his headache and the buzz he felt from the alcohol vanished. Sitting down as he was directed to, he refused to look at the black-haired man, feeling so very foolish. He finally managed to open his mouth and apologize. "I'm sorry," choked out the boy. "For what?" asked Severus, sitting himself down opposite the teenager. Before they went any further, he had to know. He needed to know how Harry felt, otherwise it would just complicate everything. A pop interrupted them, though not for long, as Dobby put the large tray down beside them before disappearing without saying a word. House elves heard and saw things, a lot of things, because humans, wizards and witches didn't notice their presence. They could make themselves invisible and do what they had to do without interrupting the daily lives of their mistress and masters. He knew what had gone down today, and he hoped Harry and Severus sorted it out. He really liked them both, and they were magically compatible for one another. Not many wizards actually met someone so magically compatible for them. He liked it here, so he hoped Harry would stay, but if Harry went, he would too. Master Harry had saved him, freed him, and now he was able to do the job he loved without fear or punishment. Harry almost died in agony. It seemed Severus wanted to see his humiliation all laid bare. He still couldn't look at him, terrified he'd see the disgust he'd seen all his life from his own parents. He'd never been enough for them, and he wondered if he would ever be enough for anyone. Severus knew everything about him, yet he didn't seem to care. His mind went to his scars. Could it be them that was repulsing Severus? He saw them every day and he still hated them. He often wondered as he showered if he'd get used to them. No potion he could think of could remove them, they had been made with magic. Finally, he uttered, "You know what," his green eyes filling with tears. He closed his eyes against them, not wanting them to fall, not wanting Severus to see how much he had devastated him. Why had Luna told him things would work out if it wasn't true? No, he had more faith in Luna and her abilities. If so, what did it mean? Did Severus love him, or would it come later? He'd never felt this way before, not even for Victor. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't let this go without a fight. Severus sighed, not enjoying having this conversation. It didn't help that Harry was obviously getting the wrong impression. He was going to have to be honest and upfront if he was going to get the answers he needed. "How long have you felt this way, Harry?" asked Severus, his voice soft yet enquiring. Harry's eyes widened at hearing Severus' voice change, and he finally looked at Severus for the first time since entering the house. He could see that Severus was conflicted, but his heart bloomed with hope that not even Luna had been able to instill. "A while now," he reluctantly admitted, his heart pounding away in his so hard he began to fear he'd start having palpitations. "You do realize nothing can happen, don't you?" asked Severus quietly, before adding quickly, "At least not while you are so young and still my apprentice." Harry felt as though he'd been punched at the start of Severus' statement. His emotions were changing so violently he could barely keep up with them. "Why not?" he cried at the unfairness. He wasn't a little kid, he knew what he wanted. He'd be Severus' apprentice for at least another 3 years, or so he thought. He didn't realize just how quickly he was advancing in the art of potion brewing. "Do you not realize what would happen if I date you during your apprenticeship?" asked Severus. Harry was very smart, he should have thought this through, but love wasn't a thought, it was a feeling. One which people had no control over, evidently, since he had begun lusting after a 16-year-old. You would have no credibility. People would not take you seriously. You would be lucky if you got anything published, as they would be under the wrongful assumption that I had gone easy on you because of our relationship. "Oh," was all the teenager could say. Harry wondered why he sensed a but, or another reason. He didn't have to wonder long. "Then there's the fact that I am old enough to be your father, Harry," said Severus, tensing slightly as he finally came to the heart of the discussion. "I do like you, but it's against my better judgment. I do not like the fact that I am attracted to a 16-year-old. If this is not a ping crush, then perhaps we can come to an arrangement once you are officially of age." There, he'd said it. He'd admitted it, and it was all down to Harry now. Could the teenager wait a year and see what they could do together? Or not? "But I won't be finished my apprenticeship when I'm 17, was all Harry was able to say, as his mind screeched at the top of its lungs, dancing around in his head, "He likes me. He likes me." Luna was right. Severus choked. The thought alone was laughable, as apprenticeships lasted 2 to 3 years. Unless, of course, they did not create a potion to officially come into their own as an independent brewer. He knew already that this wasn't going to be a problem. Harry had already created a potion which had saved his mother's life. No, Harry was going to do very well and be a successful brewer, and go on to create some very impressive potions. To brew a potion yourself you had to have motivation, and imagination, the will to create and keep at it, pushing it until you succeeded. How Harry had all those things when he'd been repeatedly crushed by his family and brother he did not know. Harry, you have surpassed what I could have imagined. Your thirst to prove yourself has paid off. The papers have penned you the next youngest potions master, and they are right. By this time next year you will be ready to take your mastery tests and create your official mastery potion. I doubt there will be anyone who could hope to take the title from you, not while we are alive. Severus didn't mind giving up the title, not to a worthy individual such as Harry. If he'd simply heard of it, he'd have been furious to have been shown up by a Potter. Things were different though. Harry wasn't a Potter, and the Potters were the ones who were going to be furious. Harry felt a warm flush spreading across his body. Any compliment like that always made him feel warm and tingly inside. He wasn't used to them, and to hear them from Severus meant the world. He knew Severus didn't lie, had never lied, and didn't suspect he ever would. He told the truth for better or for worse. He'd be a master by next year. He could hardly believe it. He could wait, would wait, for Severus. It would be worth it. He didn't just want Severus for his body or mind, but for who he was, how he made him feel. Nothing compared to him, not even Victor. Although he would always be grateful for Victor, because without Victor he would never have gotten up the courage to emancipate himself from his family, nor had the courage, drunk or not, to act on his feelings for Severus. Part of him didn't understand Severus' reluctance to commit until he was older. What difference did a year make? Regardless of whether he understood or not, he'd do it. I'll wait, agreed Harry, his face sincere and solemn as he spoke. It conveyed the depth of his love for the man sitting across from him. We'll see, said Severus wryly, glad the conversation was over. Now drink, eat, and bed. Harry did so eagerly, finding himself extremely ravenous as he dug into his sponge cake and drank his coffee. That was when a thought struck him, and he knew he had to speak his mind or it would haunt him. You aren't saying this out of pity, are you? He asked, his face contorted in horror. Mr. Peverell, do I strike you as a fool? Asked Severus, his nostrils flaring in anger. No, said Harry sheepishly. He knew nothing and nobody could make Severus do something he didn't want to do. Despite his words, Harry felt extremely relieved. He had his answer, whether his question had been stupid or not. Good, said Severus, his voice still curt, but he had relaxed somewhat. Honestly, did Harry think he was some idiot who wore his heart on his sleeve or promised someone something out of pity? He was relieved to see that Harry felt stupid over his question. Shaking his head in exasperation, he finished off his coffee, eager for bed after the tiring conversation. He had a lot of things he had to think through, including if he'd done the right thing. Whether he had or not, he's made his bed, he'd have to lie in it eventually. He felt Harry deserved better, better than him, a grouchy ex-Death Eater whose crimes were longer than his own arms. Yet, he knew even now that he wouldn't willingly give Harry up. He was a possessive man, and stronger and older men than him wouldn't have been able to say no to Harry. He was, simply put, a delicacy, stunningly gorgeous and so very different from his twin it was laughable to call them as such. Nick looked and acted like a 16-year-old, Harry looked and acted like a 20-year-old or older, just to start. Placing his cup down, he stood up and told Harry, "Go to bed." "I will," said Harry, smiling at Severus as if he was the sun and moon. Even as a child, his parents hadn't said that to him. They'd ignored him, left him to his own devices and never once tucked him in or read him a bedtime story. He knew Severus wasn't his parents, but someone paying attention was a godsend even after all this time. "This does not mean things will change between us, Harry. You are still my apprentice and I'm going to continue to push you as far as I can," said Severus ominously, staring at Harry and arching an eyebrow in challenge. "I look forward to it," said Harry. He had realized nothing would change, at least not right then, maybe next year. Abruptly standing up, he swallowed thickly. He couldn't have those thoughts in his head right here and now. No, perhaps Severus was right, it was time for bed. He was suddenly all too eager to follow Severus' example. Severus led the way, opening the sitting room door, and was greeted by the sight of his mother on the other side of it. Staring at her, he shook his head in silent exasperation. What did she think he was going to do, cut him up and use him for potions ingredients? She should know just how possessive he was, even if he was stubborn to the core. No, he wasn't about to let Harry out of his sight. His mind was more than firmly made up, and Eileen positively beamed at him before scampering off before Harry made his way around Severus and up the stairs to bed. Severus watched him go, his eyes glued to a certain part of Harry's body until he disappeared into his room. Oh no, he wasn't about to let Harry go at all, he thought as he finally made his way up the stairs to his own room. He'd watch but not touch for now. In a year's time, though, in a year's time. He had no idea just how hard it was going to be to wait that long. James and Lily's life had been reduced to sleepwalking, or the appearance of it anyway. James wasn't attending work, which was now costing them money. His sick days had been used up, and the ministry wasn't going to give him money. For work he didn't do, not with the war starting back up, they needed all the ores they could get. It didn't matter if Nick was the boy who lived. Lily, always the level-headed one, had to work to keep money coming in. There wasn't even a choice of overtime, since the children attended their clees and that was that. She hadn't raised the subject with James, just too worried about Nick to care about money at the moment. When Lily wasn't at clees, she was in the hospital wing with her son and husband. She hadn't even spent time with her daughter outside of the hospital setting either, who was presumably feeling very, very neglected. James was sleeping uneasily in the high-backed chair the hospital wing had provided. His glees had been removed by his wife when she'd come in. James had been very quiet lately, Lily observed, too quiet, really. He normally babbled when he was worried or nervous, as he had when they'd heard the prophecy. It had been how Sirius had known something was going on. Lily was brought out of her musings when a small groan came from her son. Her green eyes widened and she clutched at her son's hand, hoping he would wake up soon. Her breath was held in anticipation, begging whatever deities she could to return her son to her, that his magic would still be there. The entire wizarding world was holding its breath with her. They believed Umbridge's words, so Nick was even more important than ever. As of yet, no magic had been performed on her son, and the only thing going into him was water and food by Muggle means. A single spell could and would render her son a squib, so it had come as no surprise that Dumbledore had warded the hospital tighter than Gringotts warded their vaults. Lily blinked the sleep out of her eyes as she absently stroked Nick's hand, more out of comfort for herself than for him, grounding her in the knowledge that he was still there, still alive. She yawned tiredly, not bothering to muffle it. Everyone else was asleep, so nobody was there to call her on it. The unexpectedness of her son's gaze fixed upon her, dazed and disorientated but still blessedly awake, caused her to stare. Was she dreaming? Blinking again, then pinching herself, which hurt, her breathing hitched. She was awake, she realized, which meant Nick was finally awake. He'd come back to them. Relief almost bowled her over, her son was awake. James, he's awake. Go fetch Poppy. Lily started out shouting, then lowered her volume when her son winced. It's okay baby, everything's going to be fine, said Lily, scooting further towards her son, carting her fingers through his hair. Thank Merlin, her son was awake, the relief she felt almost had her crumbling. She continued to soothe her son while waiting impatiently for her husband to return with Poppy. Which came soon enough. Move out of the way, said Poppy demandingly as she began a general examination of Nick, still not using magic. She, as always, didn't get much from checking him, but she did remove the needle from his arm. The tube to feed him was always taken out after, as Lily had hated seeing it in him. Instead, she'd unwittingly made her son suffer further by having Poppy reinsert it every time he was fed. How are you feeling, Mr. Potter? Asked Poppy, her personal feelings never interfering with her work. Water, croaked Nick, as the events finally began to creep up on him, his parents' actions, his sister's words, then how he'd been with Harry. He should never have listened to Roxy, now look what he'd done. He'd alienated his brother further, and he almost sobbed as the memory he used for his Patronus replayed in his mind again. Here we are, said Poppy, helping the extremely weak now 16-year-old drink. There were cards and presents in the cabinet. Beside her, for him obviously. He wasn't in any fit state to open them yet, though. It would take him a while to get better, especially if they couldn't give him potions. Sore, said Nick, grunting in pain, as Poppy put him back down against the pillows. What the hell had happened? He knew he'd been feeling weak, but right then, he felt 10 times worse than he remembered. Wah! What happened? How had he ended up in here? Shish, said Poppy as James and Lily began speaking at once, glaring at them angrily, before her eyes softened as she turned to Nick once more. What do you remember, Mr. Potter? Asked Poppy soothingly. For some reason, Nick didn't want to tell them about his conversation with Harry. He didn't want them thinking he was responsible for it, even if he owed it to him. As such, he opened his mouth and said, I remember going into a CL room to be alone and rest for a while. I sat down against a wall I think, and that's it. Nothing else after that. Why didn't you come to me about your hand? If she had continued, you could have died, said Poppy, her lips were pursed in anger. She hated the thought of any child in pain and not coming to her. I tried to tell my parents, but they told me I deserved it. I didn't think anyone else would care, since they all hate me now, said Nick, swallowing the lump that emerged in his throat. He didn't as much as glance at them, even though from the side of his eyes he could see their flinches, could see the pain written all across their faces. Poppy stared at the adults, incredulity written across her face. Perhaps they were failing with more than just one child. We didn't know she was doing this, cried James angrily, though his face was pale and he was shaken by his son's accusation. No, you just believed her over your own son, snapped Nick bitterly, groaning as each muscle in his body protested at his movement. Can I please get a pain reliever? Poppy paused, knowing this was probably going to be the biggest blow yet. You cannot have a pain reliever, but I have some painkillers you can have from the Muggle doctors, said Poppy. Why? Frowned Nick. Why did he have to take Muggle medicine? Why not potions? What the hell was going on? What were they not telling him? Your magic needs time to recuperate. You cannot use any spells or let them be used on you, explained Poppy, making sure she had Nick's attention. If you do, your magical core could split and it would turn you into a squib. She had to tell him, so he understood and did not break the rules. Nick paled and choked out in terror. Why? What was wrong with his magic? A squib? That thought terrified him even beyond anything to do with Voldemort. It looked as though Nick Potter had found something other than Voldemort to fear. All the magic you have learned has drained you completely. In a few weeks, we will be able to give you more magic strengthening potions, but until then I greatly recommend not using magic, said Poppy. Nick nodded his head. He understood what Poppy was saying. This was his parents' fault, too. It was nice to be treated like an adult, Poppy laying it bare for him and not just telling him a little bit. It was very refreshing. Despite that, he still felt devastated and very vulnerable for the first time in his life. He just wanted to be left alone. Here, swallow these, Poppy said, helping Nick swallow the small white pills. Muggle medicine was rather odd. She also knew it didn't work right away. It would take an hour to start working to full capacity according to the instructions. She gave him water to help them go down, and judging by his grimace, they were as disgusting as potions, or maybe they actually caused pain going down, being hard. You, gagged Nick, painfully swallowing over the pills. Not only was it weird, it was disgusting and the aftertaste was awful. He rather hoped he didn't have to take them long. Then he frowned when nothing happened. They didn't work, murmured Nick, quite confused. Muggle medicine doesn't work right away, it takes a while, stated Poppy, plumping up his pillows, helping Nick get more comfortable. No doubt he'd fall asleep again soon, even after sleeping all this time. She realized she should get some food in him while he was awake. Bitsy, called Poppy to the house elf who was ignored to her to help keep the hospital wing in shape. Yes, ma'am, asked Bitsy, making an appearance. Normally Poppy didn't call for her out here in the main wing. She normally called for her in the privacy of her office, or Flo called her to get whatever she required. I need some soup for Mr. Potter, please, and any dessert that's going. It must be soft, said Poppy. We have custard, offered Bitsy, knowing the requirements of all the patients in Poppy's hospital wing as Poppy's and the wing's personal attending house elf. "That's fine, thank you," said Poppy, helping the teenager sit up, and rolling her eyes at Lily's interference. She knew how to look after students. She'd been doing it since before Lily Evans had even come to Hogwarts. Bitsy reappeared well away from Nick's bed, then stepped forward with the food, placing it without magic on Nick's tray. "Thank you," Nick said, surprising James and Lily immensely. Those weren't words Nick Potter usually uttered. Bitsy nodded, a smile on her face, before she backed away, then popped back to the kitchens. "Oh, my poor baby," said Lily, finally trying to hug her son, but she was in for one hell of a surprise. "Get off me, leave me alone, I want to be alone," cried Nick. He was very upset with his parents. This year he'd gotten a dose of what Harry, his twin brother, had been forced to deal with. Stuck in a coma with no choice but to think, he'd realized he hated himself. He had become everything people accused him of being and worse. "Nick," said James, "you are obviously confused, but don't speak to your mother like that." His voice was soft but reprimanding. "I am not confused, just leave me alone," replied Nick, facing away from them, not wanting to even see them. Lily sobbed dramatically in her chair, looking as if Nick had just broken her heart. "Nick," sighed James, his brown eyes gleaming with pain at his child's declaration. Perhaps he had not been the only one to have an epiphany about Harry and life in general. Nick didn't know how to deal with it, so he was lashing out. He knew what he had to do. He had to give Nick time to sort his feelings out, and perhaps tonight he'd come back down and have a man-to-man talk with Nick. Let him know he, too, felt bad for how they'd treated Harry. What he failed to realize was it wasn't because of Harry, it was them Nick was furious with. He had his own shit to deal with when it came to Harry, but that was an entirely different thing. His own parents had chosen the ministry over him, Umbridge over him. He wasn't about to forgive them any time soon. It looked as though Nick Potter had found his independence at last. Perhaps there was hope for him yet. Others wouldn't be so enthusiastic about his bid for independence. Especially not one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. "Okay, son, we'll go shower and have a rest, and I'll come down to see you again later," said James, giving his son the quiet and distance he was asking for. "James," cried Lily angrily. How could she make up to her son for what they'd done if they weren't there? She realized what her husband didn't. He was blaming them for the fact that he was nearly turned into a squib, and for believing Umbridge. "Come on, Lily," sighed James, guiding his wife out of the hospital wing, leaving Nick to be fed by Poppy, since he was still too weak to do anything as simple as feed himself. "They have been very worried," said Poppy softly as she helped him. "They didn't believe me," croaked Nick, feeling extremely neglected. Any satisfaction at being right didn't come into it. No one wanted to be right about something so horrible. Honestly, he was also more terrified of losing his magic than he was about being right. He didn't like to think about what James and Lily would do if they learned he was a squib. Hell, it didn't matter what they thought. He'd kill himself. He couldn't imagine life without magic, and he didn't want to try, despite knowing Muggles got along fine without it. Being without magic just wasn't him. True to Severus' words, nothing changed, and he continued to push Harry to his limit in potions as well as defense against the dark arts. It was vital that he learned everything he could. Should Voldemort find out about him, or heaven forbid he find out that Harry was the one able to stop him. If he was reading the papers, he should have already realized Harry was just more everything than his twin. Powerful, determined, a true hero standing guard from the shadows. Harry had no reason to save them all, yet he was doing so. That's what made him a real hero. Harry wanted no part in celebrity, fame, or the world knowing his name. He would choose to forever remain anonymous and skulking around in the shadows. Not that Severus blamed him really, because he was pretty much the same. It had been a week since the incident had happened, and since then nothing remarkable or out of ordinary had happened at Prince Manor. "Morning," said Eileen cheerfully, coming into the sitting room. "Not for long," said Severus, pinging the newspaper over. Frowning, Eileen accepted the paper and opened it, and she could immediately see why he was concerned. Nick Potter had finally come out of his coma, and the press were as always digging for a story. Idiots, the lot of them, said Eileen, rolling her eyes at the garbage in front of her, although Potter did look like he had lost a lot of weight. In fact, it reminded her of the time Harry had walked into her shop as a child. Of course, she hadn't realized his true age, as Harry was mature and looked older than he actually was. He felt things more deeply than someone his own age would, too. Indeed, murmured Severus in complete agreement. Thankfully there was no mention of Harry in there. That would have probably annoyed the young man even more. Any mention of the Potters seemed to turn Harry's stomach, whether it be in Ping Mir or to him, or in the newspapers. Not that Severus blamed him, it turned his stomach too, but he was all too used to the fame that came with being a Potter. James was kowtowed to as well, although admittedly Potter Jr.'s fame was 10 times worse. At least Harry wasn't due at Hogwarts until next Monday, when things would have settled down a bit. "Hello," muttered Harry, blearily sitting down. Eileen beamed at him, causing Harry to smile back. He didn't know why, but Eileen had been beaming at him like that all week. He was exhausted, and he could barely eat his breakfast through the jaw-cracking yawns forcing their way out of his mouth. "You didn't sleep well," stated Severus. "No," replied Harry. "Nightmares?" asked Severus. He was worried about him, naturally, as being tired and potions didn't mix well together. One wrong mistake and boom, especially the potions Harry was brewing these days. "Yes," admitted Harry. He didn't know why they'd come back with a vengeance. Maybe it was because Voldemort was becoming more active, and families were being killed. It made him feel extremely bad that he couldn't just go out there and end it. He knew he wasn't ready, and frankly, he doubted he ever would be. He wasn't going anywhere until he was ready, he wasn't going to risk losing. He shuddered at the thought of his friends, his family in all but blood, dying because of his errors. "Perhaps you should take a dreamless sleep potion tonight," said Severus. Harry hadn't got up and had warm milk like he usually did, so how long had the nightmares been going on for? He was changing his routine so Severus couldn't keep track. "I think I will," said Harry, stiffing another yawn. 3 nights in a row he'd been woken with nightmares now. The lack of sleep was really beginning to bug him. He grabbed himself a strong black coffee, the more caffeine the better. His mood took another nosedive when he saw the newspaper. He didn't want them getting to him, so he vowed to forget them and get on with his life. He'd been trying to do that for years. He still hadn't managed to succeed in forgetting about them, but he would keep trying. True to James's word, he did come to speak to Nick after having a shower and rest. James had spiked his wife's dessert with sleeping potion. She needed it, and he needed to speak to Nick alone. His wife didn't understand what they'd done was wrong, she saw her actions as perfectly all right. Unfortunately Nick was beginning to realize the same thing as him, and it only took 15 years nearly. He wasn't looking forward to this conversation, especially with how Nick was being. If only he had told him what was going on. Unfortunately James hadn't been around. He had been too busy, taking on all hours of overtime he could to keep their privileged life they'd led the same. He'd never had to worry about money before. He was of course still furious that his child had stolen it all from him under his very nose. Too bad they'd never thought to change the old laws, they were mostly forgotten but still in effect. Which he'd found out when he tried to go through the ministry to get his money back. He opened the door and found Nick reading a book. He stood there watching him for the longest time. How had he messed up so much? Not just with one child but 2. His parents were probably rolling in their graves. Then again, if they'd been stricter with him, he wouldn't have been the immature prick he was still. He walked over and sat down, waiting on Nick acknowledging him, which he didn't seem in a hurry to do. "How are you feeling, son?" asked James, his tone quiet, not wanting Poppy coming in like a hellhound. She didn't like people not sick being in her hospital wing, but he'd done it often enough. He wasn't any brighter than he had been as a teenager. Poppy had wards up alerting her when someone entered. You would think an Auror would realize this, but James was preoccupied with the thought of losing his last son. The only male left to carry on the Potter line. Heaven forbid Nick do the same as Harry. "How do you think I feel?" asked Nick angrily, still refusing to look at his father. If anything, his anger was greater than it had been before. Sitting thinking wasn't helping his mood any. He really hated his parents right now. Have the painkillers not helped? asked James, frowning, extremely angry at the thought of his son in pain. Actually they are, said Nick, slamming the book closed. They'd taken a while, but they did work. Half an hour after taking them he'd through they wouldn't, but it had crept up slowly. Poppy told him he had to take 2 every 6 hours, no more than that and no earlier. Nick, why didn't you tell me? Asked James sadly, his brown eyes regarding his son solemnly, never backing down when his son glared at him so hatefully. He just wanted things to go back to the way they had been. Merlin, he wished he could go back in time and stop it all, treat his sons equally. Unfortunately, even magic didn't work like that. Hindsight was truly a. How was I supposed to do that? Scoffed Nick, between the training and you telling me how much a disappointment I was. That I was running the chance of becoming an Auror and failing the Potter name. He didn't want to be an Auror. He wasn't like Harry, he wasn't very smart. He didn't know what he wanted, but he sure as hell knew it wasn't that. The Potter men had been Aurors for 5 generations, that they knew of thanks to the portraits. It had become a tradition, and James had pressed his wishes upon his son, without even stopping to think of what his son wanted. Unfortunately, that part of the sentence wasn't what James was thinking about. No, it was the training, and nearly turning the boy who lived, his son, into a squib. Merlin, he hoped his son's magical core stayed steady, and got better. He'd hate to think what the world would think of him if he turned his own son into a squib. They were all already so bitter and disgusted over Harry, without adding this. James looked away, shame clearly written across his face. I'm sorry, son, choked James, barely able to keep the tears from falling. He hadn't cried since that night he'd nearly lost his family, since Peter had betrayed them. I don't accept your apology, I just want you to leave me alone, said Nick bitterly. Listen, son, you can't let this affect your life, you can't let yourself be bitter about it. Tell me what to do, I'll make it better, I promise, begged James. He'd do anything in his power to make his son happy again. There's nothing you can do, nothing I want, said Nick, staring at the book. A small part of his heart lurched at seeing his father so close to tears. He was always so strong and stubborn, he had been his example all his life. Not anymore. He didn't want to be like James, and he made a vow that if he ever had kids he'd always put them first. A bigger part of him was glad to see James so unhinged, at least he wasn't the only one hunting. Just think about it, son, said James, regaining his composure, as he sat there staring at the floor. He wasn't sure what else to say, which was a first. They'd always been like best friends, always chatting away, about Quidditch and prank spells. Not that Nick had actually performed any at school, just on them, well, mostly on Harry actually when he was younger. Until Harry started finding hiding places to get away from them all. There's nothing to think about, stated Nick glumly. Is this about Harry? Asked James quietly, after half an hour had passed, remembering earlier on. Hopefully if it was they could have a proper talk, and this bitterness his son had would fade and he'd be able to get over it. What about Harry? Asked Nick, frowning. When did this turn into a conversation about Harry? Did they seriously think that's why he was so angry? He wanted to lean over and strangle his father, was he that dense? He hoped he wasn't like that. He was furious about them believing a stupid ministry official over their own son. This didn't even touch the subject about his brother. No, all he'd received was a glimpse of how his brother had been treated all those years, and he felt awful, but no, this wasn't actually about Harry. You were angry about how we treated him, aren't you? Summarized James sadly. You mean you've actually realized it wasn't normal? Snorted Nick. He had no right to snort, really, he'd just figured it out himself. He couldn't help himself though, he just wanted to hurt his father, and any way he could do that was just fine by him. Nick, stop this right now, warned James. He wasn't used to his kids talking to him like that. They'd always respected him. Sure, they whined, groaned and grumbled, but what kid didn't now and again? I realize we screwed up, and Harry paid the price. Well, actually they had now, considering they didn't have much money to their name. Not just with Harry, said Nick, grinding his teeth. His anger was getting the better of him. Get out now, James Potter, shrieked Poppy, making an appearance, looking ready to kill him. James just stared at her in confusion. What on earth was wrong with her? She was dressed in her night clothes, her hair was messed up, She had obviously been sleeping. Poppy couldn't believe James could be so stupid as to do what he was. He was an Auror, he should know to avoid any conversation that might upset him. Nick, calm down, your anger is making your magic react, close your eyes and concentrate on breathing, said Poppy, placing a soothing hand on the teenager's forehead. Poppy heard James gasp in shock, but she paid him no mind. She couldn't give Nick a calming draft, so he would have to calm himself. If he didn't, his magic would react to his strong emotions. Thank Merlin she'd woken up when she did, otherwise she dreaded to think of what could have happened. That's it, well done. Now here, take these, said Poppy, handing him 4 small round tablets, all white again, but the 2 were different sizes. She handed him some pumpkin juice, to help the taste wash away better than water did. His painkillers, and she rather hoped the sleeping pills would work, he needed the rest. She sighed in relief when the proximity spell faded. Since she couldn't cast it on him, she'd cast it on an empty potions bottle near his bed. It was how she was keeping an eye on him. As they said, if there's a will there was a way, even if with magic. James flinched back at the look Poppy was giving him. Honestly, he was terrified she would gut him. He hadn't meant to make his son mad, he was just trying to sort of their differences. Get his son to forgive him. Right now though, it didn't seem like it would work anytime soon. James Potter, you are henceforth banned from the hospital wing for 5 weeks, unless you are brought in on a stretcher, said Poppy, her voice grim and serious. Her glacé hadn't lost any of its potency. She wasn't trying to save Nick's magical core for James Potter to screw it up. Lily Potter is also henceforth banned from the hospital wing for the same amount of time, she added for good measure. She had a feeling Lily would probably anger Nick more than James could. Her constant coddling got on her nerves. Merlin knows how Nick felt regarding it. Not Lily, she didn't do anything, said James, his eyes wide, but he didn't get a chance to hear Poppy's reply as he was magically thrown out of the hospital wing by Hogwarts herself. He stood there gaping at the closed door, unable to believe his eyes or ears. All the times he'd gone in when he shouldn't have, why did she choose to do it now? Sleep, Nick, it's the best thing for you right now, said Poppy, smiling sadly at the teenager. He seemed extremely glad by her actions, grateful really. His eyes closed as he tried to do what the nurse told him. He'd do whatever she said, he wanted his magic to heal. Once she'd dealt with her patient, she left her hospital wing, feeling James standing outside her ward still. She had one last thing to say to the stubborn wizard. Don't try involving Albus. He has no control over my wards, she said smugly. Poppy, you can't stop me seeing my son, said James, irritated. I just did. I'm not doing all I can to save his core for you to destroy my work, snapped Poppy. Look, I didn't realize. Please, said James tiredly. You didn't realize a lot. He needs rest and calmness. Have that conversation once he's well, said Poppy, now the one irritated with the stubborn bloody wizard. Not wanting to have an argument with him, which wouldn't get anywhere, she went back into her domain and closed the door. Smug in the knowledge that he wouldn't get in, Hogwarts wouldn't allow it. She had never had to enforce it before, least of all with an adult. She would do everything she could to help Nick, as she said. James and Lily weren't good for him. He was so angry at them, for good reason. I hate them, said Nick quietly, staring at the nurse. She was probably the only one that didn't hate him for leaving her brother. Well, at least she never openly displayed it anyway. Don't worry, said Poppy, going over to him, feeling sadness for the child who'd been so wronged. She tucked him in, and sat down beside him, realizing he wanted to talk. I screwed up. How do I make things better? He asked sadly. What? Asked Poppy, regarding her patient shrewdly. With Harry, not just once either. I don't think he will ever forgive me, said Nick. He's so vague and strong. I'm not like him. When I met, you know who I thought I'd die. All the training I done just disappeared. How could I defeat him? He's so strong and knew a lot more magic than I did. Yet Harry didn't give in. Without him none of us would have survived. I should have helped him. If I could go back in time, I'd do it. He'd never forgive me for leaving him. Poppy wasn't sure what she could say. Sometimes sorry isn't good enough. Perhaps it's best to let Harry go. Unless you do something that would irrevocably prove to him you do regret it. Like that? Asked Nick, a frown marring his features, as he thought on what Poppy had just told him. How could he prove to Harry that he was sorry? And that he hadn't meant anything he said at their last confrontation? Let Harry go. Was that what he would have to do in the end? Give up and let Harry live his life without him? It hurt, actually, quite badly at the thought of giving up on Harry. In reality he had been giving up on Harry since they were children. It strengthened his resolve. No, he wouldn't give in. He would do whatever he could to prove himself to his brother, his twin brother. That I am afraid I cannot answer. That is something you will have to think and do on your own, said Poppy. Right now you should concentrate on resting. There will come a time when you can do what needs done. Thank you, croaked Nick, as Poppy walked away. Poppy turned back and gazed at Nick. What was he thanking her for? For not judging me, for helping all those times you have, said Nick, a tear trickling down his face. It's my job, Nick. I'd do it for anyone, said Poppy, smiling sadly at him before she turned all the lights in the infirmary off and disappeared into her own private quarters. Perhaps there was hope for Nick Potter yet. She'd seen the determination radiating from him. She knew one day Nick would find out how to make it up to his brother. It would be no easy task, as she'd told him. Sorry truly wasn't good enough. Severus, Harry, outside Prince Manor, somewhere in England. Today you will be learning the Fiendfire spell, said Severus. They were outside today, on the opposite side of the greenhouses. There was no way they could practice such an untamable, unpredictable spell in the house. Not without wanting the entire manor to burn down around them, with them inside. Tomorrow Harry would be attending school again, since it had started back up. All right, said Harry. He'd read up on it, so he had known the spell they'd be doing today. In fact, the entire quiz had been around the spell and how unpredictable it was. The amount of magic determined how erratic the spell could be. The more magic poured into it, the more control you had. The less magic they had, the more wild the magic burned. They didn't teach that spell at Hogwarts, for that very reason. Good, you know the spell, you know what it needs. Go ahead, said Severus. He'd created a wooden house for Harry to aim at. It was sort of like the one Lily had as a child. Her father had made it for her. Spelling the GR impervious to burning, he didn't want the garden to look like a battleground. Severus stepped back, well away from the line of fire, watching Harry with a critical eye, his wand at the ready, so he could put it out if need be. Water couldn't stop it, but the air extinguishing spell could. Since fire needed air to breathe and spread, without it, it would be like closing a vault door at Gringotts. The fire would be unable to breathe and eventually burn out. Fiendfire, yelled Harry, waving his wand in a complicated motion, and large fierce flames followed its path. He continued trying to control it, but he let it slip and the flames got out of control, burning the doll's house. He'd had the flames spin around. Before the fire could try and consume anything, Severus had stepped in and it extinguished. You did extremely well for your first attempt, said Severus approvingly. Harry grinned at him, extremely pleased by Severus' words. He knew they weren't idly given or platitudes. The spell was extremely potent. He'd underestimated the power needed to control it. He shouldn't have. Fire was nature's most powerful gift to us. We think we can control it, but the truth is, one couldn't master fire, for it was its own master. You could only temporarily take control to do what you needed to do. There was no way to control it forever. Again, said Severus determinedly. He was going to make sure Harry had no doubt about what he said. He was not going to go easy on him, no matter what. He knew what Harry was capable of and would make sure he did do it. It wasn't all because Harry had to be ready to face Voldemort. Another doll's house was created and Severus waited for Harry to cast the spell. Fiendfire, said Harry, determination thrumming through him. The fire swished through the air, Harry having it circle the house. He managed to keep it up for an extra 2 minutes before the spell snapped and became wild. Harry stood there panting, his hands on his knees as he watched the fire once again reduced to nothing. Good, again, said Severus. Harry breathed deeply, his magical core depleted, but thanks to Severus' knowledge he was never in danger or harm like Nick. Severus alternated between brewing and spells so that his core had enough time to refill and of course recharge itself. Considering Harry's core was large, it would take a lot to deplete it extremely. Harry, using magic as a child to learn wandlessly at that, had made his core more stable and larger than most 16-year-olds. Fiendfire, said Harry, the spell coming alive, forcing it to do his bidding, coaxing it with magic. Eventually he could feel it taut in anticipation, wanting to break free. He held on for as long as he could as he twirled it around until inevitably his control was lost. It was like striking a match and watching its slow progress before it snapped out of control and you found yourself having to put it out. Only this spell was 10 times faster than a normal fire. Harry fell to his knees panting desperately, sweat coating his entire body, his wand slipping in his grasp. "You all right?" asked Severus once the fire was gone. "Yes," said Harry standing back up, determination brightening up his green eyes. "Again," said Severus. This time he didn't bother with the doll house, deciding to let Harry do what he wished. "Fiendfire," said Harry, pushing his magic through it, too much, which made his control last only a second before it snapped. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, shaking his head. It was going to be hard to master this spell. "You will never master the spell," said Severus, spookily, as if he could read Harry's thoughts. "It's unpredictable. All we can do is use it for what we need and no more." Even he couldn't control it, that's what made the spell so dangerous. "Okay," said Harry, nodding his understanding. "The spell I've been using will be next on the list," said Severus. "Now that doesn't take much to perfect." There was no point in teaching him how to create fire if he couldn't stop it when it had done what needed to be done. Now was there. Harry just nodded, completely exhausted. All he wanted to do was have a nice long bath. "Go rest for a while. 5 o'clock we brew," said Severus, his black eyes glinting with pride. He was so happy about the dedication Harry always showed. He was what any wizard or witch wanted in an apprentice. It wasn't often you found a 16-year-old so dedicated to anything. At that age all they could think about was ping their exams with enough pays to please their parents. Getting out of Hogwarts and thinking it was a free pee to lazing around, only to get a rude awakening. "Yes sir," said Harry, getting into the manor as quickly as his legs could carry him. He would have to write to Victor soon. He'd been forgetting to write in the book. Without Victor, Harry wasn't sure how he'd have survived. He always had good advice waiting on hand, and he'd forever be grateful to him for it. In fact, he had advised Harry what to do about Severus, after getting blind drunk and revealing how he felt. Admittedly though, it turned out to be a good thing, and a bad thing. Knowing Severus liked him in turn, well, he was a teenager at the end of the day, and damn it, he just wanted to feel cherished, loved even. Yet Severus was determined to wait until his apprenticeship was over with. Well, Harry couldn't wait until it was. Severus just watched him go smirking, before eventually following Harry into the manor. He had to speak to his mother, find out how the hell she'd known about his feelings. Then again, if anyone knew him, it was his mother. Nick, Susan, hospital wing. Next day, Nick watched Poppy tending to Susan Bones, who admittedly looked very sick. She was 2 beds down from him, and her wand was locked up in the cabinet. It was just a precaution. After all, they didn't want accidents happening. Not that she'd be using it any time soon. She had the flu. Hopefully Nick wouldn't end up with it. That's the last thing he needed. If it had been wizarding flu, then no doubt he would have been squared away in a separate room. Catching the wizarding flu truly would be the icing on the cake in his case. The way things were going, Nick wouldn't be surprised at anything that happened. "Are you okay?" asked Nick quietly. He'd spent an entire day on his own, and it was beginning to grate on him. The silence, while soothing, wasn't what Nick was used to. "Are you talking to me?" asked Susan, looking dumbfounded, her voice hoarse. "Yes," said Nick, wondering silently if he'd done something to offend her. Probably. It seemed as if he had offended everyone one way or another. "You've never spoken to me. I tried once when we were 5, I came to your party. The second I said most of my family was a Hufflepuff and I'd be sorted there, you sneered at me," said Susan bitterly. "It wasn't long after I'd just lost my parents either." Nick swallowed bitterly. "I'm sorry, I really am." He had been following his father's example as always. Anyone that wasn't a Gryffindor he sneered at as if he was better by just being a Gryffindor. "It's fine," said Susan, coughing violently, almost gagging at the violence behind them. "I know, I was a prick," said Nick, looking away, unable to stare at her anymore. The guilt just kept coming and Nick wondered if it would ever stop. "Yes you were, but at least you realized you were wrong and apologized," said Susan, as if that made everything okay. She hadn't known him, so it wasn't as if he'd really hurt her. Well, maybe at the time, but once she'd grown up she'd brushed it off. Her aunt had raised her to never let the bitterness of others affect her. To always give people second changes, sometimes they deserved them, and it made their friendship stronger. What? Gaped Nick, turning back around. That's it. It must be a Hufflepuff thing. Gryffindors would sulk more, Slytherins would milk it for everything, and Ravenclaws would want something. Yes, said Susan simply. Nick just stared. It was very refreshing this, and he opened his mouth and asked her a question. Both of them lay in their bed talking. Finally, after all those years of attending each other's parties as a child, they spoke without prejudice. They were rather surprised by how much they had in common. Maybe the houses weren't as important after all. So will Dumbledore stir up trouble when he notices the two getting close? Trying to marry Nick and Ginny Weasley together? Making Nick have to speak to Harry? Or will they already be talking before Dumbledore tries something as stupid as that? Or will Harry refuse to help Nick, creating a whole world of anger in Nick that just makes him implode? Realizing he's never going to get any help. Or will Dumbledore play it safer, seeing how Nick is rebelling for independence and worried about it enough to force his hand? I need to know once and for all if you want Nick and Harry to reconcile, become acquaintances who try to work together to bring down Voldemort and help one another or enemies. It's important. The story cannot keep progressing if it's not sorted right now. I am conflicted. Either way sounds smashing. Roxy stumbled out of bed. Last night had been rough to say the least. She'd heard her parents arguing for hours. They must have either forgotten to put silencing charms up or not realized she was there yet. She sighed sadly as she got into the shower. So much had changed lately, and she didn't like it at all. Her mum had gone nuts at her dad for getting them banned from the hospital wing. Not only that, but according to her dad, Nick was angry at them, very angry. Why would Nick be angry at their parents? It made no logical sense to her. Nick had gotten his broomstick, which his parents promised to get. She was still waiting on her book. Her school things weren't the good quality as she was used to. To top it off, she'd gotten her mum's old books. Some of them were new. That's only because they were different from the books her mum had to buy for her Clees. She didn't have any friends in Gryffindor. All the others were just so different from her. She'd tried to be more like them. She really had tried, but she just preferred reading and fashion, sometimes Quidditch matches. Even Longbottom had found friends, different from her, and they barely spoke. Ginny Weasley and her got on, but Roxy didn't like her constant questions on her brother. Every day there was a new one, and she was always staring at him. It gave her the creeps. Finishing her shower, she dressed in her Gryffindor uniform. She hadn't got to take the train to Hogwarts this year. She had asked, but her parents had just said no. There was just no point. After all, Nick was here and unwell. Aren't we going down for breakfast? Asked Roxy, staring at her parents, who were ignoring each other behind their copies of the Daily Prophet. That was something else she wasn't used to, her parents fighting. They used to be so great, happy, and in love, even if it had made her scrunch up her nose. No, sweetie, we are eating up here, said Lily, putting her paper down, giving her a strained smile. Her red hair was down and messy. She hadn't even straightened it. Her mum always did her hair and makeup. She always looked her best unless she was ill. Okay, said Roxy, sitting down and preparing herself some breakfast, which was quite cold now. Why hadn't they woken her up when it came? Sighing softly, she ate her breakfast in silence, wondering if anything would ever get back to normal. Everyone will have slept in the dorm last night. She had come up here to avoid it all. How are you feeling, sweetie? Asked Lily, breaking the silence. Fine, said Roxy automatically. Her parents had enough to worry about, plus she couldn't tell her what was really wrong. She couldn't admit she regretted not getting into Ravenclaw like the hat suggested. She spent a lot of time in the Leary, and there were always groups of Ravenclaws around. She could have been one of them, but she wasn't, and only because she hadn't listened to the Sorting Hat. She did wonder who the Hat's first mistake was, though. Did you do all your homework? Asked James, giving his daughter some attention. Yes, said Roxy, it was easy. Good, said James before he hid behind his paper again. Roxy then stared back down at her breakfast plate, feeling very sorry for herself. Where are you going? Asked Lily as soon as her daughter got up. Leary, said Roxy. At least there she felt a little more at home, and she could forget her worries for a while. absorbed in a good book. She disappeared out of the rooms before her mother could ask any more questions. She did start off in that direction, but before long she found herself off track. Instead she found herself outside the hospital wing. She hadn't been banned like her parents, at least she didn't think so. With some hesitance she opened the door, walking in slowly, as if she was expecting to be catapulted from the ward. Nothing happened, she breathed in relief. She really should be getting ready for CL, but it was still early, she could make it in time. Her brother was sleeping. A few beds down from him was Susan Bones, the Hufflepuff if she remembered correctly. Her poor brother had been stuck with nobody but her for company. She was so dull and proud to be a Hufflepuff of all things. She was nothing like her aunt who was awesome and had a great job in the ministry. That was the only reason Bones was here. Her aunt was so busy that she dropped her off here in Poppy's care. Street. Mungo's had enough to take care of, without someone coming in with a cold. Roxy took a seat next to her brother, hoping he would recover. Maybe then her parents would stop fighting and they could be happy. Roxy, was it? Murmured Nick, making Roxy jump. She'd been so lost in her thoughts she hadn't seen her brother stirring. How are you feeling? She asked. Roxy attempted to smile but it came out a grimace. Her brother had always been her hero, she'd looked up to him for so long. Who wouldn't? He had stopped you-know-who as a baby. He was going to be so strong and powerful one day, and she wanted to be a part of it. Seeing him so weak made her, perhaps for the first time, see that her brother was only human. Tired, replied Nick, licking his dry lips. He'd not had a good night. His mind had gone over everything that happened, and everything he could do to make it up to his brother. Unfortunately he was drawing blank. He truly had no idea on how to make amends for all his horrific actions. He wanted to be angry at Roxy for pushing the final confrontation, but he just didn't have it in him. He was drained, not only magically but emotionally also. Would you like me to bring you some books? Asked Roxy. That way, you can avoid her, she stated, throwing a gesture towards the sleeping Hufflepuff. No, said Nick, his voice going cold, throwing a withering glare at his sister. Honestly, there was worse things happening than house pride right now. He knew when he was better he'd have to train again, not something he was particularly looking forward to. Maybe that would be a way to make it up to his brother. Train, and maybe, if he was extraordinarily lucky, he could defeat Voldemort and make a peaceful world for his brother. What's wrong with you now? Asked Roxy, exasperated. She just couldn't keep up with anyone these days. Everything she said and did seemed wrong. Something had to give at some point. She didn't know how much more of this she could take. Roxy, there's more to life than houses. Have you even spoken to Susan? Asked Nick. Roxy blinked. The name Susan wasn't lost on her. No, said Roxy, screwing up her nose. Then do not say anything about her until you have a reason. Snapped Nick, ensuring he didn't make himself too angry. He wanted his magic back, thank you very much. He wouldn't and couldn't let himself get angry enough to destroy what was left of his magical core. He did wonder how it was doing, and how long it would take to reconnect. If it did, how would he know? How would Poppy know? All right, Nick, just calm down, said Roxy hastily. Do me a favor, Roxy. Stop trying to be like me or our parents. It will lead you down a dark road, one you may not be able to get out of, said Nick, his haunted eyes pinning his sister's, letting the gravity of the conversation dawn on her. Yes, he was serious. He meant every word, and he wanted to stop her being anything like he had been. Unfortunately, Nick didn't think he'd get through. She was only 12 years old after all. I'll try, said Roxy, feeling shocked to the core. What had Nick gone through to feel this way? It had to have been something really bad. Then again, perhaps losing your magic could make him feel that way. Maybe once he was better he'd stop being so weird with her. Did you see your presents? Presents? Asked Nick, confused. Yes, it's Ped, your birthday. Mum and Dad got you a new broom, said Roxy, her awe evident. Not just any broom but the newest on the market. It was the best broom she'd ever seen. She almost wanted to fly it herself. I got you some sweets. Thank you, said Nick, smiling softly at her, realizing she'd spent her pocket money on him, when he knew she was saving up for her new fashion book. Too bad Hogwarts didn't have those kind of books in the Leary, otherwise she wouldn't have had to save up. It was times like this that made Nick realize she wasn't a total loss. He could still save her from going down his dark road. Sirius and Remus have been visiting too, they left a present each. Said Roxy. She knew because she had been there all day on his birthday. Even Professor Dumbledore had brought him something. It was nowhere near what Roxy was used to her brother getting. Normally he was surrounded by presents and people each year. His parties were always the best. So many things to do and the cake was always the best. Really? Asked Nick, perking up looking hopeful. Time for your medication, Nick, said Poppy, coming bustling in, with breakfast trays. Filled with all sorts of foods, nothing greasy as Poppy didn't allow it. While they were in her infirmary they stuck to food that was good and nutritious for them. She placed the tray on his lap, standing over him until he took the painkillers. Nodding in satisfaction she bustled over to Susan using a diagnostic charm to ensure she was well. Still unwell, but with pepper-up potions she'd be as right as rain in no time. She didn't want to wake her up, so she placed the food on the stand next to her bed. It would remain warm until she touched it, a handy charm she'd learned by her mistress while taking her mastery in Medi-Magic. Nick opened the newspaper which was beside him, before his hand flew to his mouth in shock. Madame Pomfrey, what's the matter? Asked Poppy, immediately going over thinking something was wrong with the teenager. Nick stared at her before handing over the paper. Her reaction was pretty much the same. She quickly went over to Susan and removed the paper. She did not deserve to find out through that. The poor girl was now truly an orphan in every sense of the word. Amelia Bones had been killed in an attack in London. Poor dear, said Poppy, trying to remain professional. It was hard to believe she'd just spoken to her yesterday. Do not speak of this, I shall tell her, said Poppy in warning, her voice grave and filled with no small amount of dread. She eyed both of them, who nodded in silent understanding. Nick felt guilty. He didn't know why, but he did. He felt as though it was all his fault. Maybe if he'd helped Harry in the graveyard she'd still be here. Maybe together they could have destroyed Voldemort before he killed anyone. Today we will learn the spell to dispel the fiendfire. The words are Eris, literal translation air. Now without oxygen the fire cannot breathe, inevitably it will die out, said Severus. Are you ready? Yes, sir, said Harry, gripping his wand, his face filled with determination. He knew he could do it. Anyone could do anything if they put their mind to it. He would be at school in an hour. Monday and Tuesday he was always at school. It was going to be great seeing Luna again. He hadn't seen her since that night he'd made such a fool of himself. Although if he could go back, he wouldn't change a thing. He was determined to make Severus proud, pee his mastery and then get what he wanted. Which happened to be the man in front of him. Hopefully Victor had some advice for him. He'd written in the journal. All he had to do was wait for his reply. Go, said Severus, before flames danced around merrily, to the beat Severus was demanding with his fiendfire spell. Eris, snapped Harry, willing his power out, encasing it around the flames. He watched in pride, as his spell worked correctly the first time. The flames were put out, and Harry smirked smugly. Very good, again, said Severus, this time making the flames longer and larger. It may look like he had more control over fiendfire than Harry. Truth be told, it simply wasn't the case. He just had more experience, and he was more powerful than he let on. So he simply just made it look a lot easier than Harry knew it was. Eris, shouted Harry. He could feel it, the power Severus had put into the spell. It took him longer and much more magic to eradicate the flames. Yet he did it. Severus was right, it wasn't taking as much of his magic as the fiendfire spell had. By the second time he cast that spell yesterday he'd been on his knees. Good, one more time, said Severus, casting the spell. It was by sheer willpower he was still on his feet. There was a reason this spell was not used a lot, and why nobody could control it. It took a hell of a lot of power. The Death Eaters liked to try and use it. In the end all that accomplished was fire damaged and destroyed buildings. Eris, said Harry, smoothly goading his magic through his wand, and eliminating the flames once more. Very good, I think perhaps breakfast is in order now, said Severus, putting away his wand, which as always was at his wrist, the easiest access place to have it. Both of them walked back into Prince Manor. It was rather chilly this morning. so they were grateful to be back inside the warmth that always permeated Prince Manor. "Did you sleep well last night?" he asked the 16-year-old as both of them took their seats. "Yes," said Harry, the tip of his ears went red, something that wasn't unnoticed by the resident potions master. "Good," said Severus, feeling a little hot himself. He had the best night's sleep in a long time. Admittedly, he had no control over his subconscious, so he couldn't be blamed for what his mind dreamed while he was asleep. It wouldn't have changed anything either if he could, because whether he liked to admit it or not, Severus was deeply attracted to Harry. He just wished Harry wasn't 16 years old. "Good morning, boys," said Eileen. "Has the post been delivered yet?" "It should have been here by this," said Severus as his eyes found the clock on the wall. They had been outside, perhaps it had come by then. "Dobby?" inquired Severus loudly. "Yes, sir," replied Dobby, appearing before Severus, dressed in the normal clothes that adorned all house elves that stayed in Prince Manor. "Has the post been?" asked Severus. He was never one to beat around the bush. "Yes, sir. I'll go get it," said Dobby, disappearing. There was silence for a few seconds before Dobby reappeared with the mail. Harry froze when he saw a letter for him, from the ministry. He had been expecting them. He would be taking his exams, which would pre-approve him as having ped his mastery. He had to make a potion. No, not make, create a potion before the potions community accepted him as one of their own. Harry was way ahead, after having learned there were 2 potions he was working on in his spare time. Which admittedly wasn't much, but enough for him to scribble ideas, and have a basic idea of what ingredients he needed. It was just a matter of how to brew it to get his desired results. "It's here, good," said Severus. In truth, he didn't want Harry going to the ministry alone. Any day now Voldemort could gain control over it, and Harry would be a sitting duck. He ped Harry his mail, as he contemplated everything. At least Harry could defend himself, and he had 2 portkeys to get away if the need arose. The sooner the written part of Harry's exams were done, the better. Harry ripped open the envelope, his heart thumping a mile a minute. This was the proof he was ready to pee his mastery. He truly hadn't believed Severus when he said he'd be finished before he was 17. Yet here was the proof. 2 more steps, then he'd be a master in potions. He looked down the list, calculating how long it would take by the dates. 3 months, before he'd take his final written exam. He had 4 months to finish the potion. He prayed he could do it in time. 6 Mondays, 3 Tuesdays, the rest are all fine. What do I tell the teachers?" asked Harry apprehensively. "The truth, you are taking your exams. They will understand and also be proud of you. Nobody else has taken their mastery exams so early in life," said Severus. "Teachers should always be proud of students taking the initiative and deciding what they wanted to do with their lives." The next letter was his OWL results. With less enthusiasm he opened the results, not really caring about them as much. It wasn't as if his OWL results mattered. He was still going to become a potions master. However, Harry did take pride in all his hard work. Holding his breath, he began reading it. Ordinary wizarding level results. P grades. Outstanding O, exceeded expectations E, acceptable A. Fail grade. Poor P, dreadful D, troll T. Harry James Peverell. Astronomy. O. Care of magical creatures. O. Charms. O. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. O. Divination. O. History of magic. O. Potions. O. Transfiguration. O. Ancient runes. O. Arithmancy. O. 11 owl pays, and all outstanding. Harry grinned extremely pleased with himself. He had even ped the clees he hadn't been taking, such as history of magic, divination, astronomy and herbology, but one picked up a knowledge of herbs when brewing potions like he did. "How did you do?" asked Eileen in anticipation. "I ped. I received 11 owls," said Harry, happily handing over his results. Now that was something else he had to be proud of. "All outstanding. I'm so proud of you, Harry," said Eileen. She truly was in awe of him. 11 owls, and he managed to usurp what Severus expected of him in his mastery. Added to the fact he'd created a potion to help save her life too. He had to be the most amazing 16-year-old she'd ever met. She knew Harry was perfect for her son. They would be very happy together. "Thank you," said Harry, his face flushing in pride. A long time ago he would have wished for those words to be said by his parents. Yet it wasn't. Blood meant nothing to Harry anymore. He loved Eileen more than his own mother. So he couldn't believe blood meant anything. You have done well, said Severus, nodding his head. His onyx eyes were gleaming with triumph and pride. Harry smiled. As proud as he felt, he still wasn't used to praise like this. It was different when Severus said well done when he did a potion. He didn't know why, but this just meant so much more. This was his family, this was what he would fight for. You best get going, otherwise you will be late for CL, said Severus, catching the time. Take something in with you, said Eileen. Harry was a growing boy, he needed to eat, especially a breakfast. It was the most important meal of the day, something she had made sure her son understood. Harry grabbed 3 pieces of bacon and 2 slices of toast from his plate before running towards the flow. His bag was at the side, where he always left it, so he didn't end up forgetting it. After a while he'd gotten so used to not lugging a bag around with him, he'd forgotten a few times to take it with him. He hastily ate his sandwich. He couldn't take it through the flow with him. Not without it tasting like ash at the other end. Hogwarts, headmaster's office, yelled Harry, and he was off. Zooming through the flow network, gate after gate until finally his destination beckoned. The flow spat him out, but Harry landed gracefully on his feet. He was used to the flow now, having been using it for a long time. This time was different. The headmaster was actually in his office, and boy, he looked old and aged. "Ah, hello Harry," said Dumbledore, his face strained in a polite smile. His eyes though were missing their customary twinkle. "How are you?" And Severus, of course. Fine sir," said Harry. He'd never be used to talking to Dumbledore. He had redeemed himself a bit in Harry's eyes during the chamber fiasco and when he allowed him to come to Hogwarts. It didn't mean Harry would ever like him. He was slightly manipulative, and had his entire family wrapped around his finger. It didn't help that he hadn't seemed to care about him, just Nick, because he was the so-called boy who lived. Good, said Dumbledore distractedly, as if he hadn't truly listened to his answer. Bye sir, said Harry, making a beeline for the door. He didn't know how to deal with a depressed Dumbledore. Have a good day, said Dumbledore, his voice still strained. Albus watched the child leave, wondering about him as he always did. He had created a Patronus before Nick, which was no easy feat. Perhaps he should ask Harry if he'd like to join the order. Nick would need all the help he could get to destroy Voldemort. The war was starting up so much sooner than even he anticipated. The Dementors had already joined Tom's cause, and he'd openly attacked Muggle London. Which, by the way, the Ministry had a very great deal of difficulty covering up. Especially with all the advanced Muggle technology, portable cameras on mobile phones had proved to be a real challenge. Poor Amelia and Vance had died in the attack. Poppy had been tasked with telling Susan Bones she was an orphan. No doubt the first of many to come, he thought with dread. He remembered the last war. Every time the owls came, there was always one in a black envelope. Each student flinched as it neared them, praying it wasn't going to fall down and be theirs. He had prayed himself that it wouldn't happen again after that Halloween night. Yet all his praying was for naught. The war had started back up and he was tasked to seeing it end. Nick looked over at Susan solemnly. She had been told. She had broken down into hysterical sobs that Poppy couldn't stop. She had given her a calming draught and let the 16-year-old cry herself hoarse. It was no surprise when she'd fallen asleep. Nick had wanted to comfort her, but Susan, as emotional as she was, could accidentally use magic on him. So he had watched from afar, hurting for her. Even he didn't understand why. He'd never been so affected by anything before. Just then Nick felt a burning sensation in the pit of his stomach. It got fiercer and fiercer before spreading outwardly. Nick cried out in alarm, as his body began to become feverish and sweat. Buzzing could be heard in the background, nothing else at all, and Nick felt as though he was dying. Why wasn't Poppy coming? Surely she could hear him screaming. Was he screaming? If he wasn't, why? He was certainly in enough pain, he should be. Then he felt it, a cool hand on his feverish burning skin. It was at the height of irony that Harry had just entered the school. Perhaps there was something on the twin bonds than people realized. Someone, though it all, He understood 3 of Poppy's words, magical core reconnecting. As she did, he began to calm down. He was better. It was the most relieving news he'd heard in a long time. Then the fire stopped, leaving him feeling suddenly full. His magic was back and Nick felt awful. He began shivering in cold. He was wet. How had he gotten wet? Nick opened his eyes, shivering. What's happening? Asked Nick desperately. The bed was shaking with the force of his shivers. Your body temperature has just rapidly risen and dived. It will take a few minutes. Don't worry, said Poppy, as she vanished and had a new pair of pajamas appear on the 16-year-old. A warming charm was cast. She was very grateful to be able to use magic near Nick again. The shaking slowly died off, as Nick's body began to get readjust after the abrupt halt on his person. Poppy placed his cover over him, and smiled as he began to calm. His magic once again reared its dominance. How are you feeling now? Asked Poppy after a few moments. Better, said Nick, nodding his head. Drink these, said Poppy, handing him over 6 potions he would have to drink. Nick didn't even groan. In fact, he was extremely happy to see the potions. He didn't care that they tasted like dirt. He'd take them, and never for granted. Now he knew how long it took for Muggle medicine to work. He swallowed them one after another, surprised by how many of them he actually recognized. Can I open my presents now? Asked Nick, with them being magical he hadn't been able to before. Of course, your owl results have come as well, said Poppy, placing the letter in his hands. Nick swallowed nervously, his eyes wide, taking a deep breath, praying he'd paid most of his clues. Undoing the tab, he took out his results, and then turned them over. His eyes filtered across the page, a huge breath of relief ped his lips. He'd done better than he thought he would, but his potions grade was unfortunately no surprise. Ordinary wizarding level results. P grades. Outstanding O, exceeded expectations E, acceptable A. Fail grade. Poor P, dreadful D, troll T. Nick Sirius Potter. Astronomy. A. Care of magical creatures. EE. Charms. EE. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. A. Divination. P. History of magic. A. Potions. D. Transfiguration. EE. 7 owls. He had failed too. Divination and potions. He flushed at the fact he'd gotten a dreadful though. Then again it was better than troll. Well, that was being an or totally out of the window. Not even his father could interfere with owl scores, and Slughorn would never accept him back into CL with a D score. His parents knew he was bad at potions. His mother had vowed to help him. Yet nothing had ever come of it. Poppy, can I go to breakfast in CL? Asked Nick. As long as you eat in moderation, your stomach isn't used to much anymore, said Poppy. As she busied herself by getting rid of all the potion bottles, and as always keeping her infirmary spotless. Am I allowed to attend please? Asked Nick hopefully. Do you feel up to it? Asked Poppy. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Yes ma'am, replied the 16-year-old immediately. No magic, said Poppy immediately. If you are going, take at least 2 of these with you, one after lunch and one after dinner, understood? She finished sternly. What are they? Asked Nick curiously. They will boost your magical core, said Poppy. Magic replenishing potions. Okay, said Nick, nodding vigorously, realizing how important it was. I shall let your parents know you are attending please, said Poppy, and also inform the headmaster that his core had once again reconnected. They no longer had to fear he was a squib. Especially James Potter. He had admittedly been terrified at the prospect, no doubt blaming himself. Well, it was his fault. He had stupidly been training his son all year around. It surprised Poppy it hadn't happened sooner, which meant Nick had a bigger than average magical core. If he hadn't been so powerful, there would have been a chance the core wouldn't have reconnected. Poppy shook of her thoughts as she flow called Albus. Harry ran towards the CL rooms. He was rather late after all, especially if Dumbledore was back from breakfast already. He normally came in time to avoid the headmaster altogether, which was just the way he liked it. He stopped when he realized he had no timetable. He balled his fists up and groaned in irritation. Veering off, he descended the steps, and the castle, if sensing his urgency, helped him along the way. Well, no staircase seemed to go in the opposite direction, as it liked to do, especially to the first years. The castle had a sense of humor, that much was pretty evident, teasing the new students as it did. He took a deep breath and hoped that Professor Slughorn was nothing like Professor Snape when he is interrupted. He knocked loudly on the door. It opened automatically. Must have been a spell, mused Harry as he entered the potion CL room. By the look of it, it was a first-year CL, and they were all simply writing. The cauldrons weren't set up. Weird, he must be different. Severus had them brewing straight away, a potion to cure boils if he remembered correctly. "Can I help you?" asked Slughorn, still not looking up from whatever he was doing. He was irritated. Harry realized that. "I don't have a timetable, sir. I cannot get to my CL," said Harry respectfully. "You drew more flies with honey than vinegar." "Ah," said Slughorn, his eyes lightening up, as he finally looked up to identify the person in his CL room. He hadn't dreamed he would be here, not even for a minute. The boy was too good to be cled with even the 7th years. "Follow me. Continue writing the instructions CL. How is your mastery going, Mr. Peverell?" asked Slughorn, his voice filled with very genuine curiosity and awe. He had read upon the 2 potions he had created already, and he was simply astounded with the work this 16-year-old had done. The first one was impressive enough, but the second, he had been asked to brew for St. Mungo's. Harry had not patented it, which meant he couldn't solely make the money for it. Which really was too bad. Harry could have made a rather big fortune with it. Then again, thought Slughorn, a smile twitching at his lips, he had taken the entire Potter fortune from under his biological parents' noses. He only wished he'd been here sooner, to think it could have been him taking Harry under his wing. Unfortunately, he was no potions master, and thus unable to really take on an apprentice. "I'm in the processes of starting my written exams at the ministry," said Harry, grinning widely. He was proud of himself, and why not? He had every right to be. "Indeed. Well, I must say congratulations. I have no doubt you will pee with flying colors," said Slughorn proudly. If his inventions were anything to go by, he would pee as he'd told Harry. It was just too bad that he couldn't use those to pee his mastery. They wouldn't count. Only after his written exams anything he created would be counted towards ping his mastery in the potions community. Then again, it wasn't often anyone could do that, create potions before the end of their apprenticeship. "Can I ask why you didn't patent your newest creation?" The man who had created the original Wolfsbane potion, Damocles, had patented his for 2 years. Afterwards anyone could brew it, when it was finally listed. Not only that, but he had received the Order of Merlin. He was genuinely surprised the potion Harry created hadn't earned him one. Severus Snape had gone on to make modifications, which had made it easier on the werewolves' transformations. "Because people need it now. I don't have the time to deal with all the requests I'd surely get," said Harry honestly. Perhaps after the war he'd start doing it. Right now the world needed all the help it could get. "Very true," said Slughorn, nodding his head. Judging by the requests he was getting, it would do well. He wasn't the only brewer either. No doubt Severus Snape had gotten his share of demands for it. St. Mungo's unfortunately couldn't afford a potions master like Severus, hence he was being asked. "Ah, there we go," he exclaimed, having found what he was looking for. He handed it to the teenager, who admittedly acted more mature than most adults. "Thank you, sir," said Harry, before leaving the office and the CL room, ignoring the curious stares he was getting. Looking at his timetable, he had Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday on his timetable. Obviously they hadn't been able to fit him into the 2 days again. Well, that Ed. He was only here half day today, then tomorrow was a full day, and only an afternoon CL on Wednesday. He had Transfiguration right now. Thankfully that wasn't too far to go. It was on the 1st floor, not far from McGonagall's office. Harry bolted up the steps, jumping away from one in particular, something all the older students did. The step trapped you in it, sinking your feet straight through it, if you happened to stand on it. He made his way past McGonagall's office, and another jog down he was finally at the Transfiguration CL. He stopped outside, regaining his bearings and breath before he knocked and entered. "Sorry I'm late, Professor McGonagall. I did not receive my timetable and had to retrieve it from Professor Slughorn," said Harry in explanation. He stood there beside the door, after closing it, waiting on his teacher. Speaking. "No problem. Why don't you take a seat?" said Minerva, withholding a smile. It was obvious to her he'd been spending a lot of time with Severus. He was even beginning to speak like him, and yes, he had spoke like that during his years at Hogwarts. Most teachers realized it was because Severus didn't have many friends. He'd been around adults so often, he spoke like them. The only friend he'd had for 5 years had been Lily, before he'd gotten in with the wrong crowd. Even if he was late often, there was nothing to be done. Harry wasn't staying at Hogwarts, he wasn't a student of any particular house now, even if he had been sorted. He attended only a select few classes, which by the way he didn't wear the Hogwarts uniform for. Harry nodded before he took the only seat available, which happened to be next Granger. Despite being mocked for the past 6 years, she had remained the same annoying know-it-all attitude. She thought she was better than everyone else, even the teachers at times, totally contradicting them. Harry could only hope she remained quiet though this CL, otherwise he wouldn't be responsible for his actions. It wasn't going to be his day, thought Harry, as Granger's hand rose straight in the air. Harry rolled his eyes, scooting his chair away from hers as far as he could. Placing his hand on his ear, in hopes of muffling her irritating know-it-all voice. "How are we supposed to work? We have no books," insisted Hermione, looking devastated. ROWL scores were late. Harry placed his hand over his mouth, hiding his rather amused grin which had slid across his face. Judging by McGonagall's suddenly pursed lips, she saw his amusement and was trying to stop her own from showing. Just for the hell of it, Harry calmly removed his Transfiguration book from his bag. He bought nearly every book he could, it wasn't just potions. So he had all the books he'd need for his classes. "I do," said Harry smugly, wrapping his fingers on his new book. "Everyone else is in the same boat," said McGonagall disapprovingly, wondering how the girl could be so thoughtless. "As you all know, there is a war going on outside these walls. Many people we know have unfortunately passed on. Merlin rest their souls, which means there was a very serious delay with not only just the OWLs but also the distribution of the letters." Hermione suddenly found the tabletop very interesting, her face going cherry red at the unconcealed reprimand. "I got a copy from the Leary," said Neville, flushing red at the attention he got. "At lunchtime, we will hand out owl orders for your items, and you will have them before tomorrow. The owners of the shops have been warned in advance for the sudden flux of owl orders they will receive," stated McGonagall calmly. Hermione's hand shot up into the air once again. "Yes, Miss Granger?" asked McGonagall, barely able to conceal her irritation at the constant interruptions. She had to remind herself she only had 2 more years before she was free of the infuriating girl. That day could not come quick enough for her. "What about the first year's wands?" protested the 6th year, looking appalled. "Mr. Ollivander has been taken," said Minerva, strained, as had Fortescue come to that. "The wands were burnt in the carnage. We are bringing in an overseas wand maker this morning for the students." The students all nodded solemnly. They had read the newspaper and had been as shocked as everyone else. It brought to home, for many of them, that a lot of people were going to be dead before the war was over, they'd win. If they really had to depend on Potter, then they truly were screwed. The teenager had left his own brother, his bloody brother, to save his own skin. "Any more questions?" This was said directly to Miss Granger. "No ma'am," said Hermione, sitting back, happy now that all her questions had been answered. She was eyeing Harry's book with jealousy. She didn't have that one. She'd gone through all her books to find them, but no such luck. "Today we will be learning about animagus and transforming. Who can tell me about it?" asked Minerva, standing there observing her students. Many hands went up, Granger's shooting into the air before she'd finished speaking. "Mr. Peverell," said Minerva, nodding in his direction. "It's the ability to transform oneself into an animal at will. It's exceeding difficult to learn, and takes serious consideration," said Harry, taking a breath, as Hermione stuck her hand in the air, thinking Harry was thinking. "You need to meditate, to find what animals are open to you. Then you have to choose the one you like, the one most suited to you. Not everyone can transform. It's nothing to do with power levels either. It's almost like metamorphagus, you have it or you don't. It also requires a great deal of concentration and determination. You should always have someone with you while attempting it. Otherwise you may transform but be unable to revert back, thus you'd end up stuck until someone cast the counter curse, this is anyone knows or thinks about that likely scenario. Hermione Granger was sitting there fuming, her hand lowered once more. She hated people outdoing her at anything. She liked to be the superior intellectual one in the CL, giving out proper answers and not just one sentence. Even worse, the teacher was impressed. It should be her getting looked at like this. It isn't just that particular aspect that's dangerous. Depending on one's form, they could wreak havoc and get away with murder if they chose to do so. Which is why the ministry requires all animagus to be registered. If you were found out to be one, and failed to register, you could end up in Azkaban and animal bound for a certain period of time. The last time this happened, they got 1 month in Azkaban and 1 year suspension of being able to turn into their animal. He, if I'm not mistaken, was a tiger. Finished Harry, trying to remember everything he knew about animagus, but found he'd told her all he knew. Well done, Mr. Peverell, your explanation was very well thought out. Nodded Minerva, as he said, it's not something to be attempted alone. It takes a year, perhaps two, to master this particular transformation. Hermione's hand shot up. Yes, Miss Granger, asked Minerva, getting very exasperated by her. How long did it take you to master the spell? Hermione asked her eagerly. She wasn't the only one curious, the others were all sitting forward interested as well. She had an entire episode to waste, with them not having the necessary essentials to work with. As you all know, I have a mastery in transfiguration. It was one of the first I was taught. It took me only 6 months to complete my transformation, and with it the ability to turn into my form at will, said Minerva before staring sternly at them. I had an affinity to transfiguration, so it was easier for me to accomplish this, so please do not attempt this at home or in the dorms where nobody can watch. Another hand went up. Yes, Mr. Potter, asked Minerva, regarding the teenager. We would be allowed to do it with a teacher present? Asked Nick. Yes, during the Transfiguration Club 6th years are allowed to try if they want to. As it's been said, it's not for everyone, said Minerva. Yes, Miss Pottle, asked Minerva as yet another hand raised in the air. The Transfiguration Club is on at the same time as the Charms Club. We can't attend both, it's not fair, said the Ravenclaw quietly. She rather liked the thought of changing into an animal. Not this year. The club's schedules have been shifted. Check the common room notice board and you will see this, said Minerva. I believe the Transfiguration Club is on at the same time now as the Gobstone Club. With only 14 teachers, it was inevitable that such after-school activities collided. They not only had classes to teach, after-school clubs to run, but students to look after, especially for professors in particular. Slughorn, herself, Spout, and of course last but no means least Flitwick. To make things worse, they actually had the core classes that all students had to take in their 7 years at Hogwarts. A few groans could be heard. Evidently they were members of the Gobstones Club. With that, Minerva began explaining in a greater detail about animagus, possible forms, how it felt, how long it took on average to accomplish something. She magically wrote information on the blackboard behind her and asked them to write everything down. Afterwards they were allowed to speculate which animal would suit them best and why it would. When the students all left, Harry hung behind. Now that he knew his timetable, he knew exactly what class he'd miss and when. Can I help you, Mr. Peverell? Asked Minerva curiously, as she sat down at her desk, mentally preparing herself for the next CL. Knowing without a doubt she'd be facing the exact same questions as before. She fixed the register and marked Harry as present as he had been. These are the classes I'm going to miss this semester, said Harry, handing over a small piece of parchment with each date on it. Can I ask why? Inquired Minerva, accepting the parchment, curious. Harry was constantly in the paper. Slughorn constantly went on about him during intervals at the teacher meetings and even during lunch and dinner. As a Transfiguration Master, she knew the dedication Harry was putting forth was astonishing. She only wished other 6th years, no 5th years since Harry had begun then, would show that initiative as well. They are the dates I have to be in the ministry for my written exams, said Harry quietly. I believe a congratulations are in order then, Mr. Peverell. Well done. This is no small feat you have accomplished. I believe everyone is impressed with the initiative you have shown. As a teacher, it's a blessing to see students fulfilling their potential. The fact you are also remaining at Hogwarts is astounding. If you ever need any help, then please do not hesitate to ask, said Minerva. This was probably the first time she'd told him that. She should have offered last year. Nobody had ever stayed at Hogwarts and been an apprentice before. Students asked the staff, the ones with masteries anyway. Unfortunately, life as a teacher was too hectic to want to take an apprentice on. She knew Pomona Spout was actually thinking of taking on Neville Longbottom. He may be just above mediocre in most classes, but herbology truly seemed to be his calling. "Thank you, Professor," said Harry, his green eyes wide with astonishment. The only teacher who had ever wanted to help him was Severus. He was really surprised by Professor McGonagall's declaration. "Just remember what I said," replied Minerva, nodding her head, her brown eyes filled with pride as she regarded Harry. All the teachers were proud of him. She couldn't help but think, at his wide-eyed wonder, they should have told him before. She was going to speak to the other teachers about it. "Go on, you don't want to be late for your next CL." "Yes, ma'am," said Harry before turning and leaving, taking a look at his timetable once again. Ancient Runes, which unfortunately had Granger in it too. If he got there quick enough, hopefully he wouldn't be stuck sitting next to her. Harry entered the CL room. The teacher wasn't there yet. He slipped into a seat at the back, well away from Granger. Not many people took Ancient Runes. Last year they'd combined 2 classes together. It was why Luna had been able to have classes with him. It didn't look like this was the case this year. That was because the OWLs had been at an all-time low for Ancient Runes, because one side of the CL knew it all, the other didn't. "Good morning, CL," said Professor Babbling, entering the CL room. There was a very subdued reply of, "Good morning," by some of the students. "As you are no doubt aware, there has been some difficulties this year. So I think we will just go over information we learned last year today," she said, ignoring the groans coming from a few of her students. "Tell me the translation for this rune," said Babbling with a flourish, making a rune from her wand and displaying it for her students. Hands immediately shot up into the air. "Miss Granger," said Babbling. "It's demiguise. The creature's invisibility represents 0, said Hermione, as always giving a textbook answer. "Indeed, now this one," said Babbling, her wand making rapid movements, and a Hydra head appeared. Harry as well as everyone raised their hands, Hermione almost shooting out her seat, her hand was so high in the air. "Mr. Peverell?" asked Babbling, pointing towards Harry. They had learned very quickly not to call him Potter. He refused to respond to it upon returning to Hogwarts after emancipating himself. Given the information that had been brought to light following it, she couldn't blame the child for doing so. "The Hydra has 9 heads, hence it represents the letter 9, explained Harry. "Which symbol is shrouded in mystery?" asked Babbling. "The symbol for number 7, due to it being a magically powerful number, is still a mystery to everyone. The best ancient rune masters have studied and even tried to dig up all known information about the subject to no success yet," said Harry. "You think they will?" asked Babbling curiously. "Not many believed that. They thought it would always stay a mystery. Our world is advancing every day in each subject, potions, transfiguration, charms. If not, then we would be at a standstill," said Harry. "I believe one day the entire language will one day be completely open to interpretation." "Indeed, well done," said Babbling. "You will all be pleased to know that Mr. Peverell was the only student to gain an outstanding in his OWL exam." Harry laughed out loud at the look of utter outrage and fury on Hermione Granger's face. "Now what is this one?" continued Babbling. Another rune appeared before them. "Well done, Harry," said one of the Ravenclaw twins. Hoddle Harry couldn't remember her name very well. He knew it started with AP and it was an unusual name. "Thanks," said Harry, surprised. "You wouldn't help me with ancient runes, would you?" she asked hesitantly. "Me?" asked Harry, surprised, his eyes going wide. At the same time Hermione went, "Him." They stood outside the defense CL room. "You were the best," said the Ravenclaw bluntly. I only stay until lunch. I suppose if you want I can help you over lunch before I go home someday," said Harry. Everyone was aware that Harry didn't stay at Hogwarts now. It was easy to spot he wasn't a proper student either. He never wore school uniform. He had really stylish clothes on with a traveling cloak on his shoulders. Actually, his cloak was in his bag, not on his shoulders right now. Hogwarts warmed up quickly, especially when it wasn't winter. Their winter cloaks was thicker. keeping them warmer from the winter chill clinging to the old castle. "That's fine," said Padma immediately, realizing how lucky she was he'd even agreed at all. "Thank you," she said, giggling as she went straight to a group of girls and began talking to them in very hushed tones. Harry became alarmed. Quite naturally, if she was asking just to try and hook up with him, she'd be sorely disappointed. Harry noticed Nick was there as well. Oddly enough, he was beside Susan Bones, who looked like her world had ended. He knew why, though he'd read the paper. Her aunt had died in the Battle of London, it was being called. Personally, Harry thought it was stupid. It was no battle, it had been a massacre. He hoped Nick wasn't being a dick to her. "Hey Harry," said Neville, "how have you been?" "Hey Neville," grinned Harry, his thoughts of Nick Potter fading immediately. "I'm good, I'll be taking my written exams for the next few months," he boasted proudly, and among friends that was allowed. "Oh brilliant," exclaimed Neville, "well done." "Thanks, how are you guys?" asked Harry. "Me and Luna are good," nodded Neville, quite happy. In fact, he looked smitten. "Glad to hear it. Who's the defense teacher?" asked Harry. "Professor Lupin is back. I'm actually going to learn something this year," said Neville. "It's great, isn't it?" "Not for me," sulked Harry. He had been ignored by Lupin all year during his third year and he hated him for that. Plain and simple. "Oh, sorry Harry," said Neville, realizing his mistake. "It's okay," said Harry, shaking his head. He knew Neville liked him as a teacher anyway. The door swung open, revealing the teacher, and true to Neville's word, it was Professor Lupin back again. He told them to all come in and sit down. The desks were there, which meant it wasn't a practical lesson, at least they didn't think so. The register was called and once it was complete he stood up. "With the war being ongoing, I think the first spell I'd like to try and teach you is the Patronus Charm," said Professor Lupin. "Who can tell me about it?" "Yes, Miss Pottle," said Professor Lupin, nodding to the Ravenclaw. "The Patronus Charm can protect you from Dementors," she said. "Indeed. Anything else anyone would like to add?" asked Remus. "Yes, Miss Granger. It's a very complex charm and it takes a lot of power to cast," replied Hermione, beaming proudly. Remus nodded as if he was happy with the information being learned. "Anyone else?" asked Remus. "Mr. Poe Peverell." He knew Harry could cast the spell. Severus Snape had quickly and proudly advocated that. The Patronus spell needs the right emotion and memory, not just power, to perform at its best. Without emotion you will be lucky to achieve mist. Only those purest at heart can perform it. Those who kill and murder like the Death Eaters are unable to conjure it. They cannot master the purest emotion to cast the spell because their memories and magic are tainted by death. The Patronus takes on the form of a guardian. The literal translation for the spell is "I await thee" or "I await protector." It will be something from your life, or a representations of someone, ranging from an animagus form to their protector's or lover's own Patronus form. "It is also effective against lethifolds," replied Harry. "Mr. Potter, anything to add?" asked Remus. "It doesn't just have to be a guardian or life partner, it could be family, brothers or sisters," said Nick quietly. Everyone strained to hear him. "Once you find the best memory you can think of, the charm can be learned very easily. The form of your Patronus can change, to suit your emotions and someone you call protector. It can also take commands. If you tell it to attack, it will. Normally it takes up to 6 weeks to produce anything from the mist. Practicing the charm to create a fully fledged, if they even can succeed, can take up to 4 to 6 months. It's magically draining, the spell, and shouldn't be attempted every day." His voice had changed saying this. It had turned accusatory. Unnoticeably by the rest of the CL bar, the twins in birth only, Remus winced as if he'd been struck unexpectedly. "Well done. You knew information I did not expect you to regarding the Patronus charm. Raise your hand if you can cast a fully fledged Patronus." Harry raised his hand, as did a few others. Nick raised his last and almost reluctantly. Harry was getting curious about Nick's change in character. Had being almost reduced to a squib and put in a coma changed him that much? By the looks of it, it seemed his answer was yes, loud and clear. "Mr. Potter, why don't you demonstrate for the CL?" asked Remus, quietly. "I can't. Madame Pomfrey told me I wasn't to use magic today," said Nick quietly. "Mr. Peverell?" asked Remus, nodding at Harry next. "Expecto Patronum," said Harry firmly. and out leapt a beautiful silver panther, which patrolled the seal room almost proudly. Leaping from the end of the seal room, he appeared once more before Harry and bowed low. Harry smiled at it, aware of what it represented, what it had always represented, Harry's love for Severus Snape. The Patronus disappeared, it wasn't needed after all. Very well done, Mr. Peveril, said Remus proudly. Do you know what your forms are? He asked the others who had accomplished the spell also. Mine's is a boar, said Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff prefect. Impressive, said Remus, nodding his head. I don't know what mine is yet, admitted Cho Chang. I think it might be some sort of bird. Good, very good, said Remus. Why don't we all try and cast the spell? See if we can form some mist today, he said, trying to cheer those that hadn't cast it before. So Remus broke them off into pairs, magically making the tables and chairs line up at the sides of the room. Those that had already accomplished it just sat at the side of the platform they'd created bored. Neville, you have to think of a really good memory, one that makes your heart fill up with love and happiness. Some memory you couldn't live without, something that would leave a hole in your heart if it was removed or obliterated, said Harry quietly to his friend, helping him. He might as well do something useful since he already knew the spell. It can be something made up, something you dearly wish to be true that makes your heart long for it. Neville listened to Harry, his heart filled with doubt. But I'm not powerful enough to cast this spell, Harry. I only learned the disarming spell recently and it's a 4th-year spell. Harry blinked. Listen to me, you aren't a squib, magic is a living thing inside us. It can realize intent. You believe you don't have magic, so it will always be the case. Believe in yourself and your magic and you will do well. Hogwarts doesn't accept near squibs, only those who have a lot of magic can get in. Those with low magic don't, especially Muggle-borns. They never know what they are capable of. Hogwarts has only so many spots for students, and those with the power get accepted. How do you know that? Gaped Neville, surprised. Unedited copy of Hogwarts: A History from the Founder's Time. Salazar Slytherin cast the spell to find magical children, said Harry simply. Really? Asked Neville, astounded. Yeah, said Harry, so you can do it, you just won't, that's the problem. I bet if Luna was here you'd have no problem doing that spell. Maybe, said Neville, flushing bright red. No maybe about it, laughed Harry. For the rest of the CL the students continued to try. Nick had taken to trying to help Susan Bones. Ernest was trying to help the others in his own house. Harry had only helped Neville, he cared not for the rest of the students. Remus went around helping everyone. Hermione Granger was extremely outraged when she couldn't get it. In the end, Professor Lupin spent most of his time trying to help her. She was after all making the most noise about it. For most part everyone could produce a mist from their wand. Professor Lupin, called one of the students. Yes, Miss Pottle, asked Professor Lupin curiously. They were all finished for the morning now. Is the defense club going to be restarted? The Gryffindor asked hopeful. Due to the circumstances, the defense club will be twice a week. When I am unavailable as before, Sirius Black will be taking my place as substitute teacher, explained Remus. Now everyone is to go straight to the Great Hall. No trips, you all need to sign the forms and get your orders as quickly as possible. Is that understood? Yes, Professor Lupin, called the students. Great, have a good afternoon everyone, said Professor Lupin as they all left the CL room. So are you going to teach me today? Asked Padma as they met up outside the CL room. Neville, who was walking beside him, was surprised. He stared at Padma before he suppressed his laughter. Padma fancied Harry. He had heard her talking about him. He knew Harry preferred his own gender. Too bad for the fashion-frantic Ravenclaw. No, I can't until Wednesday. I'll come half an hour into lunch and we can study in the Leary until my afternoon CL, said Harry honestly. If she wanted to learn then he'd do it, if not then she'd get her marching orders. He wasn't wasting his time for someone that wasn't serious about studying. He wasn't just trying to keep up with schoolwork, homework, but also his apprenticeship, work Severus gave him, potions, and of course defense lessons Sev was giving him too. He had hardly any free time, and he must be mad to give up his time to her. Yet he had, and he sincerely hoped she wasn't wasting his or her time. Especially considering everything she knew he was doing. Everyone did, it had been in the paper. He felt a warm glow just thinking about Professor McGonagall's and Slughorn's declaration. That's when he remembered he hadn't told Lupin. "Hey Nev, go down to lunch, I'll be there in a minute, I just have to talk to Lupin," said Harry, before drifting off from the group going down the stairs. Once Neville had nodded, he understood. He didn't see Potter pouting or Nick staring at him with longing written all over his face. "Come in," called Lupin, from where he sat at the teacher's desk, putting paperwork into his desk and tidying it up a little. "Oh, Harry, come in," said Remus, his amber eyes filled with hope and a little desperation. "What can I do for you?" "Here, these are the dates I won't be at school," said Harry, handing over the paper. "Oh," said Remus, looking downhearted. "I see, can I ask why?" "My written portion of my potions mastery," said Harry simply. "Congratulations, Harry, I'm proud of you," said Remus quietly. "Sirius will be over the moon to hear it as well. He's been keeping track of all your mentions in the paper. In fact, he has them on the wall." Harry blinked and remained quiet, but part of Harry, a very small part, was warmed. He remembered Lily and James doing that every time Nick was mentioned. He wasn't sure if they still had them up, but they probably did. Did that mean Sirius actually cared? Or was it out of a guilty conscience? If he forgave him, would he just go back to the way he had been? Invisible to him his entire life? He wasn't sure, but Harry didn't want to find out, at least he didn't think so. "Everyone is proud of you. Despite what your parents did, you rose above it and made something of yourself. Your professors talk about you a lot, wondering how you are doing with your apprenticeship. Especially with the fact you are also attending Hogwarts. You are the talk of a lot of staff meetings, wondering how you can turn in such quality work and pee your mastery too," said Remus, a proud gleam in his amber eyes. "I am sorrier than you will ever know that I neglected to see what was right in front of me. I know I have no chance of reconciliation, so I won't pretend that. I just wish you the best in your new life and career. What you neglected to see was me. I was invisible to everyone. Do you know what that's like?" asked Harry angrily. "No matter what I did, my so-called brother got the bloody praise for it. And I was shoved aside. James couldn't even spare 3 minutes so I could get Owl. It's not as if I could get it on my own, since I've never gotten pocket money from them ever." Remus took it without saying anything, just sadly staring at Harry as if he could see into his soul and really understand him. So that's why Harry wasn't giving them money, he was giving them something, a taste of their own medicine. He understood Harry's childhood more than the boy would ever know. He decided to reveal something about his past not even Lily or James knew. Perhaps that would help them get to understand one another better. "Yes, Harry, I do know how it feels to be invisible. I was invisible to my own parents from the age of 8. Creatures aren't exactly looked kindly upon, and my parents were terrified the wizarding world would find out. They were more concerned about their image than me. I vowed if I had children I would never let it happen again. You may not be mine biologically, but my wolf and I both considered you my cub. The bond is still there, and will always be," said Remus quietly, his amber eyes glowing with the sincerity of his words. Harry stepped back as if what Remus was saying was physical blows to the barriers he'd put up to protect himself from heartache all those years ago. "Then why did you ignore me when you finally came back to Hogwarts? You didn't even look at me once, or even ask me how I was. It was like I didn't exist. I honestly do not know, it was as if you had put a notice me not spell upon yourself," said Remus. He had thought back often enough, wondering why he'd never thought about him, or even looked at him. Yet he couldn't say. Even in his memories he could see Harry there, but it was like a blur really. "But no, that's not probable." Harry frowned. It might not be probable, but it was possible. What if he had unconsciously cast it on himself? He had been ignored his entire life. Then at Hogwarts, what if he'd wanted to be ignored by everyone and cast unconsciously, accidentally? To stave of disappointment that someone would actually care. Even if he had cast a spell like that, it didn't matter because they had been ignoring him long before that. "It doesn't really matter if one had been. You were ignoring me long before that," stated Harry calmly, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. It did no good to dwell on the past, Harry knew that. "We were, and I don't expect you to forgive us for that. You are your own man now, Harry, independent and brilliant. You will go places, and you know what? Nobody else deserves it more than you. All your dedication and hard work, it will pay off and he'll always be proud of you. Know that," said Remus. He had never forgiven his parents, so he had no reason to think Harry would forgive him. "Thank you," said Harry stiffly. "You are very welcome. I'd wish you good luck, but I do not think you need it," said Remus, watching Harry leave without saying another word. At least Harry didn't outright hate him. Perhaps one day they would be able to talk to each other without the past interfering. That's if he survived this war. There was no guarantee. Not for any of them, but he'd do his part to make the world a safer place. Harry went down to the lunch hall, only to tell Neville he was just going to flow home. Lying and saying he had some potions to brew. Considering he was doing his mastery in that subject, it wasn't hard to buy. He also waved at Luna as he walked away. 7 minutes later he flew from Dumbledore's office to Prince Manor. "Hi Eileen, where's Severus?" asked Harry curiously. "He's in the lab," said Eileen, beaming at him, still so proud of him. He'd gotten so many owls and doing his mastery too. "Thank you," said Harry, grinning as he dropped his bag beside the fire as he always did. He didn't need it any other time, only if he got homework. If he did, he'd take what he needed. The books were always just left there. He'd read them 5 times already anyway, he knew them all by heart. He slid into the lab, watching Severus concentrating on his brewing. "Need any help?" asked Harry quietly, as not to startle him since he was pouring something into his potion. "It's on the bench," said Severus wryly, as if he'd suspected Harry would come down and ask. Harry looked down and noticed it had been the potion they created together. It was hard to brew, and took a lot of concentration. One he'd had taken great delight in being able to brew successfully the first time. Considering the importance of it, he had prayed it wouldn't fail. Eileen wouldn't have lasted much longer, and because of them her life had been renewed. It was a truly wonderful sight to see her so alive and full of life. He had been able to repay her for caring about him when no one else had. As he brewed, he continued to look up at Severus. "What ya doin' tonight? I wish I could be a fly on your wall. Are you really alone? Who's stealin' your dreams? Why can't I breathe you into my life? So tell me, what would it take to make you see that I'm alive? If I was invisible, then I could just watch you in your room. If I was invincible, I'd make you mine tonight. If hearts were unbreakable, then I could just tell you where I stand. I would be the smartest man if I was invisible. Wait, I already am. Saw your face in the crowd. I call out your name. You don't hear a sound. I keep tracing your steps. Each move that you make. Wish I could read what goes through your mind. Oh baby, wish I could touch me with the colors of your life. If I was invisible, then I could just watch you in your room. If I was invincible, I'd make you mine tonight. If hearts were unbreakable, then I could just tell you where I stand. I would be the smartest man if I was invisible. Wait, I already am. I am nothing without you. Just a shadow ping through. If I was invisible, then I could just watch you in your room. If I was invincible, I'd make you mine tonight. If hearts were unbreakable, then I could just tell you where I stand. I would be the smartest man if I was invisible. If I was invisible, if I was invisible, wait, I already am." Lily sighed as she looked over properties that were situated at the back of the Daily Prophet. None of the properties, that she could afford anyway, were good enough. Well, nothing they were used to. In fact, with the money they actually had in their vault, they'd only managed to get a 2-bedroom house in Nocturne Alley. She would rather sleep outside in the Forbidden Forest than purchase such a place. It was in dire need of repairs. And who knew what creatures she'd have as neighbors? How she wanted to strangle the boy. This was his fault. She was so stressed and worried all the time. She'd never had to be like this. She'd listened to others going through it, but she'd always been very financially secure. Until a few years ago, not only that they'd lost their standing in the wizarding world. Not just socially, but also within the ministry. The seats James had on the Wizengamot now belonged to the silly little T. Closing her eyes, she breathed deeply, trying to get her anger to recede. Snarling, she scrunched up the newspaper and flung it into the flames. She took some sense of satisfaction, watching the paper burn, until it was nothing more than a pile of ashes. What was she going to do? She couldn't take much more of this. She'd never worked. She'd married right out of Hogwarts and had children. Sure, she did some housework, looked after the kids, but that was nothing compared to the workload she had now. It was exhausting. She could not quit. Otherwise they wouldn't have anywhere to stay. James always stayed here at Hogwarts, when he wasn't working of course. The war was truly starting up. People were dying, and if she or James died, their kids wouldn't have anything to their name. She had to do something. They would have to screw the nut even further. No more anything. A house had to be the first thing they bought. Despite the fact she and James were angry with one another at the moment, it doesn't mean they didn't see eye to eye when it mattered. This mattered. Having a home for their kids mattered. A safe haven from the war. "Are you going to forgive me yet?" asked James as he came out of their shared bedroom, speaking quietly out of habit. His daughter had slept in the next room all summer, so it was going to take some getting used to it just being them. His aura robes were already ironed and on. He was currently fastening his wand holster to his wrist. All aurors chose to wear them. It stopped their opponent from being able to summon their wands. "There's too much war and destruction going on outside these walls to fight among ourselves," said Lily tiredly, suddenly feeling very drained. She hated fighting with James. It wasn't something they normally did. Everything had changed and she didn't like it at all. A sigh left her weary lips as James came to her, wrapping his arms around her, giving her the comfort he thought she needed. "Hey," said James softly, "don't worry about it, Lils. Everything is going to be fine, you'll see." Lily remained quiet. She wanted to believe him, and she really did. Unfortunately, the optimistic part of her had died out a long time ago. Her family was in ruins. No matter how much they held it together, it was never going to be the way it was. Nick wasn't talking to them, Roxy was barely around, and secluding herself in the Leary every second she could. Every time she tried to talk to her, she got short answers, then all she saw was her daughter's back. She'd never been a very popular girl, but she'd always had friends. Severus mostly during her childhood, with her sister tagging along with them. At Hogwarts she had remained with Severus, until her 5th year. The feeling of being called such a bad name by her only friend still stung after all those years. He had been her only friend. Part of her had been jealous though, with him making friends with purebloods. She had been losing him, so she decided to be the one to break all ties first. James had been there for her, when she'd been so lonely, friendless, and that had been her. She'd gone with the first person to show her attention during her lonely years. She'd made friends with the people James hung around with. It wasn't until 2 years ago she realized she didn't have a single friend in the world. What she wouldn't do for someone to talk to give her advice and sympathize with her situation. Oh, how she wished her mum was still alive, she could have gone to her. Talking over a cup of tea, she'd always taken her side no matter what. "Lils," said James, his voice filled with concern. "You will be late for work if you don't go," said Lily, noticing the time. She would need to get dressed herself, she had classes to teach. "Lily," sighed James, wanting to say more, but knowing they never seemed to have the time. "I love you and I'll see you tonight," he decided upon as he quickly grabbed the flow powder and got himself to work on time. Lily shook her head. This should be a relieving time for her family. Nick had recovered and his magic was whole again. Yet she just felt awful all the time, and angry. She quickly got dressed, and donned her cloak as she made her way down to the Great Hall. She noticed her robes were looser on her than ever before. She was losing weight, little wonder she wasn't eating much these days. She took her seat, and nobody so much as looked at her, same as every day. She wasn't well liked. Lily took some food. You'd think she'd tortured and killed someone, the way everyone was treating her. Sure, she'd forgotten to hire a tutor for Harry, but it wasn't as if she'd done it out of maliciousness. He just wasn't as important as Nick was. "How are you, Lily?" asked Dumbledore. Speaking to the redhead, he did feel sorry for her. She looked sick and tired. Most did though, and war would do that to anyone. Not only that, but from what he'd learned, Nick was very angry at everyone. He would need to speak to the child soon, get things back on track. Much as he'd like to give the child a break, he couldn't. Nick had the sole responsibility of ending this war. He needed to know everything he could teach him. The quicker the better, since he didn't know if he would survive. "I'm fine," said Lily automatically. She didn't even think about her answer before giving it. Dumbledore probably couldn't care less about her problems. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do. He had a war to stop, order to run, a Wizengamot to run, as well as a school. She certainly wouldn't want to be him. The man probably never got much rest. Of course, would you bring Nick up to see me after the end of class today? Inquired Dumbledore, finishing of his plate of food. Hogwarts always served the best food, even better than his drops, not that he'd ever admit it, mind you. He adored his drops, and would be devastated not to get them anymore. Okay, said Lily quietly, moving her food around, not really seeing it or eating it. She just wanted to get on with her class, then get to her quarters. Perhaps she could feign sickness. How she'd love to disappear from view for a while. Then she stiffened completely, when that name came up. She wanted to glare, scream, shout and leave the room, but she was rooted on the spot. The "ah" she could hear in McGonagall's voice stunned her. Now McGonagall never, ever, outwardly showed any favoritism or feelings towards her students. She was the most professional teacher in the school. She went harder on her lions if they were caught wrongdoing just to prove it. Harry's taking his written mastery exams, said McGonagall, her entire face lit up in a way that Lily had never seen before. She looked proud. What on earth was going on with everyone? He'd been ignored by everyone, and suddenly he was everywhere, admired more than Nick had ever been, even after saving the world. Really? Asked Flitwick, his eyes wide with wonder. Yes, I almost couldn't believe it myself. Then again, Severus isn't one to fool around. He gets straight to the point, said Slughorn, nodding his head, a piece of bacon falling onto his robe, at his loud statement. Slughorn had always had a thing for famous people. It was different with Harry though. For one, he hadn't been part of his slug club and hadn't met him. Yet he spoke about Harry as if he walked on water. I'm still amazed that Severus willingly took on an apprentice, said Sprout, reaching for her goblet, an amused look on her face. He had hated teaching. All of them wondered just why the hell he'd become a teacher. Of course none of them had voiced it out loud to him. They wouldn't have dared. Even to the teachers, Severus, for most part, had been stern and unapproachable. He had a wicked sense of humor though, and the most maddening way of speaking. He was an apprentice himself once, said Slughorn in defense of the brilliant but dour man. He was indeed, said Albus, entering the conversation. We were all proud of him for succeeding. It's at the height of irony that he would choose one who'd go on to usurp him. Yes, very true, said Slughorn, a smile stretching across his face. Noticing the bacon, he swiped his hand down, getting rid of it. I only wish I had the opportunity to teach Harry, as I had done with Severus. No doubt he puts most seventh years to shame. I bet he puts most people to shame, said Flitwick. I do hope he doesn't miss many clees doing his exams. It's an important year, not compared to next year though. Well, he will miss 5 of mine, but I've told him he can come to me if it gets too difficult. You should have seen the look on his face, said Minerva quietly, shaking her head as she put her cutlery down on the table. He looked so stunned and baffled by my offer, it made me realize we haven't really given him the support he needs. How many 16-year-olds do you know that's taken on so much? A few minutes of our time cannot hurt. That's very true, said Vector, her spine straight as she ate her breakfast. She was extremely strict, and could have pet as Severus Snape's sister. Both in looks and in her no-nonsense attitude. Although she did not berate the students, they either failed or pet, and that was it. Not many people elected to arithmancy, for those facts, strict, likes to give out near impossible homework and took no mercy on her students. Which was okay, since most career paths didn't tend to have arithmancy P on it, but potions, well, that was on nearly all career path choices the students could take. Perhaps I should make sure he knows I'm here should he need help. It wasn't often someone found a student that actually wanted to learn. Very true, Septima. I doubt he will accept it, but the fact that offered will mean a lot. You never know, he may surprise us, said McGonagall, replying to the arithmancy teacher. Oh, the boy has been doing that for years, said Slughorn wryly. I cannot wait to see which potions he decides to create to P his mastery. Whatever they were sure to be groundbreaking. The young man was going places, there was no doubt about it. You have to create potions to Page? Inquired the ancient runes teacher, Bethesda, babbling. She had mastered and studied ancient runes, but that didn't require creating anything, since the language was already done. Half the teachers turned to stare at her, half incredulity half surprise. Of course, to P masteries you have to prove your worth in the community. I had to create 2 spells for my transfiguration mastery, said Minerva once her and began working again. She hadn't expected that question, especially not by a teacher. Hagrid maybe not her. Then again one couldn't create ancient runes, it's something you study. Yes, it was quite difficult, but my charms helped me win my dueling championship, boasted Flitwick proudly. They couldn't defend themselves against something they didn't know after all. New spells didn't have counter spells. Some were able to be dissipated using the basic, finite, spell or finite incantatem. That spell was useless against strong, powerful and dark magic unfortunately. Yes, I was there and it was an impressive sight, said Albus. He was nearly 170 years, he'd gotten around. Contrary to popular belief he didn't stay at Hogwarts all the time. I'll bet, said Slughorn amused. No one so much as stopped their conversation or looked away when Lily stood up and left. They didn't notice she was the same color as her hair, or that she was fuming mad. She would have resembled Severus, the way her robes billowed around her, but she lacked his flair. It's not only potions he's talented in, he's very quick with charms, said Flitwick, as he moved his plate to the side, feeling pleasantly full. He made himself a cup of coffee. He'd definitely need it for the Cleese today. First years was his first CL of the day, it was always the worst one. There was always one mishap or another in the CL. Is there something he is not good at? Asked Albus amused, wondering what on earth was happening. Nick Potter was the one that needed training, that needed to set an example, to be better than the rest. He had a war to end. As much as Albus didn't like it, there was nothing he could do. He would end Voldemort's reign himself if it was possible. Unfortunately prophecies were not to be ignored. Nick must take the devastating blow to end the Dark Lord. I guess we shan't find out, said Slughorn laughing in amusement. Ah, it was going to be a good day, he could feel it. Severus knocked on Harry's door and entered, before abruptly closing the door again. If one looked hard enough, they would have seen his pale face, going slightly red. He bit his lip, and reined in his wayward reactions. He was only human, and seeing someone, who wanted him, in such a state of undress, well, who could blame him? Harry was very good-looking, and extremely self-conscious as well. Unlike anyone caught undressed, he did not cover his nudity. No, instead he had immediately tried to cover his scars. He didn't see anything wrong with Harry, but Harry felt ashamed by them. Why he would? Severus did not know. It was a show of strength, of character. He had survived what the Death Eaters had done to him, and remained relatively intact. He had dealt Voldemort quite a blow. The most wanted wizard alive, Peter Pettigrew, who had eluded the battle-hardened Aurors for years. Severus let out a breath when his reactions finally ceased. Merlin, this was going to be more difficult than he'd ever imagined, especially now. Against his will, his mind kept trailing back to what he'd just seen. This was wrong. He was 16 years old, a boy and not yet an adult in the eyes of the wizarding world. He groaned. Why did the boy have to be so young? And why on earth did he like him of all people? He couldn't stand here. He had to get away from that room before his baser instincts came out again. Do what his body was urging him to do, and go back in that room and have his wicked ways with him. He slumped on the seat in the living room, feeling warm all over. What's the matter, Severus? Asked Eileen, making her son jump. She had a pair of gardening gloves on, and a basket full of flowers on her arm. She must have been out in the garden. He had humid. She wasn't awake yet. Mother, don't do that, said Severus, straightening his spine, unable to believe he had actually jumped. If that had happened during his tenure as a spy, he'd have been killed on the spot. If he couldn't relax in his own home, then where could he let his own guard down? The answer was quite simple. Nowhere. Is everything okay? Asked Eileen, regarding her son through worried eyes. He was acting rather odd right now. I'm fine, said Severus. Have you had breakfast? Changing the subject always worked. Yes, I have, said Eileen, aware of what her son was attempting and letting it happen. He would tell her what was wrong in time, or she'd get it out of him soon. Did you need me? Asked Harry, coming into the living room, his face flushed with what could only be emberment. He'd just come out from the bathroom, completely when the door knocked. He hadn't had the chance to shout, the words had been horrifyingly been stuck in his throat. Part of him had been so very grateful that it hadn't been Eileen, or he would never have been able to look at her again. Yet the bigger part of him had been dismayed that Severus was able to see his scars. Harry hated them. He often wished he could make them go away. Unfortunately that wasn't possible. Magical scars couldn't be healed properly, not when they were made with magical daggers or knives. Such items weren't used often anymore, but the purebloods did have quite a collection of them in their manors or vaults. They were seen as heirlooms now. Most swords or daggers, even knives were either won in duels, specially made for duels, or won by other means. Eileen's lips twitched, putting two and two together, and with a distracted look on her face left both of them to it. Going through to the kitchen, she needed a nice vase to put her roses in after all. She kept her ears open, listening for any sound coming from within the living room. She couldn't help herself, she just felt so happy for both of them. It had taken Severus a long time to notice what she did, that Harry loved him. She did approve of the idea of Severus waiting, he was a tad bit young. She knew true love when she saw it though, Harry would wait for however long Severus needed. If it hadn't been true love, she wouldn't have even thought of dare interfering. She would never allow harm to come to her son. Not after being such a bad mother during Severus' childhood. She hadn't protected him as she should, but now, they'd face the full wrath of a free Eileen Snape if they tired to so much as look at her boy wrong. I am brewing the Wolfsbane potion for Lupin. I was going to ask if you should like to join me, said Severus. Harry hadn't brewed that particular potion yet, and he had been curious to see how he'd deal with the challenge. He had screwed up the first time he had brewed it. It was extremely difficult. One single wrong move and the potion was useless. The worst thing about it, you didn't figure it out until it was finished, it wouldn't go the color it should. He would have time, he only had 1 centiliter on Wednesday, charms he thought. Which by then the first stage of brewing would be over with, giving him time to attend charms. The next stage wouldn't be needed until 5:30 tonight, just before dinner. Lupin? Asked Harry, screwing his face up. He hated thinking of any of them. He didn't care about the conversation they'd had, or the fact the werewolf had apologized or was proud of him. It didn't change the fact he had been abandoned by everyone, ignored to the point that Harry had felt invisible. He had been invisible, until he was 14, when he began having to prove himself to the world. Only then had he been recognized. He's teaching at Hogwarts, he must have the potion. I will not sit idly by at the thought of him infecting another, said Severus, his lip curling at the thought. He had almost been victim of it himself. The thought of anyone coming across the disgusting thing was horrifying to him. He might not like children in general, well, teaching them, it didn't mean he would stand by and see anything happen to them. He wasn't a total bastard, despite what the general population thought. It's entirely up to yourself should you wish to brew it. He knew Harry already had a lot on his plate, but he had proposed an interest in brewing this particular potion before. I'd love to, said Harry, his green eyes lightening up at the anticipation of brewing such a difficult potion. He would have loved to have met the man who brewed it. Unfortunately he hadn't seen him at any of the conventions. He seemed like a recluse, but if he was inventing potions, well, it made sense really. Finally, said Severus wryly, getting up, he led the way to the dungeons. His traitorous mind wasn't on the potion though. No, it was on the young man currently following him. If Harry hadn't been so used to hiding his emotions, there was little doubt he'd be jumping up and down right now. His eyes, though, were glowing with such fervor there was no doubt he was truly excited about this latest challenge. I've wanted to brew this since I heard about it, said Harry as he grabbed a cauldron, getting ready to brew. If it can stop the dementia in werewolves, what else can it do? If it's changed or tweaked, stated Harry as he began gathering 2 sets of each ingredient they needed. Ping one set onto Severus' table, then his own, which was opposite Severus. Before long both of them had the required ingredients before them, at least for stage 1 of the potion. For the first time in a long time, Harry opened a book to read the instructions. He put the book so it was laying halfway, so he could read the ingredients without bending over to see. He was slightly envious of Severus, who was already grinding away, obviously very familiar with this particular potion. What are you thinking? Inquired Severus once they'd begun preparing the potion. What do you mean? Asked Harry as he went to clean his knife. He didn't want the ingredients contaminated. He had to wash all residues off, otherwise the potion would probably blow up in his face. Something you normally didn't learn until you got to your 7th year in Hogwarts. When the potions were particularly volatile, and easy to mess up. You have thoughts of a potion to cure dementia, reminded Severus. It was a curious thing, and it just might be plausible. His own mind was going over its ingredients before he could help himself. There was a reason people were secretive about these sorts of things, especially creations and inventions. Telling someone about it was just asking to be stolen from. Severus, fortunately, wasn't like that. He also believed it wasn't really possible, but it was a very good idea nonetheless. No doubt people before Harry had thought of it, but had not been able to accomplish it. Neither magic nor potions were miracle workers, unfortunately. Maybe, said Harry, I'd need to think about it. Something he couldn't do while brewing this potion. Indeed, said Severus, he just knew Harry was going to create groundbreaking, world-changing potions. Especially if he kept up the way he was going, he didn't seem to comprehend that there was limits. Limits to what was possible, which maybe was a good thing. After all, Harry had created a potion in a few days to help his mother. Well, they had co-created it, it didn't really matter either way. He wouldn't have come up with the crucial ingredient for the potion to blend together. It was thanks to Dobby that Harry had come up with it. That's why the house elf had been promoted. He was co-head house elf. What is the first written exam like? Asked Harry, trying and failing to hide his worry. Every time he thought about it, his stomach felt as though it was doing a dance. Butterflies going off inside him, making him feel so very nervous. He hadn't even felt like this taking his OWLs. Easy, it's the last few that get extremely difficult. It will be like starting your apprenticeship again. You go straight back to the beginning, so yes, the first few will indeed be easy, the later ones will get to you, trip you up if you get overconfident. Said Severus wryly. He should know, he had fell for it as well. He had stupidly thought he'd pee them with ease. Thankfully though he had ped them all with flying colors, making a few silly mistakes here and there. Oh, said Harry, relaxing slightly, that was a relief, as he poured water into his cauldron with a quick, aguamenti. It was better using purified water, rather than the water from a tap. Considering it was for a werewolf, the purer the better. Although there was an argument that unpure water was best, that it would help them overcome certain bacteria as an adult, but it was unproven. No wizard or witch would allow it to be tested on their children. Children in the wizarding world were deeply cherished, most probably because most families elected to only have one heir, sometimes having two. The Potters and Weasleys were evidently exceptions. Course one could argue the Potters only had two now. I have to go, said Harry, looking at the time on the mantle. He had agreed after all, to teach her ancient runes. That's if she wasn't wasting his time needlessly. He rather hoped she wasn't. He couldn't do it on a Tuesday, so he elected to do it today, a Wednesday. Severus eyed Harry curiously. It was lunchtime at Hogwarts, why would he need to leave now? He normally had lunch with them before going. I agreed to help Pottle with her ancient runes, explained Harry when he noticed the curious looks he was receiving. Doesn't she realize how busy you are? Asked Eileen, clearly astonished, also irritated at the thoughtfulness of the girl. Harry didn't have time to himself, as it was without adding tutoring to it. She was rather proud of him regardless, and hoped this Pottle wouldn't take advantage of Harry's kindness. Yes, said Harry blankly, evidently not sure how to respond to it. I really have to go, bye, called Harry as he flew out, taking only his charms book and a self-inking quill and some parchment with him, since he didn't need anything else. No, that's not it. See, look at the index and look at it properly, said Harry, feeling exasperated. How had she survived in CL this long if she was that? Never mind, he shouldn't insult her. The picture always gives a clue as to its meaning. This was all covered in CL. It was, she asked, looking rather shocked. Have you missed lessons? Asked Harry. Perhaps she had been ill when that particular CL had been on. He wouldn't know because he didn't speak to many people. No, I attend all classes, said Padma. Then how did you miss this? Asked Harry, shaking his head in frank astonishment. Padma blushed. Well, I like to look at my magazines. She loved fashion, and wanted to be directly involved within when she left Hogwarts. Maybe even open her own business one day, making her own clothes. Of course, sighed Harry, shaking his head at her, you'll never pee if you keep doing that. Seriously, what's wrong with looking at the magazines in the dorm? It's not like you have anything better to do then anyway. Pottle had nothing to say to that, so remained quiet, feeling chastised by a boy her own age. Let's try again, said Harry, go through them and name them. He looked around the Leary. There was only 3 Ravenclaws at the other side, poring over books. 7th years by the look of things, studying for their NEWTs. Madame Pants was putting books back onto the shelves. Taking great care while doing so. She loved her books, you could tell by the manner she did so. Hogwarts had so many books, all of them what was considered light. The dark ones had all been taken away, and the ones too valuable to destroy had been placed in the restricted section. He listened to her going on with half an ear, not truly paying attention to her. At least she was studying, that was something. Why don't you find something in the picture you can relate to, like fashion, right? Add it to the picture and memorize it, it might help, said Harry, not sure if he was explaining it properly. 20 minutes had gone by before she spoke again. Now I get it, said Pottle, looking relieved. It truly was simple now that Harry had explained it. Way better than the teacher had, by the way, but using analogies she'd remember it did help. Great, just in time for charms, said Harry. He knew there and then he'd never be a teacher. It was far too exhausting trying to explain something for somebody to understand. Especially when he understood it, and found it hard to get others to understand what he knew the same way. Just then the warning bell went, letting those still eating lunch they need to get a move on, that CL would begin soon. Thanks, Harry, said Padma quietly as she packed her things away. No problem, said Harry. He'd warmed up to her considerably since the beginning. It looked as though she had truly wanted his help. It hadn't been a ploy to get his attention. He wouldn't have been happy at all if it had been just a ruse. Bye, said Padma, rushing off, weighed down by the amount of books she currently carried around in her backpack. Harry sighed as he slumped his head on the open book still in front of him. He was actually really hungry, and it was too late for anything now. Oh well, he was sure the house elves would get him something when he got back. They loved cooking, not that he'd demand much. Just a sandwich to stop the hunger pangs till dinner. He picked up his charms book, as well as the Leary's ancient runes book, and placed it back in its appropriate space. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Madame Pants nodding in approval. No doubt wondering why not all the students were more like him. She wouldn't have half the work she had to do if that was the case. He walked out of the Leary, making his way to Charms. Professor Flitwick didn't like people being late. Just then a voice rang out, angrily, and filled with revulsion. A voice he knew all too well, and wished he didn't. You, snarled Lily Evans, the subject of her anger standing right in front of her. Somebody had to teach the TA lesson, one she should have taught him long ago. She withdrew her wand, furious with the fact the boy didn't even seem bothered or scared by her actions. Harry turned around hearing the voice. He knew before he turned who it was. It wasn't a voice he'd ever forget. Unfortunately, the worst abuse someone could suffer was actually emotional abuse as opposed to physical abuse. Harry may seem poised, confident and happy, but part of him would always remain unhappy. Part of him would always feel invisible to those around him. Even more, he'd always feel he needs to prove himself to everyone. Harry was able to control it, so he wasn't doing it for others but actually himself. He didn't so much as twitch when Lily removed her wand. He wasn't sure if she'd even have the nerve to actually say a spell. Still, he kept his wand hand ready. Should he be wrong? Yes, inquired Harry, blankly, wondering what on earth the woman could want from him. It never ended well, when they tried to confront or control him. She couldn't be stupid enough to try again, surely. All that happened was more information got out, information the Potters surely would want kept secret. Like the events in the Great Hall during his 4th year. He felt his lips twitching just remembering Lily being cowed by Eileen. She hadn't tried anything. She must have known who she was. You, she said, unable to articulate what she wanted to say, panting as the anger continued to leach off her. You ruined my life, she finally shrieked at the top of her lungs. her voice echoing down the halls of Hogwarts, as if she'd cast a sonorous charm on her. "Right back at you," said Harry bluntly, his green eyes, similar to the woman in front of him, a strong reminder of who his mother was, were filled with ridicule. "Honestly, she was such a bloody hypocrite. The only thing different is the fact you had a family, I was alone. Nick is more important. Why could you never understand that?" She shouted, her nostrils flaring. She could barely believe this was her son, a boy she'd given birth to. She wished more than anything she'd given him up, that way her life would be perfect. "I'm not interested in speaking to you," dismissed Harry. "I am late for charms." "So Professor, move aside please." He couldn't have squeezed more sarcasm into those 2 words if he tried. Merlin, he'd forgotten how irritating she was when she shouted. Even worse, he couldn't believe she had been allowed to become a teacher. She had no experience, she had done nothing since leaving Hogwarts. It wouldn't surprise him if that's why she'd married Potter. Status, money, and people forgetting she was just a Muggle born. What wasn't to like for someone like her? She'd never have to work, not that she'd have got a job in the wizarding world. It was very difficult for Muggle-borns to get jobs here. Good life, respect from her peers. "I should have gotten rid of you the second I gave birth to you," she said viciously, not moving aside. Probably the biggest mistake she would make. Harry laughed bitterly. "Maybe you should have, but you didn't." He couldn't care less what they said to him. He'd hated them for so long, that nothing they said could hurt him. It would be like bursting into tears if Voldemort said he didn't like him. Completely inconceivable was pretty much the only word to describe that happening. He's spent his entire childhood sad. He refused to dwell on anything they said anymore. He walked away from her, heading in the direction for charms, and then he heard her. Despite his shock and surprise at her spell choice, he automatically fell to the ground, and swiftly erected the strongest shield charm he knew to keep him safe. The training Severus had instilled in him was not for nothing after all then. Cruciamentum. Lily wasn't thinking straight at all. She was just so angry and furious at how the boy was. That he was doing better than Nick, how he was getting all the acclamation despite the fact he stole from his family. How he didn't seem the slightest bit guilty about leaving them penniless. The fact she was struggling by and he was the easiest and most understandable target there. The 2 years of fear, worry and emberment was coming forth. The spell absorbed into Harry's shield. To think that was a legal spell. It was an equivalent to the Cruciatus curse. It caused torment rather than torture, hence why it was allowed to still be used. "Stupefy," snapped Harry, flinging his spell at her. He would only use a defensive spells on her. She wouldn't get away with trying to use that spell on him. He owed her nothing, and he would see her sacked before night's end. He couldn't let her away with it. Goodness know who she'd use it on next in her anger. "Torqueo," hissed Lily, her green eyes filled with viciousness. If someone saw her they'd be sure she was possessed. Unfortunately she wasn't. She was feeling nothing but pure and utter rage. The conscience part of her, making her aware of her actions, was nowhere to be seen. "Incarcerus," said Harry. It was extremely difficult not to show her just what he was capable of. Unfortunately all spells were recording within Hogwarts. There were alarms that would go off when dark spells were cast. He did wonder if the spells she'd cast were considered dark, and if the warning spell had already alerted Dumbledore. Then another question rose within his mind. What if they weren't alerted when a teacher did it? "Crucio," snarled Lily, feeling all the rage that had been building up, leaving her along with the spell from her wand. Belatedly realizing where she was, and what she'd just done, causing her eyes to widen in shock. She hadn't done that surely. Harry, knowing there was no shield spell to stop that curse, he lined himself up against the wall. The spell missed him by a mere whisker. He couldn't help but stare at Lily in shock. He truly hadn't thought she had the nerve to do anything, never mind cast an unforgivable at him. He watched the horror of what she'd done wash all over her face, just as another voice boomed down the hall. "What is going on here?" demanded Minerva McGonagall, lips pursed, a sure sign she was extremely pissed off. Harry stared at Minerva as if she wasn't there, raising the Scottish woman's worry. She immediately went over to him, checking him for any spells, only to find him in shock. "Harry, can you hear me?" asked Minerva, cupping Harry's face trying to get his attention. Lily on the other hand was just standing there, her wand clattering noisily to the floor. Then she fell unconscious, her body slumping to the floor. Nothing. He wasn't even reacting, or blinking, come to that. She knew there would only be one person who could get through to him. She cast a Patronus message, sending it off to Severus wherever he was. Then sending one to Poppy, not wanting to risk moving him. He wasn't aware of what was going on, she didn't want him lashing out. "Ah, Minerva, I assume you know what happened here?" asked Dumbledore, appearing upon the scene. His face was missing its customary twinkle, leading Minerva to realize something was wrong. What had she missed? Her probing look caused a disconcerting look to cross his face. "What is going on?" asked Minerva, her attention on Dumbledore. Seeing Dumbledore so serious, she knew she had come across more than just Lily and Harry arguing. She had heard the shouting an entire floor up, and went to investigate. "Someone has cast an unforgivable within Hogwarts wards," said Dumbledore, prying Harry's wand from his rather tight grasp. He didn't for a second think Lily would cast such a spell, and was wrongfully thinking it was Harry. Minerva gasped, but she was consoled with the fact that neither looked as though they were suffering the well-known after-effects of such a curse. It had missed, which would be the saving grace from a life in Azkaban. "What's happening?" asked Poppy, running towards them. She'd grabbed her emergency supply kit when she heard from Minerva's cat Patronus message. She had no students in her hospital, thank Merlin for small mercies. She went to Harry first, realizing the symptoms of shock without needing to cast a spell. "Shock? What happened here?" she repeated. She was currently raking through her bag to find the potion she was looking for. "I'd like to know that as well," said Severus. His voice would have scared the living daylights out of anyone. It certainly caused everyone there to jump, including Albus Dumbledore. "I will give him the potion," he told Poppy, getting his own kit out and getting it before Poppy would even find hers. She really should have kept the bag in order. She was supposed to be the Medi-Witch after all. He was itching to do it himself. Messes like that irritated the hell out of him. Well, unless he was engrossed in a potions project, he would have done, but he is too worried about Harry. "Someone used an unforgivable in the corridor," said Minerva, explaining the situation to both Poppy and Severus. Severus froze for a millisecond before he continued to feed Harry the calming draft. Harry hated Lily, but he'd never attempt an unforgivable, not here. He was too smart for that. He prayed he was right, but even he had a niggling doubt. He watched Albus use the prior incantatum spell on a wand he knew all too well. Harry's. His nostrils flared. Of course Dumbledore would think it was Harry. Heaven forbid should his precious order member be guilty of anything. One by one, the spells he'd used that day came out: Contigo, Shielding Charm, Incarcerus, Stupefy, Aguamenti, Contigo. Severus relaxed. He'd been right, Harry hadn't used such a spell on Hogwarts grounds. Then of course the implications hit him. Lily Potter had used an unforgivable on his apprentice, soon-to-be lover. He was not happy, and she had better be grateful she was unconscious, otherwise he'd have killed her. Albus stood there with Harry's wand, feeling as though he'd been transported to an alternative reality. Taking a deep breath, he returned Harry's wand to his master, before walking towards an unconscious Lily. Praying that the wards had somehow malfunctioned, that he wasn't about to have Lily arrested. "Prior incantatum," said Dumbledore with more confidence than he felt. Minerva and Poppy were watching just as closely as Severus, as the spells Lily Potter had used began to form out of her wand. It would have amused Severus to no end, at the look of horror on their face, if he'd not been so furiously shaken himself. "Crucio, Torqueo, Cruciamentum, Scourgify, Alohomora. You do something about this, Dumbledore." "I will," snarled Severus, his face twisted in the most disgusted scowl they'd ever seen on the potions master's face. He didn't care she had been his one-time best friend, didn't care that at one point he would have given her the world. She had been the only person in his life for so long, and he'd mourned the loss of her friendship as he descended into the darkness that was Voldemort. Nobody hurt Harry, and got away with it, no way on this earth. If he interfered, Merlin help him, he'd use all means at his disposal to get revenge on Potter himself. "She cannot possibly be in her right mind," sighed Dumbledore, looking 10 years older. His hands looked as though he was holding bricks rather than a slender piece of wood. The knowledge was too much for him to accept. He couldn't stop the law from doing its job. Come what may, Lily had apparently gone too far, and she couldn't blame Harry, since he'd been sending only spells to stop her, not to cause her any harm. You cannot be the judge of that, said Poppy. A qualified mind healer will determine that. I agree, said Minerva. I think we should move this along to your office, Albus, noticing the students standing at the corridor mostly out of sight. They were probably close enough to know what was going on. Her heart sank. Everyone would know, there was no hope of containing it. A teacher attacking a student, it's not news Hogwarts can stand. I'm taking my apprentice home, said Severus immediately. No doubt that spell had brought memories Harry had tried very hard to suppress. He needs to be here for the Aurors, Severus, said Albus, his voice soft and soothing. Acting as though he didn't want anger Severus more than he already was. Which was probably true. Albus had a soft spot for Severus, always had. Damn it, Albus, this has probably brought up memories he'd just gotten over. Or are you all too eager to forget he was tortured by the Death Eaters? Did you not see the memories he gave to the Ministry to prove what happened? Snarled Severus, hoisting the seemingly unconscious 16-year-old into his arms. Albus took a step back, looking slightly guilty. He had forgotten actually. Unfortunately, it didn't change anything. He would be needed to give his testimony of what happened. The press and the Ministry were going to have a field day with this. He was going to have to tell Rose and Nick their mother had been arrested as well. Then the bell went, indicating pleas were finished. He quickly levitated Lily's unconscious form. Go on home then. I shall explain what I can, said Albus quietly. The evidence pretty much explained itself. She'd probably be spending the night in holding cell at the Ministry. He knew she didn't have the money to get herself out on bail, so until her trial she'd find herself stuck there. His face weary and old, Albus went up to his office, not ping any students thankfully, as Poppy and Minerva, as well as Severus with an unconscious Harry in his arms. He said nothing when Severus used his flow. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling Severus blamed him for what happened. Prince Manor, shouted Severus with one hand, trying to keep a tight grip on Harry so he didn't end up hurt any further than he was. Eileen paced the floor beside the flow network. She'd come through from the kitchen, after telling the elves what she wanted for dinner, to find Severus running through the sitting room as if the Grim was on his heels, shouting in Hogwarts headmaster's office as he went. The first thing that went through her mind was that something had happened to Harry. Her cup of coffee was lying there untouched, as she worried about her boys. Just when she felt as though she was going to go stir crazy, or go through and demand answers herself, the flow flared up, spitting two figures out. Harry was in Severus' arms unconscious. Her heart sank, her black eyes flashing with fear for the boy she loved as a son. What happened? Fearing the worst. Have Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts? Only if they have red hair and go by the name of Potter, said Severus, his voice cold and angry. Eileen's eyes narrowed. What did she do? The mama bear part of her coming out. Her claws were extended. She wanted blood, and she didn't even know what the woman had done yet. She tried to cast the Cruciatus curse on him, said Severus, inhaling sharply. I'm going to take him to his room. He walked up the stairs, and Eileen, who had followed him, opened Harry's room door, making it easier for Severus. He removed Harry's shoes, backpack, and cloak before sliding him under the covers. He was asleep for the moment. Merlin knows how long the calming draft would last. He had given him a rather large dose of a powerful draft, level 9, used for extreme trauma cases. Where is she? Asked Eileen, her face filled with the need for revenge. Probably the Ministry, said Severus, suddenly feeling tired, drained, and nothing had happened to him. Do not do anything, Mum. Harry would never forgive you if you did. Dumbledore didn't try and hush it up, asked Eileen, like he'd done with the werewolf incident. Oh, how she wished her son had told her. Unfortunately, she hadn't been told until years later. Severus had ended up having to stun her, to stop her from throttling Dumbledore. She had managed to get through the flow and into his office. Dumbledore had been too stunned by the abrupt entrance to even reach for his wand. Severus had followed her through. For as long as he lived, Severus would never forget the confused, concerned, horrified, weary look upon his face. She had sure given him a dressing down he'd never forgotten. He'd been so cowed by Eileen Snape, there was no forgetting she was Severus Snape's mother. He'd known from that moment on, where Severus got his lethal tongue from. Do you serious think I would have let it be? Asked Severus bluntly, rubbing his eyes tiredly. The morning had been a good one, Harry getting his first try at the wolfsbane potion. The afternoon couldn't have gone worse. He only hoped Harry could snap out of it soon. No, I didn't think that at all, said Eileen. Severus knew the sting of injustice, and would never let it happen to anyone else. She knew her son had forgiven Dumbledore, but he hadn't forgotten. Severus didn't forget anything. If anything, he held onto his grudges in silence. Either Dumbledore or the Ministry will probably be flowing within the next hour, said Severus. They wouldn't be able to get in. There was only a few people connected to the Flow network to receive full access to his manor. Dumbledore wasn't one of them, nor were any of the Ministry workers. They would only be able to talk to him through the Flow. I will speak to them, Severus. Do not worry, said Eileen, knowing that Severus probably wouldn't leave Harry. She didn't want to either, but unfortunately somebody had to do the talking. Thanks, Mum, said Severus. He would have to leave the room at dinner time. He would have to add the ingredients to both the wolfsbane potions. They couldn't be wasted. Rich or not, he didn't like wasting ingredients or screwing up potions. No problem, Severus, said Eileen, placing her hands on his shoulders, giving him some measure of comfort. Unfortunately, her son didn't care for big shows of affection, probably due to his childhood. He'd never received much comfort from either her or Tobias. She'd been too afraid to show him much comfort, terrified of what Tobias would do should he realize she loved her son more than him. She stared at Harry for a few minutes, worried about his state of mind. Was he back at Malfoy Manor reliving those horrible days? Merlin, she hoped not. She hoped and prayed he came back to them soon. Minerva quickly changed into her animagus form, knowing she'd be quicker on 4 legs. She sprinted up the stairs, making her way with determination towards Gryffindor common room. The students had all been told to make their way to their common rooms immediately, 5 minutes ago. Hopefully they'd all done as they were told, and she'd get them before any of the rumors reached the children. It wasn't something you should hear from fellow students. She was completely stunned and chilled just thinking of it. She dreaded to think what her poor children were going to say or do. How do you react when you are told your mother had just cast an unforgivable? Even with Albus influence, Lily was in a great deal of trouble. Trouble she shouldn't be able to get out of. As much as it hurt her to think it was unfortunately true. What Lily had done was beyond redemption, beyond her understanding as well. With one movement, or rather jump, she was once again in her human form. Standing outside the Gryffindor common room. Pwerd, droned the fat lady, staring at Minerva, obviously not even going to let the head of Gryffindor in without it. Wattlebird, said Minerva, waiting impatiently for the fat lady to open the portrait. It was a good job she had such a great memory, otherwise she wouldn't have been very happy with the portrait at all. As it was, it had been changed only yesterday, so thankfully the word had been stuck in her mind. Minerva entered the common room. Everyone was chatting loudly, some fearful, a great deal were just curious. Why had they been sent to their common room? Was there an attack on the school? Was everything going to be okay? Were the Aurors on the way? Were just the few of the hundreds of questions Minerva was able to decipher, from the bombardment of statements from her students from first years upwards. Silence, shouted Minerva, and at once the students fell quiet, not wanting to evoke their head of house's wrath. When she was angry, she took points, and yes, even from them. It's something they'd all learned early on in their Hogwarts education. In fact, she was tougher on them. It made them feel rather put out sometimes. Yet as they got older, they felt respect for their head of house. Mr. Potter, Miss Potter, please follow me. Everyone turned to stare at Nick, who had reluctantly, as he'd been told, returned to the common room. They all stared at him curiously and a little angry, he knew what was going on, and why they'd been sent here instead of the Great Hall. Nick petted them all, his face devoid of any emotion, a side they'd recently come to know about Nick Potter. They didn't pay any attention to Roxy, they never did really. Before long the portrait was closed again, and they could hear nothing. Once Professor McGonagall was gone, the noise once again started back up. This time Nick Potter was being mentioned, all of them wondering why out of everyone, they'd taken him. Professor, what is going on? Asked Nick after 5 minutes of silence, as he and his sister were led towards the other side of the castle. Roxy didn't seem in any mood to ask any questions, either that or she was too worried. It didn't take long for them to realize where exactly they were going, as the headmaster's office seemed to loom before them all too quickly. Neither child paid attention to the P word, as their hearts were filled with dread. Both of them being summoned to the headmaster could not and would not be good news. Both of them stared at each other, probably seeing one another properly in a long time. In unison they stepped onto the moving gargoyle, their hearts beating wildly as they stepped into the very Gryffindor-looking headmaster's office. If nobody knew, all they'd need to do was look at his office to know where Albus Dumbledore had been placed in at Hogwarts. As it was, there wasn't a child who didn't know Albus Dumbledore. Even the Muggle-borns read upon him before stepping foot in Hogwarts. "Please sit down," said Albus, looking as though he'd aged 10 years since breakfast. He didn't like this part of being a headmaster. Only thing worse than this was informing parents about their child's death. Even before his tenure as headmaster he'd been forced to do it. The previous headmaster, Armando Dippet, had actually left him to tell poor Mr. and Mrs. Myrtle about their daughter. Needless to say, it hadn't gotten any easier over the years. "Drop," he offered them, wearily, trying to stall it for as long as possible. "Thank you, headmaster," said Roxy, accepting the sweet. She, unlike the rest of them, actually loved sour sweets. She always bought them when she could, mostly bonbon though. Her brother though declined the sweet, shaking his head mutely. He'd been like that for a while now. "What's going on? Why have we been called here?" "The professor wouldn't say," said Nick, dissuading Dumbledore's attempts of trying to delay the inevitable. Minerva's lips pursed slightly at the disrespect, but considering what was going to be revealed, there was just no point. The poor dears were going to be in hell on earth, but they did as much as they could to help them overcome it. If such a thing could actually be overcome. "I have some rather upsetting information to share with you," said Dumbledore, clearing his throat, swallowing the bitter drop, before he explained further, his face pained. "There was an incident at Hogwarts today, involving your mother and your brother. Harry was still their brother, and he should be treated as such. He didn't like to see siblings falling out the way Roxy and Nick had. He knew from personal experience it could destroy you. He and his own brother had never really been able to say kind words to each other, not since his sister." No, he refused to dwell on that. No matter how many years went by, the guilt hadn't eased. He wished he and Aberforth had a decent relationship, like others he'd seen over the years. Wishful thinking, unfortunately. Aberforth had never forgiven him for his lapse of judgment. "What happened?" asked Nick, sitting up straight, his eyes narrowed. What on earth had happened? "What did he do?" asked Roxy, already umming. "It was Harry's fault." "Harry did not do anything. He was the victim of the attack, and I do not want to hear a word said against him. Is that understood?" said Minerva sternly. She had only just bet Dumbledore to it. "Harry isn't to blame for what's been happening, Miss Potter. He isn't an adult. He is a young boy, your brother, a boy who was raised in the same home as you since you were born. I do not know why or how you can blame everything that happened on him, but it must stop," said Albus, his twinkle noticeably absent. "Your mother and father are wrong to have blamed it on him, but unfortunately sometimes, someone just has to have someone to blame for their misfortune, and it breeds hatred. He should know, he'd lived through it." Roxy gaped at him, unable to believe what he was saying. Yet the hat's words crept into her conscience. She could have been placed in Ravenclaw. Deep inside she'd always feared being an outcast like Harry. Did that truly mean her parents were wrong? If they were wrong, it meant she should have listened to the hat. She should have gone where she was supposed to. Such a powerful wizard couldn't be wrong. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't lie. It was a punch to the gut to hear those words, and she finally understood Nick's words from before. The rose-tinted glees she'd always wore were shattered into a million pieces as the truth, the real world, finally sharpened into focus. "What happened? Is he okay?" asked Nick, staring at Dumbledore, almost urgent for news on his brother. Emancipated or not, head of his family line or not, Harry was his brother. Someone he had let down more than any brother should have. He knew Harry would never forgive him, and he couldn't blame him. It didn't stop his new feelings from emerging. "He wasn't physically hurt," said Dumbledore, choosing his words carefully. I am afraid it's more mentally than anything. Okay, he was drawing it out now, and Minerva was glaring at him in exasperation. If he didn't tell them soon, he knew she'd butt in and tell them herself. Minerva could be rather blunt when she wanted to be, so he hastened on. Mentally? Asked Roxy, staring blankly at Dumbledore, not understanding what he was talking about. They seemed to forget she was just 12 years old, only in her second year at Hogwarts. I am afraid your mother has been charged and taken to the ministry pending an investigation, said Albus, putting as much soothing as he could behind his words, hoping to ease the blow. What happened? Asked Nick, standing up, getting rather irritated at the runaround they were currently being fed by Albus Dumbledore. His mum was arrested and Harry mentally hurt. What could be bloody worse than this? And there obviously was if Dumbledore was still talking. Your mother, I am afraid to say, tried to use an unforgivable curse within Hogwarts walls. She tried to use the Cruciatus curse on Mr. Harry Peverell exactly 35 minutes ago, said Minerva. She'd given Dumbledore enough warning and time to tell them. She didn't believe in coddling them, well, not unless they needed it. Tried to. So she didn't hurt Harry? Asked Nick. Well, that was something at least. It meant Harry hadn't been hurt, and his mum just might get off lightly. Even Nick didn't understand the full extent of the punishment that awaits people who use the unforgivables. Then again, why should he? For nearly all his life he'd been shielded by the ugliness of the world. He'd had his first taste of it when he was 14 years old, not just by Voldemort but everyone when his actions had been disclosed. No, Harry managed to move out of the way, said Minerva, seeing as Dumbledore was currently sulking. So why is he hurt mentally? Asked Roxy. Nick closed his eyes at the stupid statement by his sister, but she was young, she'd learn sooner or later, but judging by the events that were happening, it was going to be a lot sooner than even he wished upon his sister. He opened them to see Albus and Minerva staring at her, in a way that screamed, I can barely believe my ears. Roxy, your brother was just about hit with a spell that would have caused him an unimaginable amount of pain. Pain you could only dream of and pray you do not ever experience. A pain your brother is regretfully all too familiar with. As you are no doubt aware, he was cursed by Lord Voldemort and by his Death Eaters when he was held captive for 3 days, before he miraculously managed to get away, said Albus, staring at the girl over his half-moon glees, which were as always perched on his overly large nose. Why did she do it? Asked Nick warily. Why would she do that? How could she do it? His parents had always been so light, and so strong with great values. They had always been against any spell not considered light. Even he hadn't been taught any spells that were considered dark yet. His parents wouldn't allow it. He could barely believe how far his mum had fallen. I am sorry, Nick, that is unfortunately one question we cannot answer, only your mother can, said Minerva, regarding them solemnly. Does everyone know? Asked Nick, cringing at the thought of what people were going to say now. The papers were going to go crazy. Was he going to be hated again? Although truthfully he couldn't care less. He'd learned all too late that the people he'd thought of as friends actually weren't. No, they'd hung around with him for his fame, and the attention it would bring them. I am afraid some students know. I do not know if they oversaw everything or just the end results. I can tell you that it will be in the newspaper. Even I do not have the power to stop this from getting out, said Albus. Minerva gave Dumbledore a look that spoke volumes. She wouldn't have let him keep it quiet. She had seen what it did to Severus all those years ago. It led him down a path that was dark and inevitably led him to becoming a Death Eater. She had not thought of the repercussions of her decision to support Dumbledore in ensuring Severus kept quiet about Remus. She had learned from her mistakes, and she refused to see it happen again. She would never let that happen to another student, no matter their house or reputation. Someone as powerful as Harry, well, she dreaded to think what he could do at Voldemort's side. She was grateful he seemed to have solid values, especially for a 16-year-old. She would need to flow Severus and find out how the teenager was. What's going to happen to my mum? Asked Roxy, her brown eyes flashing with fear and dread. Albus sighed sadly, staring at the children with pity. I do not know. The punishment for using the unforgivables is Azkaban. Both students shuddered at the word, and all students reacted that way. Azkaban was not a good place to be. In fact, it was hell on earth. Hardly anyone came out of it with their sanity intact. No, cried Roxy in denial, a tear sliding down her face, no matter how much she was angry at her mum and dad right now. It didn't matter because at the end of the day they were still her parents. "I am so sorry my dears," said Albus, and he truly looked it. "Would you like to spend some time with your father? He wasn't going to be allowed anywhere near the case, and his children would need him." "Can I leave?" asked Nick, standing back up. His eyes were wild. For the first time in his life he felt claustrophobic, like the walls of the headmaster's office were closing in around him. He had to get away. He couldn't stand much more of this. His life was going from bad to worse yet again. "Of course," said Albus sadly, watching the 16-year-old run from the room. As if the Grim was on his heels. No doubt both children needed time to come to terms with this latest blow. He would need to speak to all the students, ensure that they understood to leave Roxy and Nick alone. "Come on, Miss Potter, I'll get you back up to Gryffindor common room," said Minerva sadly. The girl looked so lost and lonely, her heart was breaking for her. None of it showed on her face. She wasn't one to ever show her emotions. "It's okay," croaked Roxy, blinking away tears. "I'll find my own way," before getting up and leaving. Only she had no intentions of going back to her common room. No, she was going to go where she felt safest, the Leary. It had become a refuge for her, ever since she'd stepped foot in Hogwarts. She encountered nobody on her way there. Everyone was probably still in their common rooms. Next morning, Snape Manor. Severus Snape had only managed to get a few hours sleep, napping when inevitably he fell asleep beside Harry's bed. He'd never spent so much time in this room before, Harry's room. He was tired but not overly so, used to long nights and only getting a few hours sleep some nights. The rays of light filling into Harry's room had woken him half an hour ago. Right now he was just finishing his second cup of coffee brought up by Dobby, who was just as worried as him about the young man. Dobby adored Harry, worshipped the ground he walked on, because he'd saved him from certain death and abuse. He had no idea if the ministry had been. He hadn't left Harry's room or seen his mother. Just as he was placing the cup on the bedside cabinet, Harry finally began to stir. Once he'd gotten Harry home, he'd given him a dreamless sleeping potion. The least he deserved was a night without horrible nightmares. He could have cursed Lily Potter for what she'd done. How dare she try and use such a curse on her own child? It didn't bloody matter if he was emancipated, he'd still come from within her. He was the only child with her eyes, making it more than obvious who his mother was. Green eyes like Harry and Lily's weren't very popular. "How are you feeling, Harry?" asked Severus, as Harry's green eyes blinked open, confusion momentarily on his features before it was replaced with shame. Shame at what Severus did not know but planned on finding out. "I'm sorry," said Harry, self-disgust coating his voice. He couldn't bring himself to even look at Severus. His face was filled with defeat as he gazed at his bedroom covers, wondering when he'd be told to leave. "What are you sorry for, Harry?" asked Severus quietly, realizing this wasn't the time to be sharp with him. At least not until he figured out what was bothering him. Although he certainly wouldn't hold it in, if Harry was apologizing for Lily Potter's actions. He knew Harry had problems with confidence, despite options to the contrary. He didn't think Harry would outgrow them. Harry had thought he'd be kicked out just for being him. That he, of all people, would be disgusted with Harry for his affections. He'd never seen anyone with confidence issues as deeply as Harry's. He'd spent his entire life ignored and overlooked, only coming out of the shadows a few years ago. Harry still didn't know how to handle people, or the thought of them wanting to be his friend. He couldn't even deal with sympathy. All it did was make him defensive. Go figure, he'd fall for someone just as antisocial than him, maybe more so. He had some friends and was content with that. They'd been his friends before he'd become recognized, which was probably the only reason they were still friends in the first place. He noticed tears on Harry's face and immediately sat on the bed beside him, wiping them away. He'd never seen Harry cry before. "Harry, tell me," said Severus gently, turning Harry's face back around so they could look at one another. He wiped away yet more tears that were insistently pouring down his face. It seemed as if a dam had broken, as Harry's face became flooded. "I'm sorry for being weak," said Harry, his voice shaky, unable to keep his emotions at bay, no matter how hard he tried. "How can you think for a minute that you are weak?" asked Severus, removing the covers, sitting Harry up. Harry was strong, one of the strongest young men Severus knew, and he was in awe of him. I froze, replied Harry, unable to help himself, as he turned to the comfort being offered by the man he loved. A man he felt as though he'd let down badly. How could he fight Voldemort if he frozen when someone shouted the Cruciatus curse? Harry, you went through something extremely traumatic, something nobody should go through. You aren't weak for that, you are strong, very strong to have gone through what you did and survived, said Severus, removing Harry's shirt, causing the team to stiffen and shield his bear. These aren't something to be ashamed of. In fact, when I see them I am reminded just how resourceful and powerful you are. Harry, I love all of you. There is nothing about you shameful or weak, he told the teenager, his fingers trailing over the scars reverently, showing him how much he meant his words. Harry bit his lip, unable to help himself at the way he was reacting. It had been so long since someone touched him. Nobody had touched his scars, not even himself. He'd felt so ashamed of them. It was a constant reminder of what had happened. Yet as Severus spoke he found himself seeing them in a new light. Of course it would take more than one conversation for him to feel the conviction. A gutter tore through Harry's mouth when Severus' lips ate at his scars. Each and every one of them was given the same treatment. His eyes half-lidded, he watched as Severus seemed to realize or think he'd gone too far. He withdrew immediately, but his eyes expressed a great deal more than the man probably liked. Severus wanted to continue just as much as he wanted him to. Severus opened his mouth to say something. Whatever it was, Harry did not know. He wrapped his arms around Severus, bringing them closer together, ing him desperately, and needing it more than he needed air to breathe. Using the moment of surprise, to gain the upper hand. Harry, stop, said Severus, ripping his mouth away, but seemed incapable of pulling himself off Harry completely. You've just been through a very tough ordeal, you aren't thinking straight. I will not do anything with you that you will regret later. It was a flimsy excuse and he knew it. You are vulnerable right now, I'd never be able to forgive myself. This excuse, however, was the truth. He bit back a curse as Harry arched into him, pressing their hardness together. He felt like such a teenager, but how else could he react when someone was gorgeous as Harry was wreathing beneath him desperately? Please, 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 don't stop, please, murmured Harry, his green eyes filled with desperation. Why didn't Severus understand he needed this? Wanted this. He needed to feel wanted for once in his life. He wanted to be taken care of, cherished. Merlin, he just needed someone to take care of him for a while. He was so sick of everything. Right here he could be himself, and for the first time Harry realized this. For the first time since he was a child, he'd shed tears, and Severus hadn't thought him weak. Harry could see Severus' resolve weakening. So he added one thing that might guarantee him being able to finish what they'd started. We don't have to go all the way, just love me, please, he begged once more. Staring straight into Severus' eyes, conveying all his emotions into one smoldering, desperate look. Once Harry uttered that single statement, he knew he couldn't deny Harry something he obviously needed. Throwing cautions into the wind, unable to deny himself the treat under him. Who was wreathing so desperately for him, begging him for more? Taking Harry's lips in a desperate, hard, claiming, swallowing his S, as he grated his hips against Harry's as hard as he dared. He was glad he had self-control, otherwise the mewing and begging Harry was doing would have sent him over the edge long ago. Harry felt as if he was in heaven. He always preferred to bottom. Receiving instead of giving pleasure. It made him feel special, wanted, and cherished, all those things he had been so desperate to feel. He'd talked a few times with Victor just to see what it was like. While there was little doubt it had been pleasurable topping, it was nowhere near as mind-blowing as being taken. Harry wrapped his legs around Severus, as they both tore away to reclaim their breath. He wanted to remove all of Severus' clothes, but he didn't want to risk him stopping, so he refrained. Instead his arms just crept inside of Severus' nightwear. Feeling his orgasm looming, just hearing Severus at the skin-on-skin contact. To see Severus this debauched, all because of him, made him feel as though he could fly to the moon without a broom. This is what he loved best about it. It made him feel good about himself, and even better that someone cared enough to want it. Harry desperately ate at Severus' neck as far down as he could go without clothes obstructing his actions. Closing his eyes, stiffening completely as he felt himself climbing, he bit into Severus' shoulder, muffling his of ecstasy as he lost himself with the man he loved. He didn't stop moving, despite the sudden exhaustion, wanting to see the look on Severus' face when he came to. His fingers tugged at Severus' nipples, causing Severus to groan and find his lips again. There this time was frantic, possessive, and then Severus Ed, their foreheads joined as Harry got to see the look of bliss on Severus' face. It changed his entire features, softened them. Afterwards all that could be heard was the sound of their labored breathing. Severus lay down on the free side of Harry's bed, his control once again nearly back. He cast a cleansing charm on them, knowing how irritating it could get if it remained there too long. Harry wasted no time in curling himself around Severus, seemingly still desperate for contact. Severus couldn't deny him anything, not after the recent scare. "You didn't deal with what happened, did you, Harry? You just suppressed it," stated Severus, his fingers automatically running through Harry's long strands of hair. It was longer than his and less manageable, yet Harry looked stunning with it. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but to finally be holding Harry like this was a relief. He was so tired of fighting his feelings and the issue if Harry's age didn't seem to rear its ugly head. He had always thought it would, that it would make him feel disgusted. Harry was only 16 after all, and he was practically twice his age. Perhaps it was because Harry knew what he wants, he was old enough to know, and he had waited for him made him realize this. He had no intention of going any further than he was. If Harry was still around when he was 17, an adult, then yes they would, but only then. "It's the only way I know how," admitted Harry quietly. He felt so happy, despite their conversation. After nearly 2 years, he had the man he loved exactly where he wanted him. He could only hope that Severus didn't regret it. That would hurt him more than Severus saying no to begin with. Severus mutely nodded his head. It seemed like Harry didn't know how to deal with anything. So he just shut it away, locked it in the back of his mind, refusing to think on it. He needed to speak to someone who could listen to him without interfering, let him get what happened out. He needed a mind healer. He wasn't sure how to broach that subject. Harry may think there was something wrong with him. Everything that was said was evidently analyzed and taken literally. Then he realized something. "Harry, did you replace your memories after the ministry were done with them?" "No," replied the sleepy yet sated 16-years-old. Severus closed his eyes in exasperation. It was little wonder he hadn't been able to cope with it. He hadn't put the memories back, he hadn't dealt with it. You couldn't deal with it if you only felt ghostly emotions and feelings associated with the memories that were missing. It was no bloody wonder he froze. He would have to replace them, but right now perhaps wasn't the best of times. "Sleep, Harry," said Severus, staring down at the young man, who loved him. His heart lurched seeing him this way. He looked so innocent, angelic even, not at all broken or hurt by the world around him. Yet he was, badly, more than he had thought. He would always be there for Harry when he needed him, for as long as he wanted him. Clutching Harry to himself possessively, wanting to keep him safe from the horrors of the world yet unable to do so. His eyes grew heavy as he watched Harry, until he too succumbed to the great need for sleep. After a mostly sleepless night, on Severus' part, arm in arm, Harry slept peacefully, free of the turbulent emotions that plagued him. Safe in the arms of the man he loved above all else and beyond anyone's imagining. It wouldn't be an easy journey. By the end their love would be tested beyond all limits, beyond endurance. The biggest question is, was Severus strong enough for both of them to see it through? Was Harry strong enough to do what needed done so they could have any hope of a future? Was there a future for the lovers? Those questions didn't matter right now for the figures asleep intertwined in each other's arms. One day they would, and only time would be able to answer them. Lily woke up, finding herself in a tiny cell. The small bed she was on was black, dirty and just all around disgusting. She immediately panicked and tried to get out, thinking she'd somehow been captured, shaking at the bars on the door hoping it would miraculously open. They didn't. They zapped her. They must have magic in them to stop anyone escaping. That was of course, until she remembered everything. Paling drastically, she slumped back against the metal bed, shaken beyond belief. She could barely comprehend her own actions. Yes, she hated Harry, but the anger over everything had built up. She had wanted to hurt him, and she had gone too far. She brought her arms around her legs and clutched them close, as she continued to tremble. Rocking back and forth, her mind replaying the last things she remembered over and over again. She was in the ministry, which meant she was going to end up in prison. Azkaban was what happened to those who performed those spells without a permit. Her wand was gone. That didn't surprise her. Actually everything she'd had in her pockets were gone. The hours ticked by. She refused to eat the slop they'd left her for lunch. Would James come? Would he forgive her? What about her kids? What would happen to them? She'd tainted the Potter name. James and the kids would pay for that. Oh, Merlin, what had she done? Making the Potter name light had been everything to her and James. It's why they'd given money to the Order over the years, and joined vowing to do their part in bringing Voldemort down. When her son finally defeated Voldemort for good, they would forgive him for her actions, she hoped. Just after her uneaten dinner disappeared hours later, the door finally opened admitting James and another wizard she didn't know. He had unspeakable robes on, and she doubted anyone knew him or what he did on a daily basis. They were equivalent of CIA in the Muggle world, from what James had said about their job. They went everywhere, using false IDs and had all manner of nifty gifts. James. Lily cried, her green eyes filled with relief and fear. 10 minutes, said the unknown wizard seriously. I know, said James stepping in, and the door was slammed shut behind him, locking him in with Lily, a woman he'd loved since he first saw her in first year at Hogwarts. A woman he would never have imagined being in this position, ever. When Dumbledore had told him he had refused to believe it, he'd immediately turned to the ministry and found it was indeed true. He'd gone straight to see the kids, made sure they ate something. Now here he was visiting his wife, in the holding cells in the Ministry of Magic. James, she repeated, throwing herself bodily at him, shivering and crying. James held on to her, but didn't comfort her. He was barely clinging to reality as it was. His life had gone to hell a few years ago, and continued to do so over the course of it. His best friends since he was 11 had barely spoken to him since, and he was closed off from all he cared about except his kids and wife. Then he'd realized the wrongs he'd committed against his second son. Now this, he was tired, not just physically but mentally. He'd never had problems before. He'd always had money, friends, wife and loving children. He'd had the best of everything for so long. Now he was having to work all hours and was friendless. It was a glimpse of the harsh reality everyone else suffered, and it had humbled him. Perhaps if he'd been given a wake-up call earlier in life, say at the age of 11, he might never have teased Severus for his lack of wealth. What were you thinking, Lils? Asked James after a few minutes of her sniffling. I don't know, she said before she began crying again. James closed his eyes. Hearing her crying was causing his heart to ache fiercely. She'd always been so strong, capable and independent. Such a fiery hellcat. She could hold a grudge, and he though she could hold her temper, but evidently it wasn't the case. What's going to happen to me, James? Lily asked, trembling in fear and cold, still hugging her husband close. Not caring that his glees were digging into her face, she just needed someone to comfort her so desperately. That's exactly what James had stopped himself thinking about, what was going to happen to his wife. Taking a deep breath, James reluctantly spoke, no doubt confirming to Lily what she suspected. You used an unforgivable, Lily. The punishment for that is always Azkaban. His voice became hoarse just saying the word. I won't be able to survive in there, said Lily, her voice muffled by her husband's cloak. Is he pressing charges? For once he she was speaking about didn't get scorn sent their way. Maybe nearly curing her son had woken the woman up to reality at last. It wasn't Harry who pushed for charges, said James quietly, it was Albus and Snape. Both of them had demanded full charges pressed against Lily. As headmaster there was nothing Dumbledore could do, he had to uphold the law, his hands were tied. Snape on the other hand, had surprised him. He'd always loved Lily, much to his consternation. He'd hated it, and when they no longer spoke he'd jumped in joy. Yet the S. had told them about Voldemort coming after their son, repaying the life debt between them. Now Snape was doing his best to destroy them, using his son, who was angry at his childhood enough to go through with it. Albus, parroted Lily, her voice filling with hurt. She couldn't believe Albus would do something like that. Why would he tell? She was an Order member, and Nick's mother, he knew her, he knew she didn't normally do things like that. She wasn't a dark witch or a Death Eater, she'd just gotten so angry. Ever since he'd revealed everything to the press, she'd been unable to think of him without being furious. She was even more hurt by Severus' actions. She knew Sev had always loved her, it was obvious. The only time Sev had come close to threatening her was 4 days after the tournament ended. When Nick was captured and almost died but successfully managing to get away from Voldemort. He'd changed after that, became cold to her like he was with everyone else. "Lily, why?" asked James, sounding so depressed and wary. He wanted an answer. The "I don't know" before didn't count. They had nowhere to stay. Lily wasn't working at Hogwarts anymore. They were homeless. He would have to get a loan from Gringotts and buy a property. Not only that, but he'd need to get a lawyer for Lily. It was going to cost him a lot of money. He had nothing to mortgage or sell. The interest Gringotts would be extortionate. He would do it only as a last resort. "I just got so angry, James. He has all our money, our houses. And it's his fault we have to work so hard and not able to get the kids what they want. Nick won't talk to us and it's all his fault," she said, her earlier anger returning. James closed his eyes, listening to the angry words leaving Lily's lips. He too had felt exactly the same some time ago. Unfortunately, the reality had hit him, apparently Nick too. "Lily, Harry isn't at fault, it's our actions that caused this. If we had loved him as we should have, he wouldn't have done this." James replied tiredly, "We loved Nick and Roxy, we neglected Harry, and this is our punishment." "How can you say that? We didn't neglect him," protested Lily angrily. "Time's up," said the unspeakable, banging on the door loudly. "Please don't go, James," said Lily, tightening her hold on James, her anger evaporating. "You have a trial in 1 week. I'll need to see about getting you legal representation." "I'm sorry, Lily, but I have to go," said James regretfully, his heart wrenching when he had to pry his wife's hands from him. Sitting her down forcefully on the bed, he couldn't stay with her. Swallowing thickly, he ate her on the forehead and left the cell. He was escorted back up with the unspeakable, feeling as though he'd left his wife to the gallows, not awaiting trial. No doubt the newspapers had already got wind of what Lily did and it would be in tomorrow's edition. Nick was having a tough enough time. This was going to be the icing on the cake. James was escorted all the way back up to the atrium. He was meant to be working overtime, but he couldn't. He needed someone to talk to, someone to help him, and if he had to beg, so be it. He didn't want some idiot pro bono lawyer trying to help Lily and not doing their job properly. He had to give her the best defense he could. It left him cold inside, but he knew regardless of lawyer, his beautiful wife would end up in Azkaban. It's just a matter of how long she got. He prayed to Merlin and every deity that it wasn't a life sentence. Stepping outside the magical side of the ministry, he apparated to the only person he knew who could help him at a time like this. James looked around before running up the stairs and knocking on the door. "James, what are you doing here?" asked Remus upon answering the door. He was surprised to see him. He'd never darkened Sirius' doorstep for years. He'd sent a few letters, taking the cowardly way out. "Is Sirius here?" asked James, knowing Padfoot would be. Remus wouldn't be here himself if Sirius wasn't. His brown eyes begged Remus. He was so exhausted, so tired of everything, he just wanted his best friends back. Sod his pride. It didn't matter when it came to his family or friends. "Come on in," said Remus, opening the door to the brightly lit home. They'd refurbished it and it was really welcoming now. 10 times safer than the flat Sirius had bought with his uncle's money. That was, of course, before the Blacks all died, leaving Sirius the sole male heir of the Black fortune. "What are you doing here?" asked Sirius bitterly, catching sight of his once long-time best friend. "Just because I came to see Nick it doesn't make us friends, James." "I know," choked James. He had never felt more alienated from everything and everyone in his life. "I am so sorry, I'm sorry," he repeated. "James, what's happened?" asked Remus, alarmed, catching his friend before his legs bucked and sitting him down. It was a good job he was stronger than most wizards, otherwise he'd have been on the floor along with James. James cringed. "Lily's in prison," he said, his voice raspy. "On what charges?" gaped Remus, his amber eyes wide with astonishment. He was almost tempted not to believe his own ears. Attempted use of the Cruciatus curse, said James, tears filling his eyes but refusing to fall. He had yet to tell them the worst of it, and once he did, he genuinely feared for their reaction. Against a Death Eater? Asked Remus. Sirius was just sitting there, eyes narrowed in on James, taking no pity on his ex-best friend. No, choked James, tears falling now. Harry. She did what? Roared Sirius furiously. Destroying Harry's childhood hadn't been enough, she'd attempted an unforgivable on him. Years ago he wouldn't have believed James or Lily capable of such a thing. Now though, he didn't think anything could surprise him anymore. We have nowhere to stay. I need your help, Sirius. Please, I'll pay you back, I promise. Choked James, grabbing Padfoot's hands. He squeezed them, eyeing him desperately. If not for me, then for Nick. They need somewhere to stay. Sirius stared at James, old feelings arising. James had never begged anyone for anything before in his life. He'd had no need to. He'd always had everything. Parents who adored him, that was proud of him, money, looks and charm. He had nearly everything as well, apart from parents who loved him. James's parents would have been utterly disgusted with their son. They'd taken him in and loved him. He hadn't even been family. Well, actually that was a lie. James's grandmother had actually been a black. He'd do it, knowing James's parents would have wanted it, and for Nick and Roxy. They didn't deserve to suffer for their parents' mistakes. Well, any more than they already were. Fine, I'll get to Gringotts tonight, said Sirius, still not letting up his glare. Thank you, said James, clearly relieved. Thank you, he repeated with a little more composure. He hadn't expected Sirius to agree. He had thought he'd have to go to Gringotts and try and get a loan. He wasn't sure if he'd have been successful. He owned nothing worth selling for the goblins to agree. How's Harry? Asked Sirius, no doubt shaken. Even his own mother, hag that she was, hadn't done such a thing. She'd probably thought about it a lot. Well, maybe not, it wasn't something he liked to think about. In fact, he didn't think about his mother, full stop. Not unless she was screeching when the silencing spells stopped working. I don't know, admitted James quietly. Snape took him away. According to Dumbledore anyway. You can stay here tonight. There's plenty room, said Remus, ignoring the glare Sirius sent him. He wasn't about to let James sleep on the streets, no matter how angry they were with him. Are you both sure? Asked James warily. He didn't want Remus and Sirius at odds. He'd already destroyed his relationship with both of them. It was his own fault. He didn't want them arguing over him. Just one night, added Sirius grudgingly. He wasn't happy about it, but he wouldn't see him on the streets either. James's parents had taken him in when he ran away, so he had to return the favor. How are Roxy and Nick? Asked Remus. Albus has told me he's starting up his training again next week. Is he well enough to start again? No, he's not well enough, frowned James. Albus hasn't mentioned this to me, and Lily didn't say anything. His son wasn't going to begin training again, not until he was better. Both physically and mentally, being nearly killed and turned into a squib had severely scared him. No, Nick needed attention, not attacked or forced to train. Are you going to support Lily? Asked Remus. I have to. She's my wife. It doesn't mean I approve of what she did, Remus, said James. He still didn't understand what she'd been thinking. It broke his heart, but it was probably the end of them. How was someone supposed to recover from the fact their wife had done something against the law? Trying to curse a child, their child, no matter how they felt, with unimaginable pain. He'd had that spell cast on him several times, and he didn't wish it on anyone, never mind his son, even if he had left him penniless. Sirius got up and left the room without saying a word, leaving Remus and James to fall into an uncomfortable silence. Not that James wanted to talk, he just wanted to take a dreamless sleeping potion so he didn't have to think, to feel. His life had turned into a meaningless pile of crap. Roxy had changed. Nick wasn't talking to him, and he wasn't going to mention Harry. There were around 50 plum-colored wearing wizards and witches, with the letter W stitched on their robes. It was gold and didn't go at all with the plum-colored robes. Harry knew all this, remembering it from the last time he'd been in this very room. There was a few notable differences. Madame Bones with her monocle was absent. No, not absent. She'd been a victim of the Death Eaters. She had seemed like such a formidable witch, but no, that wasn't right. Harry knew the Death Eaters moved in packs. You could be the best of the best, but surrounded say 4 to 1, you didn't stand a chance. Fudge too was absent, and dead by his own hands. Harry was watching the new Minister of Magic curiously. He hadn't seen anyone quite like him before. There were streaks of gray in his mane of tawny hair and his bushy eyebrows. He had keen yellowish eyes behind a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles and a certain rangy, loping grace even though he walked with a slight limp. There was an immediate impression of shrewdness and toughness. He was tough from what he'd read in the paper. He had been an Auror, rising in the ranks, becoming head of the Auror office. He was what you could call a battle-hardened veteran like Alistair Moody, minus the injuries. Severus and Eileen were with him today, keeping him sandwiched between them. He hadn't really wanted to come, but Severus had insisted. According to his potions master, lover, he had to let go of the past. He had to move on, otherwise it would continue to affect him. Harry had replaced the memories from the days he'd been tortured. With great reluctance and with both Snape's help he managed to overcome them. He no longer flinched when that spell was cast. It was never cast on him, just said without a wand, to see how he'd react. Harry didn't want to freeze again, it was just too dangerous. Not only that, but he'd been successful at casting non-verbal spells, and completed the first stages of the Wolfsbane potion. Despite what his biological mother had done, Harry was thriving, showing it was more to do with the spell than the fact Lily had tried to curse him. Lily was brought in, shackles weighing her down as she was taken to the lone seat in the front of the courtroom. Her hair was messed up badly, and her green eyes were wide and fearful. She was sat down much kinder than she deserved, and the unspeakable stood at the side of the room, just in case anything happened and they had to subdue the prisoner. This is exactly what Lily Potter was today. Very well. Rufus Scrimgeour standing proud and tall, his yellowish eyes regarding everyone like a hawk. The accused being present, let us begin. Are you ready? Yes, sir, said Percy Weasley, quill poised at the ready. He transcribed all the words heard in the courtroom. He was their scriber, as well as the minister's under-secretary, and he was very proud of his position. He had more political ambition than any Weasley ever had, and he was determined to succeed. He wanted to be able to support any family he had, wanted them to grow up with the things he hadn't been able to. New toys, new clothes and new stuff for school, not the second-hand stuff he'd always had to take from his parents. He'd always got Bill or Charlie's stuff. The only thing he hadn't had second-hand was his pet rat Scabbers, which he wasn't quite so proud to admit to anymore, knowing it had been Peter Pettigrew all along. It positively turned his stomach. In fact, he had been sick when he first learned about it. It wasn't wrong to want money, status and happiness was it. So why was his family so against it? Damn it, he just wanted respect and the ability to buy any child he had proper stuff and he'd succeed. Severus was barely able to meet Lily's eyes. Despite what she'd done, his mind kept wandering to their childhood. The innocent, naive little girl he'd introduced to the magical world. Unfortunately, she was long gone. In place was a very angry, bitter woman. Something he'd never imagined Lily being. Even when he'd told her about his parents, she hadn't lost her youthfulness. He knew he was doing the right thing. She couldn't get away with it to try again. He could only hope that this would get through to her and she'd realize what she did. The trial for Lily Calla Potter née Evans on the 15th of October, said Scrimgeour in a soft, commanding voice. For the use of an unforgivable curse against Harry Peverell, an emancipated 16-year-old at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. James was sitting with his eyes closed, next to the lawyer he'd hired to defend Lily. He had told his children under no uncertain terms were they coming, this wasn't a place for children. He didn't want his kids to see their mother led away by unspeakables and sentenced to Azkaban. He had, however, allowed them to see her, which had just resulted in a disaster. Nick had just upset Lily a great deal, and Roxy had just remained quiet as she always did. His sweet little innocent girl was going through the same thing as him, only so much earlier. She was being introduced to the real world, and how it worked. She was only a child. He should have been able to protect her from it. Lily had been seen by the Ministry's Medi-Witch, who was also a qualified mind healer. The results were simple. She hadn't been drugged, influenced, spelled or cursed into doing it. She had done so in her own free will, and she was perfectly sane and aware of her actions. Needless to say, she couldn't claim she didn't know what she was doing. Interrogators: Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister for Magic; Kingsley Shacklebolt, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Percy Ignatius Weasley Sr., Under-Secretary to the Minister and Court Scribe, said Scrimgeour clearly. So the charges, said Scrimgeour, unrolling a piece of parchment. That he did knowingly cast an unforgivable curse, the Cruciatus Curse, on a child at Hogwarts. Yes, he was repeating himself, but he had to for the sake of appearances. Normally there were other charges under it, but it was the only thing Lily Potter had done wrong, thankfully. You are Lily Potter, currently teaching and residing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, are you not? Asked Scrimgeour, eyeing the witch with disgust. Yes, said Lily, her green eyes flashing over everyone in the room. There was no kindness to be had in any of their eyes. She felt so tired and hungry. Her anger had left her, having spent an entire week in the cells. James had only visited twice, once when she was arrested and the other with the lawyer. It didn't look good, and she just knew she'd be in Azkaban by tonight, and it terrified her. She even caught sight of the boy. No anger stirred in her just seeing him this time. Mrs. Potter, tell me how you felt when you found out your own son left you penniless, asked her lawyer, Robert Sutton, standing up, taking over. Angry, scared, depressed and extremely hurt. I couldn't provide for my family, we couldn't take anything, and we struggled to get anything for the kids, even their things for Hogwarts, said Lily quietly. All that we had access to was our son and daughter's trust vaults. You had to use them to pay for their Hogwarts equipment and uniform, asked Robert, staring around the room. I did, said Lily, nodding in agreement. What happened afterwards? Asked Robert. I had to get a job. I accepted the opening for Muggle studies at Hogwarts just so I could get bills paid and a home. We needed somewhere to stay, especially for the summer holidays, somewhere secure where Nick would be safe, said Lily. I see, said Robert, nothing further. You like to mention Nick a lot, do you not? Said Christopher. Chris, Curtin, standing up himself now. He was defending Harry. He's my son, of course I do, said Lily, stiffening defensively. Indeed, but Harry was as well, was he not? Asked Chris, regarding Lily with thinly veiled disgust. Yes, whispered Lily, cringing, as she made herself smaller. Yet you spoiled one and completely neglected the other, asked Chris. Objection, we aren't here to discuss the past, said Robert. Yet you did during your questioning, said Chris bluntly. I will allow the questioning to continue, said Scrimgeour. What Chris said was true. Robert had indeed brought the past up. Thank you, Minister. Please answer the question, Mrs. Potter, said Chris, inclining his head to Scrimgeour before he regarded Lily once more. I didn't neglect him, said Lily, her face pale and sweaty as she realized her entire past was going to be dredged up. No, you denied your son an education. He had to fend for himself, learning what he could in order to survive. You never gave him pocket money. He didn't even get a familiar, which most wizards and witches receive upon entering Hogwarts, especially those of magical parents, said Chris. Familiars were important rite of passage in the magical world. Lily just bowed her head, unable to meet anyone's eyes as her shame was bared for all to see. Unbeknown to Lily, James had reacted in pretty much the same manner, only flinching harshly as he was reminded of his failures. Then he takes everything from you. You were, as you said, angry enough to cast an unforgivable against a student in a school where you were teaching, said Chris. Objection, it's speculation, snapped Robert. Withdrawn, said Scrimgeour, sounding bored, but one look at him you could see he was very alert. He was watching what was going on with curiosity, but very professionally. Everyone had been solemnly quiet, even Albus Dumbledore, who was always quick to give his opinion. Here are the results of Lily Potter's Mind Healer evaluation. It states clearly she is very aware of right and wrong. She wasn't cursed or hexed in any way, she cast that curse on her own free will, said Chris, ignoring Robert's words. Ping the results to Percy Weasley, who then copied them and ped them to the closest Wizengamot member, who promptly took a copy and ped it on. Scrimgeour took one himself, his hawk eyes quickly reading everything on the paperwork. He could see from her answers she was extremely bitter towards her youngest son. It was curious. How could she hate one twin and love another? It couldn't have anything to do with the boy who lived, since Roxy had both her parents' love, or did she? Who knows what went on behind closed doors? There might have something to do with her being the first female Potter in the family in 8 generations. That being said, if he remembered correctly, she hadn't bore any children and died young. I call upon Kate Bennett, said Chris. The woman in question stood up and moved to the center of the room, where a chair was brought in for her to sit on, and she did so gratefully. No matter how many times she was called, she still found it extremely nerve-wracking. Mrs. Bennett, can you tell me the last spell used on Mrs. Potter's wand? Asked Chris. The formalities were killing him. He knew she did it. Unfortunately, she was allowed a defense. The Cruciatus Curse, said Kate without emotion, answering the question without prejudice. What other spells did you find had been cast that day? Asked Chris. From first thing that morning she used Alohomora, Scourgify, said Kate before continuing on. Then there were 3 curses cast that caused some concern: Cruciamentum, Torqueo, and the unforgivable Cruciatus Curse. James gaped, completely horrified. Their lawyer threw him a quick, sharp look. He hadn't known Lily had used those spells. It made it completely different. It hadn't been one snap anger judgment. She's truly wanted to cause their son harm. He wanted so badly to run from the courtroom. He couldn't take this. He couldn't hear everything they were about to say. Unfortunately, his lawyer, who sensed his feelings, kept a tight grip of him. Albus just looked at Lily with sadness. None of this was news to him, and he'd been the one to cast the spell first. He could barely understand it. Lily had always been such a light witch, and he hadn't known she knew those spells, never mind having the ability to cast them. It took real anger and hate to cast those kinds of spells. He'd been thinking on and off about this all week, yet he wasn't any closer to understanding it. He knew deep down he never would, no matter the explanation. 3 torture spells? Asked Chris. Yes, said Kate. All cast in rapid succession? Asked Chris. Yes, within a minute, said Kate. Did you also examine Mr. Peverell's wand? Asked Chris. Yes, said Kate, nodding in affirmative. What spells were cast from his? Asked Chris. Contigo, which is a shielding charm, Aguamenti, Stupefy, Incarcerus, and Contigo again, said Kate. All defensive spells, which wouldn't have defended him from the Cruciatus Curse if he hadn't successfully managed to sidestep it, said Chris, which of course not many can do, at the horror of such a spell being thrown at you. Exactly, the spell was only attempted, which means she shouldn't receive a life sentence, said Robert, standing up. It's why she should be. If we let her away with it, then we might as well take the sentence off altogether and let everyone cast it. Chris argued adamantly. Enough, said Scrimgeour, standing up. He didn't want the trial to turn into a pissing contest with the 2 lawyers. It was exactly where it was heading. He had bigger things to worry about. Like a war going on everywhere, admitted as of yet, it had been smaller attacks, not large-scale ones. That's only because they'd tightened the security around Azkaban. They'd then asked unspeakables to try and break in, to test their security. So far the tests had been thwarted. Tonight was the last one. After that they'd be put back on alert. The unspeakables had temporarily reigned to watching suspected Death Eaters, guarding Azkaban and waiting on call-outs. I think it's time for the Wizengame's decision, if there is no further evidence. No, Minister, said Robert, shaking his head negatively. No, sir, said Chris respectively, nodding in reverence to both Snapes and Harry. Very well, said Scrimgeour, facing the Wizengamot, all those in favor of conviction. It was obviously a very divided group, yet more than half raised their hands immediately, others soon following until all of them had their hands raised. As much as it pained them, they knew she had to pay the price, boy who lived's mother or not. Harry hadn't been aware he was holding his breath until Severus gripped his shoulder, letting it out, nodding that he was fine, before relaxing. Harry didn't know what he would have felt if they let her off. He'd half expected it. She was a Potter, the mother of the so-called hero of the magical world. It was nice to see justice could still be served. The fact they'd also sided with him surprised him. He still wasn't used to it. For so long he'd been ignored, invisible really, but now, everyone was offering their help, congratulations, and thinking he was the best. They might say it, but Harry deep down didn't believe it. As soon as it was done, the lawyers spoke to the Wizengamot members in private. Placing a silencing spell, Not even the Minister of Magic was privy to their peonate plea or diatribe depending on the aura. Lily Potter made a horrendous grievous mistake, one she regrets deeply. She allowed her anger to override her common sense, just one time. She doesn't deserve a lifetime in Azkaban prison. Community service and anger management pleas would be best served in this situation. Especially with the delectate situation of her being Nick Potter's mother. If we imprison his mother, he might not take kindly to it and his anger might make him unwilling to fight for us, was Robert's plea to let Lily off the hook. He was a lawyer for a reason, he knew how to push people's buttons and make them do what he wanted to. He sat down next to James once he was finished, eyeing Christopher with competitive anger. If you let Lily Potter get away with this, the public won't respond favorably. There was an outcry that shocked the entire British magical community at their actions a few years ago. I can only imagine how they'd respond if we let her go. During war, the last thing we need are riots and people thinking they have the right to take the law into their own hands. How many people do you think will attempt these spells when they know she got off? How many times will it be used that she got off and others didn't? If you have no intention of giving her a life sentence, I deeply think she deserves some prison time. We have to set an example. Nobody is above the law, Chris said to them, enunciating each word clearly to have a deeper impact. With his bit said, he took his seat, giving the Wizengamot time to deliberate. It took longer for the Wizengamot to reach a decision, only 1 hour of deliberating in which everyone took a break. After getting something to eat, everyone packed into the courtroom again, refreshed and curious at the outcome. The only people that remained had been Scrimgeour, James Potter, the two Unspeakables and Lily Potter. James refused to meet his wife's face, his hands remained covering his face, hiding who knows what. I am to you, a decision has been made, asked Scrimgeour once everyone was once again sitting down. Especially Percy Weasley, who was of course expected to write everything down. There has, said Albus Dumbledore speaking as Chief Warlock, he had been made to swear to judge the case individually, otherwise be taken off. It seemed Scrimgeour was taking his part as minister seriously. He was going about things right despite the situation of war. He was rather proud of the man. He was more proud of people he'd underestimated more than people he'd expected lately. It's been decided that Lily Potter will be sentenced to 1 year of minimum security at Azkaban prison. This is only because she didn't successfully cast it on anyone. Once released, she will be put on parole for a further 4 years, and whereupon, she will have to come to the ministry and have her wand checked to ensure she doesn't attempt something like this again. We have also decided she will attend meetings with a mind healer and get help she obviously needs starting from this week and in future years. Only once the mind healer is satisfied will they stop. Dumbledore also had Merlin's Law to think about. If she had gotten away with it, there would have been the probability of her losing her magic. Merlin's Law was unpredictable. It's why it was only used in dire circumstances, as it was meant to, ironically enough, to protect apprentices from their parents or anyone wishing them harm. Apprentices were actually revered back in the day. It was vital back then to have someone to give your magical knowledge to so it wasn't lost. This was before and after Hogwarts, until things were published and distributed. Even to this day, information had been lost that the magical world would never get back. Many things had been stolen, burnt and destroyed during wars the magical world had. Merlin's Law had been information that was cherished. It was kept in one of the lowest vaults in Gringotts, heaviest security, and barely anyone was given permission to see the real thing. It punished the person under it, whether by pain, magic loss, or even loss of life, depending on how bad the magic felt the person had been. Magic was a living thing, flowing through everything, and gifting individuals with it when it wanted to. Nowhere had more magic imbued into than Hogwarts, and even she was unpredictable. Moving staircases was just one example of her sentient ability. Nobody usually thought about it, just it was just a spell. So be it, said Scrimgeour, 1 year sentence to Azkaban prison, take her away. James, cried Lily, as the Unspeakables led her away, transporting her straight to Azkaban. James just looked up, his face a picture of defeat as his wife was led away. He made no attempt to help her, knowing if he did, he'd be cursed quicker than lightning. If you thought Aurors were tough, Unspeakables were unbreakable. They were lethal, and he couldn't risk it. His kids were all they had left. He wasn't going to have them end up with his wife's Muggle family. This wasn't strictly true. Sirius was their godfather, so they'd go to him before that. "Are you sure you wish me to do this?" asked Severus regarding Harry pensively. Harry nodded with a grimace. He certainly didn't want to see him. He had to get on with his life, and this way he'd never have to think about them again. He could have used an owl, but the letters and paperwork had just come the second they were leaving Prince Manor. Eileen held on to him, giving him the silent strength to get through this. The three of them were strong enough to help each other through anything. Severus had helped his mother past her abusive husband and start a new life. She had been there to encourage him and love him. Harry had brought them together again, stronger than ever before. They were for the first time having a normal mother-son relationship with no dark cloud hanging overhead. Both of them had saved Eileen's life, and she was strong enough to encourage their budding relationship. There was a circle they were forming, a family, and they'd die for each other. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't about to get his wish as his father approached him. "Harry?" asked James, standing a few feet from his son. His face a picture of pain, defeat and self-loathing. "Leave him be, Potter. You've caused enough damage," said Severus, his body hiding Harry, protecting him. Fingering his wand, wondering if he'd need to use it, but judging by Potter's broken expression, he wasn't fit to do anything, never mind curse anyone. "I just want to say I'm sorry," choked James, grateful that everyone else was gone and weren't here to see his humiliation. It was much harder than apologizing to Sirius and Remus. From them he knew he wasn't going to be outright rejected. Harry, on the other hand, probably would. You're sorry. Do you think that automatically erases 13 years of misery?" snarled Harry, unable to help himself. He wanted to launch himself at the man, beat him with his fists, anything to make him feel a small measure of pain he'd felt. "Do you know what it was like to be 5 years old and have your entire family leave for the whole day and leave you alone in a manor? I hate you and I always will." Severus had his arms wrapped around his midsection, stopping him from launching at James. James flinched openly at his words, his entire face going pasty white. "Take him home," said Severus, giving his mother the portkey and activating it. Eileen was whisked away with Harry. Hopefully she'd be able to calm him down. So much for moving on. Perhaps he should suggest that Harry write down everything they did and send it to Potter. Maybe then Harry could feel some relief that he got how he felt off his. "He doesn't want your apologies, Potter. He just wants you out of his life, so he can move on and be happy. Or as happy as he can be. You have no idea the lasting effects your actions have had to you. He has no self-esteem, and I think he will always be that way," said Severus, his lip curling in disgust. Removing a package from his pocket, he pushed it into James's, with enough force to cause him to wince in pain. "This is for you, if you care even the slightest about him, which I doubt. Leave him alone." With that, Severus left the courtroom, his cloak billowing around him dramatically. It wasn't as severe as usual, since he wasn't wearing black or robes. Instead, he had a pair of black slacks and a white long-sleeved t-shirt. As much as he'd actually like to see the idiot's face, he wasn't remaining here when Harry was hurting. He'd convinced Harry to let go of everything, and 2 days ago he'd came to him with the thought of giving it all back. Severus told him there was no need to give it all back, since technically some of it was his anyway. Potter in name or not, he was always entitled to his inheritance. He had given both properties back, insisting he'd never want to live in the place that still haunted him. Unable to argue with it, he'd not said anything against it. Harry was free to do as he wished. James' tears blurring his vision removed his glees and wiped his eyes and then the lenses. Replacing them, he opened the envelope and inhaled sharply. After what happened, he didn't expect this. The deeds to Godric's Hollow and Potter Manor, along with vaults in Nick and Roxy's names, to be given to them on their 17 birthdays. It was more than enough to see them living very comfortably for the rest of their life. He too had a vault, one of the main Potter ones, mostly money, but anything with the Potter coat of arms had been placed inside it. A sob stole out of James's throat, tears once again pouring from his eyes. Taking a shaky breath, he put a glamour charm up, not wanting everyone to see how upset he was. He didn't know what to do, go to Sirius and Remus or be by himself. He decided on Remus and Sirius. He didn't want to be alone right now. He'd just seen his wife imprisoned, his son yell at him, and despite hating him, given him half the fortune back and all properties they owned. The word Snape said echoing in his mind as he made it to the atrium and flew out. He wasn't in any condition to apparate, his magic was acting up, reacting to his emotions. The relief, sadness, horror, self-hatred mingled around him, making him lightheaded. His son was the better man. He knew it and it was killing him. He'd never have given all this to someone he hated. Just wait until he read tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Sirius Black sat at his dining table in Grimmauld Place. He was still reeling from the information he'd learned yesterday. Not the fact Lily Potter had been imprisoned for a year, he'd actually expected longer, but he wasn't on the Wizengamot. He only had 2 seats on the Board of Governors, all purebloods did. None more active than Lucius Malfoy, who seemed to want to spread as much of his pureblood crap as possible. Thankfully most people there didn't agree with him, the others he'd probably paid or blackmailed. Majority ruled, thankfully otherwise the S would have gotten his way a long time ago. Not that it was a problem anymore, though was in Azkaban, for harming his godson. He was actually still Harry's godfather, he hadn't been disowned as such or struck off, and otherwise Gringotts would have formed him. Harry had given James the houses back and half the Potter fortune. James had been in a right state when he got back, he'd collapsed in shock. It was déjà vu, he'd had a similar reaction years ago. He still wrote to Harry occasionally, even if he didn't get an answer. He wanted his godson to know he still thought about him, and was sorry. He didn't care if Harry never forgave him, who was he kidding? He actually did. He was hoping with his perseverance Harry would forgive him, sooner or later. "Do you want a coffee or something stronger?" asked Remus quietly as he came into the kitchen, clad in a pair of blue pajamas. The pair Sirius had got him at Christmas. Sirius always liked buying him the most expensive clothes. Probably because as a child and teenager he never had anything decent. As a werewolf, he could hardly get a job, and when he did he never had it long. He was too proud to accept money from his friends, thinking of it as charity. The werewolf was a proud creature, and it had rubbed off on him. "Coffee," said Sirius. He'd been drinking too much lately, especially with James around. He just couldn't forgive him. He'd given him money for a house and he'd used it to get a lawyer for Lily. He'd been furious when he found out. He'd given him that for the children and him so they had a roof over their head. Not that James had to worry about that anymore. No doubt he'd moved back into Potter Manor. They'd never stepped foot in Godric's Hollow since the attack on the twins. It had been directed at the twins. The prophecy said the boy born as the 7th month dies, and both had been born at that time, close enough to the 7th month dies anyway. Remus spelled the kettle and it warmed immediately. Grabbing large mugs, he floated them over and carried the pot over. Sirius summoned the coffee and tea, as Remus went to the refrigerator and took out the milk. None of them liked their brew dark, but they also didn't like them sweetened. Remus usually did near the full moon though, so he could gain some weight he'd lose after the transformations. Never more than 1 spoon per coffee. Remus handed Sirius his red mug, keeping the black one for him, and he placed a tea bag into the brew as Sirius added coffee to his. "Has the paper been?" asked Remus, as he sat down across from Sirius, a yawn stretching across his prematurely aged face. "Not yet," said Sirius. 10 minutes. He added after looking at the clock on the wall. It always came at the same time, and those at Hogwarts would already have it, since it was so close to the Prophet Station. In fact, it probably only took the Owls 5 minutes from the Hogsmeade to get to their designated target. Sirius had once wondered how it never got chilly with such a large opening constantly open. Which wasn't true, it opened for breakfast only, before the window was closed again. "Has James been up yet?" asked Remus. "Does it look like it?" asked Sirius, irritated. "No, he's not. You're too forgiving, Remus." Honestly, someone could nearly kill him and Remus would forgive them, he'd bet. He was being disingenuous, he knew, but he couldn't help it. He wanted Remus to be as angry as him towards James and Lily. He'd always been one to upset or anger easily. Growing up with his parents, it was no wonder. "I haven't forgiven him," said Remus, shaking his head. "I know things will never be the way they used to. I cannot forget all those years of friendship. Or the fact he's part of my pack. Peter betrayed us, that the wolf can understand, but it's not turned James away. Sirius rolled his eyes, as if he was still irritated, but he said nothing. He understood the pack thing probably better than the others had. Dogs were related closely to the wolf, had the same instincts but not as strongly, of course, probably because the blood DNA was what you could say, watered down. Stags were different, they didn't have the instincts Remus and he had in animal form. A few minutes of silence, with nothing but sips being drank from their hot coffee before the owls swooped in, hooting and squawking as they waited on being relieved of their burdens. Remus removed the letters and his packages, leaning over into the kitchen drawers, and retrieved a few owl treats and placing them in his palm, waiting for the owl to accept them. Once it was done, he gathered a few galleons, nuts and sickles and placed them in the money pouch. Only when that was done did the owls quickly depart, flying out of the open window of Grimald Place's kitchen. Sirius took the newspaper from the owl's leg, placing the money in pouch, and let Remus feed them. A few seconds later they were flying in the air. Normally they just got a piece of sausage or even a strip of fat from the bacon. Unfortunately none of them were in the mood to cook today, even using magic required hands-on dealing with it. He took one look at the front page and his eyes widened. His eyes quickly traveled along the words, swallowing everything written almost greedily. "Do you still have dress robes that fit you?" asked Sirius casually, even if he was anything but. "Why?" asked Remus, stopping in his quest to open his package, leaving it half done as he stared at Sirius suspiciously. Sirius didn't ask pointless questions, especially not in the morning. He must be planning something. "We've got a party to attend," said Sirius smugly. "What party? Who in their right mind plans a party with the state everything is in?" asked Remus, blinking in shock. "Not just a party, an award ceremony," said Sirius, grinning in deep amusement. "Now you've lost me. Why would you want to go to an award ceremony?" "The attention won't be on you," said Remus wryly. "Ha, ha," said Sirius, shaking his head. "No, I mean it. Would you like to go?" "No," said Remus. "Fine then. I'll go and support Harry myself then," said Sirius, sounding deeply disappointed. "Harry?" asked Remus, perking up, throwing his empty package box in the bin, as he placed his Honeydukes chocolates to the side. Chocolate always made him feel better, especially after the full moon. So he always made sure to have a supply on hand, which he most certainly did, 5 large blocks of it right now. In his trunk he still had 2 blocks, that's if Sirius hadn't stolen any. Not that he minded, he always gave them back, and gave him another one in compensation. "Order of Merlin 3rd CL, for a potion he and Snape created," said Sirius, still reading the paper. "Wow. You could use it. It will repair all the damage that's been done during transforming. It works because there's someone saying they've already done it. It's been proved by the American ministry. They claim they feel 10 years younger, and that the full moon isn't so difficult. Apparently they are interested in Harry as well." The pride in his voice was impossible for even a deaf man to mistake. Order of Merlin 3rd CL. At his age, he was the youngest ever recipient for the award. He did wonder if Harry would have been this amazing, this determined, if they'd loved him as they should. Or if the Potter's neglect had turned him into this awesome, determined wizard that he is. Plus he might finally bring peace between the American and British governments and make them see eye to eye for once. "I thought it was for arthritis," asked Remus, baffled. Had he missed something? No, apparently that was a misconception, misprint from the Potions Monthly magazine. "It's like a rejuvenating potion, only 10 times more potent. It doesn't just work on the bones but internal organs, making the body young again," replied Sirius, sounding as though he was reading paragraphs from the paper in his hands. They'd named it Eileen's potion. It was obvious who it had been made for. Snape's mother was named Eileen, if he didn't remember right, Eileen Prince Snape. Her name had been a mere mention of the old pureblood lines during his homeschooling before Hogwarts. His parents had sneered at how weak she was and how dirty she is for diluting the Prince line with that of a Muggle. Muggles, of course, by his mother's definition, were worse than even a mudblood. Which was saying a lot, since they loathed those without magical lineage getting into their precious world. It didn't matter that a great many of the Muggle-borns were actually smarter and more magically powerful than purebloods, which probably did just add insult to injury. "Sounds fascinating. Does it mention the price?" asked Remus. 12 galleons, said Sirius, or £60 if you went with the Muggle currency. He didn't patient it. asked Remus dumbfounded. Harry didn't do it for the money, Remus. He did it for Eileen Prince Snape. He did it to save her from whatever was killing her. He didn't patient it, and it's become very popular, especially with the older generation. Of course he still receives interest on it," said Sirius quietly. Harry was very loyal to those he loved. Unfortunately they weren't included in that regard. "When and where is the award ceremony?" asked Remus, rather concerned it shouldn't have been put in the paper. It was dangerous. Voldemort wanted Harry dead, for embering him. He'd attend if for no other reason than to keep Harry safe. If there was an attack he would need as much protection as humanly possible. Where else? The Ministry of Magic, trying to make as much publicity out of it as possible, said Sirius. Then again that's where everyone was given their awards. The last one awarded it was actually the man who invented the Wolfsbane potion, but that was a much grander affair since it was first CL. There hadn't been one awarded since Dumbledore got one decades ago, the first CL medal that is. That will afford him some protection then, said Remus, relief clear on his face. The minister had placed wards stopping those with the dark mark gaining entrance, without an aura present. Of course they could be betrayed by an aura, who could allow everyone entrance, but apparently Scrimgeour had thought of that. So it was amended, one aura for every wizard carrying the dark mark. If a Death Eater tried to gain access, they'd find themselves with a permanent room in St. Mungo's. The wards would fry their magical core and addle therein beyond repair. One could say they deserve what happens to them. The only exception to the rule was Severus Snape, who had been a spy for Albus Dumbledore, and it was widely known. They'd given him the charm that negated the effects of the wards placed around the building to keep it safe. Of course Scrimgeour, the cautious wizard he was, made Severus swear an oath not to reveal it. This had all been done from the fireplace, before the trail for Lily Potter had been put into effect. "Nowhere is totally secure," said Sirius. "They were at war and you learned that the hard way. Like how they thought James, Lily, Nick and Harry would be safe, yet look what happened. They'd been attacked when they thought it was them they wouldn't have to worry about, safely censored behind the wards the Fidelis charm had to offer." "Why are you talking about secure? Has Grimmauld Place been compromised?" asked James, walking and looking like a zombie. Despite the fact he'd been in bed for 13 hours, he hadn't slept a wink. Any time he'd just about fallen asleep his mind would come awake again. Like he'd been injected with pepper-up potions all night. There wasn't dreamless sleeping potions here. Nor was there anywhere else he would need to buy some from Slug and Jigger's apothecary in Diagon Alley. "It's probably constantly watched," said Sirius, scoffing. "I have no doubt Bellatrix has told Voldemort about this place. Thankfully it's very well guarded, added with the Fidelis charm on it it's as safe as it's going to get. The books in the Leary could fund Voldemort's war alone. It was extensive, rare and valuable books. More valuable books were in the main Black Vault, which thankfully he had control of. His mother had blasted him off the family tree, but never officially disowned him. It could have something to do with Regulus going missing shortly after. There was no other heir to carry on the line. Closest was Draco Malfoy, but he would have to denounce his Malfoy heritage before he could carry the Black name. You had to be a Black in name and blood to carry the heir title. Something his great many times grandfather had put into affect, no doubt to make sure the line stayed with immediate family and pure. "Would you like to see the paper?" inquired Sirius, grinning smugly, an expectant look on his face. No," said James warily. He didn't want to see the paper's edition of what had happened in that courtroom yesterday. His parents were probably rolling in their graves. His entire family was in pieces. He also had to go and see Dumbledore. If that man was even thinking of training him, well, he had another thing coming. His son wasn't going to get training from anyone other than him. He'd see his son ready to face the threat, with him at his side guiding him. He'd been a idiot trusting Dumbledore to do anything for his family. "Don't worry, Lily's only mentioned on page 10, and only a sentence on the front page," said Sirius, handing the folded paper to him. Remus bit his tongue. It's the closest he'd seen them being friendly in years. Yet he knew there was nothing friendly about it. Sirius was taunting James. Closing his amber eyes he shook his head. This war had destroyed friendships, ruined lives and left them desolate. Even when Voldemort was gone, nothing would ever be the same. James reached for the paper, confused by Sirius' words and the way he was being They had barely exchanged a few words the entire time he'd stayed here. Only to make it clear Sirius was only doing it to repay James' parents for taking him in when he ran away from the expectations his family were heaping upon him. They had greatly agreed with Voldemort's ways, but never actually became Death Eaters. No, their urging had made Regulus do it, and it had killed him. When he'd died, his DOD had appeared on the magical family tree in the house. It was the same magic that Molly Weasley had imbued in her family clock. Opening the paper, he closed his eyes, his hands becoming fists, not in anger but pained defeat. His son, Merlin, his son had been awarded the Order of Merlin 3rd CL, youngest recipient ever. Swallowing thickly once again reminded just how good and pure his son actually was. Another bird, a raven, it belonged to Severus since Hermes was out delivering a package, swooped into Grimmauld Place. "Hey," said Sirius, reaching for the letter but only to be pecked. Reaching forward, he saw it was addressed for James. "It's for you, Remus," asked Sirius. "Yes," asked Remus, opening his eyes again. "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" said Sirius, his face straight. Remus groaned and slammed his head on the tabletop. Ever since the teenager had found his favorite childhood book, he always reminded him of it. He'd kept in his trunk at all times, and Sirius had read it. Every time he saw a raven, he was reminded of the book and joke. Inwardly, though Remus was grinning, it was difficult to be glad about anything else days. He'd actually seen the movie, Once Upon a Time Visiting the Muggle World. It was absolutely fascinating what they could do. It's just a shame most wizards were backwards. They'd rather gouge out their eyes than accept anything Muggle in their world. Sirius laughed in amusement. No matter how many years passed, it was still amusing. Just like the Sirius pun they always done with his name. If only it had been Orion Sirius instead of Sirius Orion he'd been named. James sat down, his brow filled with sweat, tears running freely down his face. Remus and Sirius stared at him, then at the paper. Their eyebrows rose past their hairline. There was like 10 pages, filled with questions and statements. Judging by the first set of questions, this had been written by Harry. Sirius took the pages from James, not wanting the salt water from his tears to mess the letter up. His blue eyes flittering over each and every question, statement and written word. Harry had poured his soul into this letter. Older parchment fell out, but they were left as the letter was read out loud by Sirius. "James, I've been asked to write everything down. Severus said it might help me get everything off my and maybe let me move on properly. I hadn't really realized I had been hanging on, but I guess I have been. Do you remember the last time when you sat down and actually fed me after Voldemort's first defeat? Cuddled me, told me you loved me? Do you remember the last time you bathed me and not just used a spell until I was old enough to wash myself in the sink? Do you remember the last time you ever told me a story? Do you remember the last time there was a picture of me taken? Do you remember the time I asked for a cat, only for Lily to buy one for Nick not 2 days later? Do you remember when Nick punched me in the face and you sent me to my room?" The list continued extensively, continuing on during the entire duration of his childhood. All faults were being laid bare for James to see, stuff James had actually forgotten about until it was reminded for him. He could barely believe Harry could remember any of it, but James knew better than most. Horrible memories always encompass the good ones. People remembered the bad better than the good. Since Harry's childhood had been filled with nothing but misery, he probably remembered a great deal of it. Do you remember taking Nick and Roxy to Diagon Alley, a day that should have been mine also? You had to take me for my wand. Do you remember what you told Nick afterwards once you got back? After denying me an owl. Shall I remind you? It took longer to get his wand. Now come on before it gets dark. When was the last time you actually used my name while talking about me to others? You forgot me. Nothing new there. You took me to Hogwarts and I didn't get to ride in the boat like everyone else. You made it seem as though it was entirely my fault. You never wrote to me other than to tell me how much a disappointment I was. You can have them back. I don't need them to know what they said. I've read them so many times that they are memorized. I'm sorry for whatever I did to deserve being ignored and belittled by my family. For so long I had hoped somehow that miraculously you would pay the slightest bit of attention to me. I stupidly thought that with good grades you'd actually notice. Instead you blamed Ronald Weasley for Nick's lack of good grades after letting him think Quidditch and reading magazines were more important than work. Each time the tutor came to you with how badly behaved Nick was, you threatened to fire him. He was just following the example you set for him. From what I've observed, it seems he's finally grown up. Good for him, something you can't take any credit for, as usual. I'd be greatly surprised if you can answer any of those questions or remember any of the memories I'm taking about. I remember everything and I wish I didn't. Maybe now old demons can be laid to rest and I can focus on my future. Harry Peverell. Sirius' voice was hoarse by the time he'd finished, not just because of the emotions he was feeling, but because of the length of the letter. Needless to say, he truly had gotten everything off his. The letter may be addressed to James, but Sirius tried to remember when he had last did any of those things for his godson. For most part he and Remus had been visiting werewolf camps all over the world, especially after Umbridge had started her bloody laws. They'd gone to tell them just because she thought that way. Not everyone was as ignorant. They laws were more tolerant now because of the wolfsbane potion, but not by much. Even with the sentence to Azkaban. I'll have something stronger now, said Sirius to Remus. The werewolf just summoned the whiskey and glees. Filling a GL, he handed it over to Sirius. Before he took the opened, old letters Harry had spoke off. He looked sick just reading them himself. He ped them over to Sirius, not looking James in the eye. Harry, Nick has just told us you can speak S language. I want you to know I'm extremely disappointed in you. Every year there is always something, most recent ones getting sorted into Ravenclaw. No Potter has ever been sorted anywhere other than Gryffindor bar you. I supposed I should just be grateful that it wasn't Slytherin, which by given your newly discovered talent I'm surprised you're not. Then showing up your brother by getting better grades when you know very well what your brother was going through trying to fight Voldemort. Now you can speak Parseltongue. When you come home for the summer you are to go straight to your room. You still stay in there. I will get Lily to send the food up to your room. We do not want to see you. Poor Roxy is utterly mortified, as are your mother and I. Do you know what this could do to Nick's reputation? If this backlashes on us, you will be out on your backside. It's no wonder he chose to emancipate himself, said Sirius, staring at the letter completely horrified. It didn't seem like James at all. This letter reminded him of his own father, who was embered. He'd been put in Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Talking about how it had embered Regulus as well. The similarities were scary, and he'd never imagined in a million years he'd compare his best friend to his own father. He refused to read the others. 6 years and only 4 letters the entire time. 4 small letters. He'd bet they were full of bitterness and anger like this one. James just sank further into his seat. Their looks embedded itself into his mind, searing him with agony so profound it took his breath away. He had to get out of here. He couldn't stay. He didn't want to see the looks of quiet accusation, disgust, distrust and anger coming his way. With that he ran. He didn't care if he looked like a coward. Maybe he was. Prince Manor, Severus, Harry and Eileen. Why didn't you tell me? Asked Eileen, as Harry sleepily made his way into the dining room. She'd just finished reading everything in the newspaper. The American minister wanted to be the one to give Harry and Severus their awards. She was so proud of them. What? Asked Harry, blinking in confusion as he sat down, not understanding what Eileen was going on about. He was dressed in a pair of old jeans and a white long-sleeved top. He'd sent the letter, finally, after pacing up and down, and preparing to put the letter on the owl only to falter. He'd worked up the courage and hopefully things would get better now. She means the award ceremony for tonight. I do hope you have a set of dress robes, smirked Severus, chuckling evilly at how pale Harry went. Harry hated any attention on him whatsoever. What? Gaped Harry. What award ceremony? If you'd opened all your mail instead of leaving it laying there you'd already know, said Severus, pointing towards the table where Harry had put everything yesterday. They'd been in a hurry, getting to the trial of Lily Potter. When he'd got back he'd been too angry. Eileen had calmed him down. Afterwards he'd spent the rest of the day in the lab. Brewing always put him at ease, helped him forget everything. Harry practically bolted for the letter. Ripping it open he read it quickly, his eyes getting steadily wider. He was aware he must have looked like an idiot, standing there gaping at it. The American Minster, stepping foot on British soil. To give him and Severus an award. He certainly hadn't seen that one coming. Not by a long shot. I don't suppose you can just collect mine, do you? Asked Harry. He wasn't sure if he really meant what he said. He just wasn't used to being looked at. He'd spent his entire life invisible to everyone around him. Harry, said Eileen, her lips twitching. Why did she have to have two sons who prefer dwelling in the shadows, instead of embracing their brilliance? It was infuriating yet saddening. The world deserved to know just how brilliant they were, and she was proud of them no matter what they chose to do. She just wished everyone could see them as she saw them. To think if she'd remained in the magical world, or came back after having Severus, she could have perhaps become a potions mistress and have the ability to do what they did. She was great at potions, make no mistake, but she was nowhere near mastery level. She had been too old, body-wise, since everything ached if she stood too long, to consider it. Since the potion she'd considered it, but she had inevitably decided to leave it to her boys, and enjoy old age pain-free as it was now. She'd never had the imagination to do what her boys did anyway. I hope you have a nice dress, said Harry wryly. Why is that? Asked Eileen. She didn't own a single dress. She never had. Her wardrobe was very basic, always had been since she was 17 years old. You're coming, said Harry. I wouldn't be here without you, or Sev. Mostly Eileen. If she hadn't been Severus' mother, he would never have met him or became his apprentice. He'd still be a full-time Hogwarts student, getting troll on all potion esments. Then again, maybe not. Slughorn seemed respectable enough. He did wonder why Reese had left, but very briefly he loathed the man more than even his own parents. He'd almost destroyed what Harry wanted to be more than anything else in the world, a potions apprentice and inevitably a master in the craft of potions making. Nothing would make me happier, said Eileen, smiling sweetly at him. Do you have a set of dress robes for the occasion? No, said Harry mulishly. Then perhaps we best visit Madame Malkin's. Is she still open, Severus? Asked Eileen, turning to her son. I believe so, said Severus. Security around the alley had increased significantly since the attack. Ollivander and Fortescue had been taken, not killed. Voldemort wanted them for something. They obviously had information that the Dark Wizard wanted, enough to risk his followers. 5 of them had been killed during the attack, 2 more captured, but they'd been low-level Death Eaters. They knew nothing of future plans, what Voldemort was doing, or actually anything useful. They were children, barely out of school. It made Severus furious, especially knowing his Slytherins would end up joining. With Slughorn though, they might have a chance to avoid their fate. What about you? Do you have dress robes? Asked Harry, blatantly staring at Severus with a smirk, undressing him with his eyes. Severus cleared his throat, glaring at Harry with no bite and a tad bit humor lurking behind his black eyes. I do not, said Severus. Then it's a trip we all shall make, said Eileen, finally an excuse to get her boys out of the manor. She had to set up a little impromptu holiday for them all. She'd enjoyed Egypt, as had they both, even got a little bit of the sun before coming back. They were both so pale, no doubt because of all the time they spend in that lab. Can't you take our measurements and send them off via owl? Asked Harry hopefully. Sitting back down and grabbing some food, Eileen had already eaten, so it was just him and Severus. If you want white robes then yes, said Severus. His mother had the quirkiest sense of humor when she wanted it. The last time he'd asked her to do it she'd gotten him white robes, pure white. Telling him he was wearing too much black as if it was all okay. Severus, scolded Eileen, a smile twitching at her lips. Murmured Harry, unable to speak since his mouth was full, but he was staring at them curiously, trying to swallow the load. When I was due to meet a prospective potions master, I wanted to look my best. I sold some potions to afford the robes. I asked my mother here to buy me a set. Since I wasn't able to move that day, the Dark Lord had been particularly vicious the night before. She got me a set all right, a white set of dress robes, said Severus wryly, which were wasted by the time he was through testing me. He accepted me as his apprentice, telling me to refrain from wearing white unless I wanted to buy a new wardrobe every week. Oh, said Harry. His lips had disappeared as he tried and succeeded in holding his amusement at bay. Well, maybe I should just pick my own. I'll get my some treats and mice while I'm there too. Maybe a set of blue robes. But that might make him seem proud of Ravenclaw House since it's their colors. He'd never been proud to be a Ravenclaw. Even those with intellect preferred knowing his brother's favorite color or food compared to actually talking to him. They spoke to him now, yes, because he'd proved himself. Well, that was well and good, but he'd never forgive them for ignoring him for nearly 4 years. Or maybe green ones. He liked green, it was a good color, went well with his eyes, and he wanted Severus to notice him tonight if they were going to this thing. Then consider it done. We shall go after breakfast. We only have a few hours in which to prepare. The award ceremony begins at 3, lasts 2 hours, then there is a Salesian party afterwards, said Eileen. I know, Mother, said Severus dryly. I'm not talking to you, Severus, I am telling Harry, who perhaps doesn't know what all this entails, said Eileen smartly. Touché, said Severus nodding his head. Salesian party, just how long does that last? Asked Harry, wide eyes. It was a good job it was the weekend. That way he wasn't missing school or any lessons Severus had planned. Sundays were always his. Well, apart from this Sunday, hopefully it will only be an hour or two, itself. Can run on until midnight, said Eileen, smiling in sympathy for her boys. It's going to be a long day, isn't it? Asked Harry, groaning in dread. Severus wasn't helping matters by smirking at him like that. You forget you are going to do you. No, but the attention isn't going to be focused on me. You are the youngest recipient after all, said Severus, finding amusement in how much his young lover, not that anyone would know, he wasn't going to jeopardize Harry's budding career. He deserved everything he had and was receiving, was dreading an award ceremony. There would have been once upon a time, he'd have desperately wanted it, especially at his age. To be acknowledged, respected before he went and made the biggest mistake of his life. Thankfully Harry would never make the mistake he had. Despite the fact they'd had similar but very different childhoods. Whereas he'd wanted quiet and to fade into obscurity by those who bullied him and his father, Harry had been invisible to everyone, wanting anyone to notice him. Let's get this over with, said Harry, placing his napkin beside his mostly empty plate. Harry, this is good news. You will be worldwide recognized, respected, for something you did and do, said Severus, standing up also. True, said Harry, and wasn't that what he wanted? For the world to see him as his own man. Not as Potter's son or the brother of the boy who lived just Harry Peverell, soon to be potions master and now Order of Merlin 3rd CL award winner. He wasn't invisible anymore, and it hadn't been how he feared, being found out. He was the true boy who lived. He will always know who his true friends were, and for that, Harry will always be grateful. I have a few others I want to invite. Is it possible? It is. You will have to send it right away, otherwise they won't get their invites and pays, in the form of the portkey that will send them straight to the ministry's grand hall, said Severus immediately. He knew who would be attending with Harry tonight, Neville and Luna, as well as Cedric Diggory and perhaps Cho Chang if they could be given permission to leave school. Considering how honorable it is to be asked to attend, he doubted Dumbledore would say no. In fact, Albus Dumbledore would probably be there, representing the Wizengamot since he was chief warlock and head of the Wizengamot. Brilliant, said Harry, grabbing his mail and bolting off upstairs. Eileen Prince Snape stared at herself in the mirror, awed at the women standing before her. It surely couldn't be her. She wore a gorgeous flowing long-length emerald dress with sequins glittering in an intriguing pattern, with a chain belt. To top it off, she wore to the necklace Harry had given her and the emerald earrings Severus had given her at the same time, Christmas. She didn't have much jewelry, but it was enough to see her through, and each piece had sentimental value. Her black hair fell down in long tresses down her back, curling slightly at the end. She wasn't the most beautiful-looking woman in the world, but today she felt it. Pride still continued to course through her. Her sons were amazing, she'd always known it, now the world finally knew too. Putting on her new pair of green shoes, flats, she couldn't wear high heels. She might now, but back then she hadn't been able to, but she'd rather be comfortable. She was tall enough without wearing them anyway. Her son had gotten his tallness from her, and in fact he'd gotten most things from her, poor dear. Grabbing her shawl and travel cloak, or what she rather liked to think, jacket, she'd spent too long in the Muggle world to be rid of it. Mum, you look amazing, said Severus, staring at her blankly before deciding on the most appropriate word. She beamed at him, obviously over the moon with her son's words. It hurt to think she hadn't had anyone say those words to her before. She was his mum, he didn't care what she looked like, and he loved her even if he didn't show it as much as he should. Unfortunately, the years of spying had stuck with him, and he preferred not to show how much he cared about people or their words. "Thank you, Severus," said Eileen, smiling gratefully at her son. She had wondered if it was a bit much, but Severus seemed to like it, so she swept away her fears. This was an award ceremony. Everyone would be dressed up and ready to party. The purebloods loved these sorts of functions, any excuse to get dressed up and wear your entire vault contents around your neck or elsewhere. "You look very dapper yourself. Has Harry seen you?" Severus rolled his eyes. Honestly, he didn't look any different than he normally would. Or so he kept telling himself anyway. Truth be told, both he and Harry had settled on traditional dress robes. He had on a black shirt instead of a white one. It made him look even skinnier than he actually was, but it didn't bother him since he always wore black and looked like a stick. He could eat like a pig and never gain weight. He'd always weighted the same since before he started teaching at Hogwarts. His mother was taking too much pleasure out of the fact he and Harry were, well, together. Or as together as they were going to get for a while anyway. "The portkey is set to activate in 5 minutes, why don't you go and get him?" "I'll be in the hall," said Eileen, making her way down the stairs. A few months ago this would have been nearly excruciating for her. She shook her head. It seemed as if the award ceremony was bringing back just how much the potion had helped her. Now it was going to do the same for thousands of others, including werewolves too. Perhaps it would elongate their life. Werewolves had a lifespan on 20 to 30 years after they were bitten, before they completely deteriorated. The figure had gone up perhaps 10 years since the wolfsbane potion, but now there was a new hope for them. Severus knocked on Harry's door. He'd been amused all day at how much Harry was dreading this. Perhaps Harry felt more deeply than he imagined. Hopefully he would still go. He didn't want to have to accept Harry's award for him. "Harry, are you ready to go?" "I'm coming," said Harry from inside the room. A few seconds later the door finally opened. The dress robes he'd decided on were breathtaking. It made Harry look years older. Biting his lip, he realized tonight was going to be extremely long. Harry had elected to wear a silver tie, instead of the traditional bow that came with the dress robes. "You decided on wearing the ring then?" said Severus, noticing the Peverell insignia ring on his hand. Not many decided to wear the rings these days. It was a stupid move. It was enchanted to protect the wearer, even negate some of the most potent potions. Poisons and even love potions. Black didn't wear his, Potter didn't wear his, come to that, and even Arthur Weasley didn't wear it. The only person he'd seen wearing insignia rings was Lucius, the Minister of Magic, and of course the potion masters he saw regularly at conferences. "Yup. Why don't you wear the prince one?" asked Harry, closing the door. "I would have to take on the prince name," said Severus, as if it explained everything. Which it did. He'd made his name as a Snape. He'd gained his mastery as a Snape. Need he go on? Although lately they'd been getting referred to as Prince Snapes in the newspaper. Even his mother had officially hyphenated it, changing it on her vault this afternoon while out shopping. "Hey, you basically have. Everyone knows you as the Prince Snapes," said Harry wryly, spookily thinking the same thing Severus had been just moments before. At least they had been referred to as such in the newspapers this morning. "Indeed. Are you ready to go?" "The portkey will be activating in 2 minutes, said Severus, looking at his watch. There was no such thing as fashionably late at events such as these. They were all portkeyed in at different times to the same place. "Let's go then," said Harry, his face scrunched up in apprehension. Both of them then began to hasten down the stairs, grabbing the portkey, which was actually their pace to get into the grand hall, which wasn't used very often. A minute later, the manor disappeared and the hall doors appeared before them. They stood for a few seconds, letting their stomachs settle after being yanked so forcefully. "Wands and pays, please," said Kate Bennett, a very familiar witch. She had been asked to give evidence at Lily Potter's trial. Severus paid his wand and VIPP over, tapping his foot impatiently as it was checked and recorded. His name ticked off. "Welcome and congratulations, Mr. Snape," she said as she returned his wand to him. "Thank you," said Severus as his mother went next. The loud music could be heard from inside the room. "Welcome, Mrs. Prince Snape," said Kate, smiling gently at the woman ping the wand back. There was hardly any magic registered on the wand, and for such an older woman, it was a surprise to say the least. She knew everyone didn't use magic every day, and some preferred actually not using it. That was mostly because the spells they cast didn't succeed. "Thank you, dear," said Eileen, joining her son, waiting on Harry now. "Oh, Mr. Peverell, welcome. I hope you don't mind, but the minister wants a private word," asked Kate. "During dinner, and it won't be private. Give him my apologies, but I have no interest in anything other than ping my mastery at this time," said Harry quietly but firmly, making himself clear. "If it's important, then I'm sure a silencing spell will do the trick." "Of course, and congratulations. Why don't you go in and have a seat? The award ceremony will start in exactly 20 minutes. Orr Smith will show you to your seats, he's just inside the door," said Kate, handing him his wand back, urging them in getting ready for the last lot of guests. The register totaled only another 5 were to come, if they did come of course, which would be answered in exactly 3 minutes when the portkey was due to activate. It was self-activating. They didn't have them P-word activated anymore. It was dangerous. After all, if Death Eaters got their hands on one, then they could flood the ministry. They always sent them last minute, self-activating and securely using trained attack owls that made the Gringotts ones look like playful bunnies. "Thanks," said Harry, taking a deep breath as Kate magically opened the doors for them. As they entered, the doors was firmly closed behind them, the wards shimmering over their skins, as they looked around the hall. "Wow," said Harry, gazing around in awe. The place was done up spectacularly. They'd pulled out all the stops in making this an event to remember. There were a million balloons stuck up on the ceiling, perhaps with a magical barrier or sticking charms. Tables and chairs covered by the whitest, softest-looking material he'd ever seen. Polished portraits and floors, new candlesticks and glittering gas lamps bobbing up and down, adding to the look. The entire wall at the back side of the room, or bottom, depending on where one was sitting or standing, was filled with all manner of food, despite the fact Harry was sure they would get a normal meal. There was also a table with a million goodie bags, like when you were at a party. Lily and James had always done it every year for Nick. He'd never had a part or goodie bag. He was curious to know what was in them. He looked around further, still curious. All the Ministry of Magic portraits were spaced evenly outspread across the room walls. They were all talking animatedly with people, obviously ecstatic to have someone to talk to. "I didn't expect this." "What did you expect?" asked Eileen as they were escorted to their seats. Over the noise, it was very loud. Thankfully most people were sitting at their tables, so they didn't find it difficulty to get by people. She smirked wryly when she caught Severus glaring at anyone who looked at Harry for more than a few seconds. Glaring much fiercer with those who seemed to have elevator eyes. He wasn't being very subtle. Thankfully it could be paid off as protecting his apprentice, only if he didn't go too far, of course. "Thank you," said Eileen as Orr Smith pulled out the chair for her and let her sit down before leaving, dipping his head in acknowledgement to the thanks. "Something similar to the Yule Ball," shrugged Harry, his green eyes lightening up when he saw Neville had managed to come with the others. He had been in this state just before the Yule Ball too, not just because it was his first date, but because he didn't like being in the spotlight. Unfortunately it was something Harry would have to live with, but he would be happy knowing it was for himself, as Severus had said, rather than the boy who lived's brother. Severus snorted. "They don't like using money at Hogwarts. The headmasters are rather tight-fisted that way, so all things are done magically with furniture they already had. They have a rather tight budget. Any ingredient I wanted, that wasn't in the potions student used, I had to buy myself. Even Dumbledore, but during war, budgets were always tightened in further." "Oh," said Harry, taking his seat, which was right next to Severus. Eileen sat down next to Luna and across from Neville, who was on Harry's other side. Cedric and Cho were occupying the only other seats at the table. "Makes sense, I suppose. It's not just that. Hogwarts is expensive to get into, with only a small amount of scholarships available. Most cannot afford It's not called the safest and best school around for nothing. All the best schools do have large tuition fees," said Eileen, placing her travel cloak on her seat, placing the small bag of money on the side of the table. It was the same color of green as her dress, and it would have fitted everything she wanted to put in it. Yeah, it's a good job my tuition was paid when I was born, or I probably wouldn't have attended either. Snorted Harry. It would have been the sort of choice James and Lily would have made. Twice he'd thought of them already today. He had to stop this, but at least it wasn't with bitterness crawling up his mouth anymore. Sending that letter had been the UTIC, and he owed it all to Severus. Most purebloods do the same thing. I know mine's was paid then too, said Cedric Diggory in agreement. It is an old practice, said Severus in agreement. Yes, Daddy did the same thing, said Luna, a wistful smile on her face. Harry, look, that's the American minister, said Neville, shaking Harry and pointing to the minister in question. He was sitting in deep conversation with Scrimgeour and Dumbledore. There was also a lot of security surrounding them. Is that the American Auror robes? Asked Harry curiously. Everyone else turned to look. They are what you could call a magical extension of the Secret Service, and they protect the Minister of Magic. Does Muggle's Secret Service know about magic? Asked Harry. There was so much he didn't know still. Those with a very big pay grade, yes. Not even their Minister of Magic gets to meet the President of the United States alone, said Severus wryly, able to talk now the Weird Sisters were no longer playing. They are more friendly and advanced than our Muggle and magical ministers. Most probably because they've not had to deal with war. Lucky them, said Harry. He certainly wished there wasn't a war going on. You wouldn't think so seeing all these people talking and laughing. Yet there was, the newspapers were filled with reports of attacks and mysterious kidnappings. Thankfully he didn't have his inner circle, and with the wards increased around Azkaban, he wasn't going to get them anytime soon. Mr. Peverell, Mr. Prince Snape, could you please make your way to the podium? The award ceremony is about to start, said Auror Smith, after making his way to their table once again. The ministers were up there along with someone they didn't recognize, holding onto 2 boxes, probably holding their awards. I'll see you guys later, said Harry, getting up. A chorus of, "All right," and "Good luck," met his ears as he did. Cho was still as shy as before. She barely spoke when they all got together. You'd think she'd be used to them by now. She certainly had a different persona at school. She was always giggling away with a gaggling of friends. Harry followed Severus up to the podium, trying to give Severus as much of the spotlight as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you all for coming together to share this special night. Tonight we are proud to be able to give our Order of Merlin award to these 2 distinguished wizards. Please welcome up Severus, Prince Snape, and Harry Peverell. They stood as one. Then the applauding began. It was loud and fierce. They were always proud when someone did enough to win these awards. The journalists that had been given the honor were flashing their photographs a mile a minute in the stage's direction. One person in particular wasn't there, Rita Skeeter and her poisonous quill. Harry didn't have anything against her. She hadn't written anything about him though. In fact, he wasn't sure if she still worked at the Daily Prophet. James had gotten her into a lot of trouble for publishing things about Nick. First to receive their Order of Merlin 3rd CL is a long prominent potions master, who has created numerous potions, including the notable changes in the Wolfbane potion and Veritaserum, making it usable in court of law. Please welcome up Order of Merlin 3rd CL winner Severus Snape, said Elias Barton, American Minister of Magic, shouted into the sonorous charm so everyone could hear him. Severus stepped forward, as always completely impiv to those around him. Only a few people there truly knew just how honored Severus was to receive such a prestigious award. Eileen, Luna, Harry, and of course Albus Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling brightly as he observed Severus receive the award. The minister attached it to his dress robe, and both of them shook hands, as Elias congratulated Severus. It's very nice to meet you in person. Your work has inspired many in my homeland. The work you did for the Potions Weekly magazine was magnificent. I certainly wouldn't mind reading some more. However, I know how busy you are. Your apprentice is a definite credit to you and your profession. Thank you, and he is indeed, said Severus, nodding his head curtly. Should have expected it. You wouldn't waste your time on a mediocre student, said Elias happily, stepping back from the podium, allowing Severus to say his word. It's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of the magical world. It is, of course, greatly appreciated when one's work is acknowledged in the best way possible. We do not do it for the praise but rather for the betterment of our chosen field. I wish to thank everyone who spoke up and decided the award was deserved. said Severus, nodding curtly before stepping back from the podium. His red and gold medal more obvious than ever with his dark clothes on. For once he had nothing to say about the red and gold medal, with a phoenix embossed on and flames rising around it. The awards didn't move, they were pure gold, no tampering, no magic. Last but no means least, the second to be awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd CL, the youngest recipient for this prestigious award, an astonishing apprentice, who has already proven his worth, and who I'm sure we are going to hear much from in the coming years, Mr. Harry Peverell, said Elias once again at the podium. This was the boy he'd been waiting for. Unfortunately, the young man had denied him a private audience. It should have annoyed him, but it only made him more curious about the apprentice. He'd been observing him. He looked very reluctant to be in the spotlight. A few years ago he hadn't known who he was. He knew Nick Potter, who didn't. But now Harry Peverell was everywhere. Well done, Mr. Peverell, you have done your country and school proud. If only we had such dedicated wizards and witches in America, said Elias, shaking Harry's hand, and attaching his Order of Merlin medal into his clothes. Standing together, allowing their photographs to be taken, much to Harry's distaste. Thank you, Minister, said Harry quietly, a small smile on his face, and it was all he could muster under the circumstances. He grimaced when the minister moved away, leaving him in the middle of the lion's den, so to speak. He looked at Severus for a second, getting strength from the black eyes and the confident nod from his direction. Taking a deep breath, he remembered Severus' words from just earlier on that day. Harry, this is good news. You will be world-widely recognized, respected, for something you did and do. He could this, he would do this, and it's what he'd spent his life wishing for. Breathing out, he non-verbally cast a sonorous spell on himself. Something everyone noticed, especially when his voice boomed loud enough for the whole hall to hear. Hi, I never expected to get this award. You should have seen my face when I did, said Harry, grinning wryly, speaking straight at his friends. Everyone laughed in response to his words. It was glaringly obvious how young he truly was, seeing him standing there speaking the way he was. There are people I wish to thank, for without them I wouldn't be standing where I am right now. Without them I'd still be at Hogwarts full time, not able to focus on the thing I enjoy the most. So thank you, Eileen, you have been more of a mother to me than Lily ever was. Just as importantly, Severus Snape, who accepted me as his potions apprentice. Without their praise and love I wouldn't have flourished into who I am. I'd also like to thank my best friends for sticking with me through it all. You know who you are. I will, of course, wear my medal with pride, knowing it's deserved. Thank you. With that, Harry removed the sonorous charm and stepped back, finally relaxing, as the spotlight was finally removed from him. The Weird Sisters band began to climb back onto the raised platform, as the podium was removed. Congratulations, I am proud of you both, said Dumbledore, shaking their hands as men, not as a child Harry sometimes felt. He was only the first one to congratulate them, as they made the way to their table, shaking hands with people they didn't even know. For once Severus was much more reluctant than Harry. He didn't like to be touched. Well, from people he didn't know, of course. Good to see you, Severus. Well done on the award, said Master Grimm, shaking hands with a fellow master. Jacob, it's good to see you. How have you been? Asked Severus. I have been good. My apprentice just ped his mastery. I think I'm going to concentrate on potions for a few years before taking on another, said Master Grimms. His usually long peppery hair was cut short. That's a surprise, said Severus wryly. Jacob always had an apprentice over the years. He'd had around 5 going far back as he remembered him. It is, isn't it? Said Master Russell. He and Jacob had both learned from the same master, and had graduated within 6 months of each other. Jacob had taken on apprentice after apprentice. He liked teaching about potions. Unfortunately, Jacob had probably realized how held back he was by this, and wanted to concentrate on himself for a bit. I suspected it would happen eventually, said Master Sorens. Your potion was fantastically done. Even I almost screwed up. Thankfully I corrected it before it blew up in my face, said Jacob Grimm. We almost did as well. We were under a great deal of pressure to brew it correctly, said Severus wryly. Talking about potions again, are we? Asked a beautiful young woman coming to stand beside Jacob, shaking her head wryly, but it seemed like an old joke between them because Jacob just laughed. Severus, I'd like to introduce you to my wife, Penelope Grimm. Pen, this is the potions master I've told you so much about, Master Snape, said Jacob politely. It's very nice to finally meet the man I've heard so much about, said Penelope, shaking Severus' hand, and congratulations on the medal. I don't know a lot about potions, but to create one I know takes dedication. Thank you, said Severus. Will you be at the next conference? Asked Master Damon. Perhaps, said Severus, it just depends on how things are on this end. They knew the United Kingdom's magical world was under threat of war. Of course, I hope to see you there. I have a new potion coming out, it will be in the magazine this week, said Master Damon mysteriously. He wasn't going to make Severus and Harry's day about a potion he'd published. Really? What is it? Asked Severus curiously. Not tonight. Tonight is for you, Severus. Enjoy it. You've deserved it for a long time, said Master Damon. Seriously? Very well, said Severus grudgingly. I expect a letter tomorrow. Of course, said Master Damon wryly, unsurprised by Severus' words. -0. Well done, Harry, squealed Luna, hugging her friend. She was dressed in the most absurdly green dress that looked like a Christmas tree with a pair of purple leggings underneath. She certainly looked very odd among them all. Harry didn't care though. He liked her a great deal and she liked him for himself, not anything else. Thanks, said Harry, getting tired of repeating himself already. How does it feel? Asked Cho, speaking for the first time. Gazing at the medal, the phoenix had a small 3 embedded in it, indicating which one it was. I don't know. I'm still getting used to it, shrugged Harry. It's nice to be recognized though for something you did. Helps your brother doesn't have one as well, said Luna with eerie perspective. That too, laughed Harry. Eileen, would you like to dance? Asked Harry, since everyone else was doing it. I'd love to, sweetie, said Eileen, smiling sweetly at Harry, who quickly moved beside her and led the older woman to the dance floor. His friends quickly did the same, although they were a bit more buoyant than Harry was. After all, Eileen was an older woman, and she couldn't jump around like a headless chicken to the music like the youngsters could. I meant what I said before. You know, you have been more of a mother than Lily. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, said Harry, shouting to be heard over the pounding loud music. I know, Harry, said Eileen, still smiling. It was beginning to hurt. She didn't think she'd smiled so much in a very long time. I know, she repeated, giggling slightly when Harry tried to burl her around. Unfortunately, he was too short and she had to duck under, causing a few people, including themselves, to laugh. Ooh, dinner, said Harry, noticing people ordering food for themselves, and truth be told, after 2 dances his feet were beginning to hurt. No doubt Eileen's was as well. He wasn't very good at dancing. He'd stomped on her feet twice already. What could he say? Nobody had taught him to dance. Yes, it looks rather mouth-watering, doesn't it? Said Eileen. Come on. Severus does look rather lonely sitting there by himself. She would always worry her son. It's what any good parent did. Bored already? Asked Harry as he sat down. I was bored before I walked through the door, said Severus wryly. He didn't like crowds or social gatherings. He'd always been that way. He just didn't like people knowing that. Potatoes, steak pie, peas, sweet corn and carrot with lots of gravy, said Harry to his empty plate. To the normal world it would make you look insane, but to the magical world it was a normal occurrence. The food appeared before him, and Harry quietly dug in along with Severus and Eileen when they ordered their food. They ordered steak and kidney pie, chips and beans. Eileen ordered chicken tikka with rice. That was fun. We will need to do it again sometime. After dinner me and you are going to dance, Harry. My feet better not be trod on through, said Luna as she sat down. She certainly wasn't shy in telling people what she thought anyway. All right, chuckled Harry after swallowing his pie. Chicken, red pepper, Italian sauce marinated in it, steak, salad, pasta and some cheese, said Luna, ignoring the looks she received. She cleared the throat, and suddenly everyone else rushed to order, causing Severus to snort in amusement. Luna Lovegood was truly one of a kind. She was quirky, hareine, but also very deep and mature, especially for her age. So how long is Dumbledore letting you attend for, guys? Asked Harry, wiping his mouth with the cloth napkin. Until 11, half an hour past. Curfew, said Cedric, since everyone else had their mouth full. That's not bad, said Harry, surprised. My grands brought the potion. She's going to use it, said Neville. Or rather my mum bought her it. Really? Asked Harry surprised. Yeah, it was Frankie's idea, said Neville referring to his younger sibling. How is he? Asked Harry. Fine, shrugged Neville. He will be taking his OWLs next year. Harry nodded. He was well aware of that. Frankie was a year older than Roxy. Roxy was in her second year, Frankie his third. He'd never interacted with them. Hell, he hadn't interacted with Neville when they were young, despite the fact they'd been in Potter Manor all the time. Neville had always been quiet, preferring his plants and animals to people. His parents had always worried about him, but he'd come out of his shell at Hogwarts, finding people to become good friends with, and Harry was glad to be one of them. How is Professor Slug? Severus started, but before he could finish, the entire room went silent as the lights went off, casting everything and everyone into darkness, but not for long, as each wizard and witch went on the defensive, lighting their wands, letting the room glow much more brightly than needed. Get behind me, he said harshly, his face twisted in a harsh scowl, one that wasn't to be argued with. As he got Harry, Eileen, Cedric, Cho, Neville and Luna behind him, taking up a defensive position as the entire room shook on its foundations, causing people to cry out in fear and alarm. There was a commotion by the wizards protecting the American minister, but before anything could be said the minister and his men were portkeyed out, initiating their emergency protocol apparently. The same couldn't be said for anyone else. They were locked into a room, with no way out, unaware of what was going on. For how long though, that remains to be seen. He'd been too quiet. I knew it, said Severus as he continued to upturn the tables, creating quite a large barricade. Everyone else in Harry's little group, and the potions masters from American, began helping. If anyone came in, they'd have a small measure of protection from the tables, as they open-fired on everyone. Anyone got a plan? Asked Jacob, crouching down beside them, keeping his wife secure and calm, as the noise began getting louder. Wizards and witches trying to open the door, or banging on it demanding to be let out. With those idiots drawing attention to us, snarled Severus loud enough for the miscreants to hear him. Whoever's attacking is probably after everyone here, and of course this is just inviting them down. A plan? Said Sorens. That's exactly what we need. He must have been, said Severus, stopping as the room shook once more. Desperate to attack the ministry. With any luck he won't get this far, not with the entire Auror department under this roof, if they do its best to be in defensive position before going on the offensive. All right, I'll get everyone else to take up the position. With any luck a plan will calm them down, said Jacob. I'll help, said Sorens. I'm sorry guys, said Harry from where he was crouched. Never apologize, I'm an Auror now, said Cedric, or at least training to be one. Severus, said Albus, making his way over to the calm bunch. Albus, said Severus, you didn't bring a portkey for the students to get back, did you? No, I'm afraid not. I apparated them here. It was all last minute, said Albus defensively. He had planned on attending alone until his students had asked on behalf of being invited by Harry. He felt a great deal of guilt when it came to the boy, so it's why he went out of his way to accommodate him. He'd ignored him in favor of his brother. It had been wrong, especially since it became apparent he'd suffered greatly. He wasn't the only one. His students believed if they weren't a Gryffindor or teacher they'd be ignored or called liars. He had years' worth of damage to undo, and he'd begun that with letting the others attend. It would get around the Ravenclaws, Luna, Cho and Hufflepuffs, despite the fact that Cedric was no longer attending Hogwarts. Now he just had to convince the Slytherins he meant well and they could come to him with anything. Wizards couldn't cause this amount of shaking. It feels like a bloody earthquake, said Master Damon. As yet more shrieking was done by people in the room. The Aurors were trying to take control, but with so many people panicking it was difficult to do. The more calm wizards was actually behind the barrier Severus had created. A few of them were trying to open the doors, and failing spectacularly. What do you think it is? Asked Neville, his worry and fear evident. His parents were on duty. He didn't know where, but they were Aurors. They were working a lot lately, since both he and Frankie were at Hogwarts. He prayed they hadn't taken night shift, and that they wouldn't be called in. It was a futile hope, since no doubt all Aurors will be getting called in. If I had to guess I'd say it was trolls or giants, said Master Damon. There was only one way out, and it was currently shielded. Leaving them as sitting ducks, unless someone came and let them out. I agree, said Severus, if they are attacking the building, there's a possibility we might get caved in. His mind was whirling with ideas, with no idea what was out there. Were they best to remain here? Or risk being caved in? He wasn't used to sitting around, especially when his life was in danger. His instinct was to fight for his life. No doubt it was the same for quite a few others in here. Luna, what do we do? Asked Neville, whispering to his girlfriend. She would know. He didn't normally ask for information, but she had the ability to see. She would know what to do. Luna spaced out, her eyes closed as she contemplated their options. A tear ran down her face as she saw. There was no avoiding it, no matter what they did, which means it was already happening. I'm so sorry, Neville, said Luna sadly, as her boyfriend stared at her in confusion, wiping away her tears. What's meant to happen will happen, said Neville, under the assumption something would happen to him. His heartbeat accelerated wildly, but remained calm, his face pained. If his life was to end, he was glad to have known Luna as long as he did. What's out there? Can we get out? Will it make things worse? His face turning to the others, but they weren't listening to the conversation. Cho was clutching Cedric closely, her face filled with terror. Severus was speaking quietly with one of the potion's masters, and Harry was looking around, a look of concentration on his face. Trolls, said Luna, Death Eaters, answering his questions, but she wasn't looking at Neville. Her eyes were searching the crowd of people, looking for one person in particular. Her head stopped moving when she caught sight of him. He was tapping the wall, as if looking for some sort of secret door. Harry tapped the wall. It sounded a little more hollow than the others. This was the weakest point, not just in the wall, but the magic was weakest here too. He stood there for a few minutes, his mind extremely conflicted. Did he do it, or didn't he? What if he made everything worse? What if he didn't act and the ministry was demolished? Oh my God, shrieked one of the women, the place is on fire. Get us out of here, she screeched at the top of her lungs. Banging on the door again, but she was right, there was smoke billowing through the crack in the sealed doors. Her words caused even more havoc than before. One witch was banishing the smoke, but it was a useless act, such as shoveling snow while it was still snowing. More smoke just seemed to replace it. Harry, yelled Severus, looking around in panic when he couldn't see his apprentice. He's over there, said Luna, pointing Harry out to the worried potions master. A few seconds later it would have been useless as the smoke was almost clouding everything. Even their own view. The only reason nobody was coughing was because they'd cast Bubblehead Charm on themselves. Either that or they were still getting rid of the smoke, wasting magic in the process. Harry's eyes were stinging as the smoke surrounded them. That was it, he was getting them out of there. Pointing his wand at the weak spot, turning his body around, so his back would take any damage. There would be debris flying everywhere, closing his eyes, praying to Merlin he was doing the right thing. Everyone heard the calm, strong voice cast the spell, even over the shouting. Confringo! Shouted Harry. A large boom surrounded the room, as debris as predicted scattered everywhere. A few people cried out in agony, but it was drowned out by the yells of fear. Most of the bricks hit the tables they'd been using as barricades. More smoke scattered everywhere. Let's go, said Neville, grabbing Luna's hand and leading her over to Harry. Almost falling over, the food was still scattered everywhere, making the floor slippery. He could hear someone behind him banishing the spoiled food as they went. It sounded like Cedric, maybe Cho, or he had fallen over. Bloody hell, said Harry, staring around at the ruins completely horrified. His words and his voice gave way to the situation more than anything. Neville swallowed thickly, as he stepped out, his heart sinking. Rubble, fire, dead bodies was all they could see. Harry took off, levitating a huge statue from someone, having just heard them. His fingers checked for a pulse, as adrenaline flowed through him. He growled in disgust as the people who'd been in the room run away, trying to get out of the building. They disgusted him. They could have stayed and helped. People were seriously injured trying to protect them. It was an horror. The torn robes gave way to that fact. Placing a Bubblehead Charm on them, stopping them from inhaling any more of the smoke. Not wanting to move them, he conjured a stretcher and placed them on it. levitating the wizard behind him as he searched for more bodies. The dead he regretfully left, there was nothing more to be done for them. "Stay close," said Severus as he finally caught up with his lover. His black eyes were clouded with worry, it was too silent. Either this had been merely a diversion, and the real attack somewhere else, or it had been a statement. Harry nodded silently, as his green eyes flittered all over the area, searching for any sign of life. Running over, he began levitating more rubble, Severus helping him. There was someone under there, a foot was sticking out, still twitching, and they could still be alive. With the two of them it didn't take any time at all, it was a familiar face, Kate Bennett. The woman who had been standing at the entrance when they first arrived. Harry felt for a pulse, it was weak but still there, he had to get them help as soon as possible. Severus used 2 spells, and she was floating on a stretcher as well. Looking back, he saw the others had followed their examples. So few people saved, but it was better than none at all. "How do we get out of here?" "The lifts won't work," said Harry. "The wards are down, how many of you can apparate?" asked Severus, speaking mostly to the younger generation. "I will apparate them," said Albus, his usual bright robes filled with dust, bloody and food. His face had aged considerably in what was probably just 20 minutes, but this night was turning into the longest night. "I'll apparate them to Hogwarts, you can get the injured to St. Mungo's," said Cedric, taking charge. His dirty face streaked his long messy hair flat, he was tired but the day was far from over. "I will help, I know where St. Mungo's is," said Master Damon. They could only apparate at least 2 people at the same time. Especially when they were unconscious, it would be dangerous to take more than that at once. They could end up splinched, it would defeat the point of saving them. "Go," he said to Cedric Diggory, nodding. "I need to know my parents are okay," said Neville, looking worried. Luna looked away, a lone tear working its way down her face. She wished she could have saved them. Unfortunately she couldn't. If she didn't see it before it happened, it meant there was nothing she could do, it was their fate. She shouldn't have said anything, Neville might blame her and she couldn't bear the thought. "I'll do what I can, now go on," said Dumbledore soothingly. Frank and Alice were few of the best oars. They would be fine, they could hold their own against anyone. For now he had to get the injured to St. Mungo's and find out what was going on out there. "Hold on guys," said Cedric, not that he needed to say it to Cho, she's stuck like glue to him since the attack began. Luna and Neville held on and the 4 disappeared from view. "What about the other floors? There may be injured people there," asked Harry. "St. Mungo's will send healers out," said Dumbledore, his customary twinkle gone as he regarded Harry with pride. He was exactly what a hero should be, thinking of others all the time. Doing anything he could to help, he and his brother couldn't be more different. Harry was exactly what he'd imagined Nick being at this age. Unfortunately James and Lily hadn't brought him up right, instead letting him off with murder, and now look what happened. They'd all thought themselves above the law, Lily had used an unforgivable. "Let's go," said Master Sorens. Jacob and his wife had apparated away, he couldn't blame him really. Penelope was pregnant, and he would have done exactly the same thing. Holding on to 2 of the unconscious wizards, he apparated them away. Everyone else did the exact same, appearing at the accident and emergency section of the hospital. They looked around, it seemed as if others had been doing the same thing. A few looked as though they'd just apparated there themselves, sitting there being tended by the healers, crying or extremely hurt. "Let me see them," said a healer, making her way over to the group, immediately scanning them, calling on a few others by their names. They were immediately taken away, while the others were left there. "I'm afraid we are overrun today, the most life-threatening will be seen to immediately," she said in explanation. "I am a potions master, if there's a way you can show me to the potions cupboard I can help," said Master Sorens. "I am too," said Master Damon. "We will appreciate any help we can get," said Healer Walsh, looking drained. "Bring them through here," said Mediwitch Tontum, gesturing to the room. "It's usually used as a visitor's sitting room, but there's no more room for anyone, the beds are all being used." "I'll show you where the cupboards are," said Healer Walsh, lifting her 2 long work robes and began running off in the direction. "I'll help her," said Harry, immediately taking off after the witch. He could hear people apparating in, even as he went after her. I wish I'd brought my potions bag with me, said Severus as he floated the stretchers through to the room the Medi Witch was telling them to. She held the door open, her white robes filled with blood, her face pale and drawn, but she remained professional. They floated them down, against the wall, making as much room for as many as possible. I will go and get it, Severus, said Eileen. Looking around at the devastation, she felt guilty that she was glad it hadn't been her or anyone she cared about. Ask one of the elves to bring it. Go and get some rest, said Severus. There was nothing she could do here. He didn't want her to remain behind. She'd seen and been through enough tonight. Be careful, Severus, said Eileen, her black eyes filled with worry and fear. I will, I promise, said Severus, hugging her close before letting her go. Go on, I'll see you back home, soon. Okay, said Eileen, using the flow to leave, after staring at her son for a few more seconds. What happened? Asked the Medi Witch as she placed pillows under their heads, making sure they were still breathing. The ministry was attacked, said Master Sorens, helping the witch with her quest. A table was filled with them and sheets, but there was no need for them yet. Not until they were healed anyway. Many had broken bones and internal injuries. Perhaps we should open the hospital wing to those in need, said Albus, looking around the devastation. The war was truly starting. This was the first big attack Voldemort had ordered yet, and the body count already looked extremely big. There isn't enough potions to help. Poppy is better of coming here, said Severus, irritated. Then I shall go and get her, said Albus, feeling useless, not a feeling he was familiar with. Everyone else was helping, but his abilities didn't lie with healing potions or healing spells. Poppy would be within her element, and so he left the room, back to the main entrance. It was the only place one can apparate into Street Mungos. All other areas, especially wards, were protected heavily, the best of the best ward casters employed to ensure it. Here's the potions, said Harry, running into the room, sliding to a stop, extremely out of breath. He was using a medical tray to bring them, enlargement charms cast on it, so they could fit more. He put it down on the table, going over to Kate Bennett, doing a diagnostic charm on her, grateful he'd learned it. Harry winced at the amount of injuries she had. She had been the worst injured, hidden among the pile of rubble. The healer came in 5 seconds later, another tray filled with all the potions they'd need. All of them were labeled, so they wouldn't have to worry about identifying them. Considering there was 4 potions masters, including a one to be Harry, they didn't need to worry. The potions masters have been called in. They are brewing more, but I think we will run out before then. If you do, come find me. I have a supply of them, said Severus, from where he was crouched down, helping one unconscious or swallow a potion. This would heal his internal injuries. Or rather, he will anyway, just as soon as the house elf sent them his way. Yes, sir, said Healer Walsh, tending to another hurt wizard. That's the last of them, said Severus, who was crouched down, placing a sheet over them. It might be a single sheet, but they were woven with heating or cooling charms. They would change to whatever the patient needed. Sighing wearily, he rubbed his eyes tiredly. He'd been awake all night. When it had calmed down considerably, the other potion masters had left. Severus, do you have any burn paste? Asked Poppy, from across the room. There were only 3 patients in here now. Those who could get better at home had left, giving more room to those seriously injured. They'd been transferred to proper wards once they were out of the critical danger stage. A few hadn't. They'd been transferred to intensive care, where there were always at least 3 healers on duty at all times. Yes, said Severus, stifling a yawn as he peed the tub over. Looking around, his lips twitched as his eyes fell on Harry. He was sleeping in the corner, completely exhausted. The pepper-up potion he'd taken had obviously long ago worn off. Then again, he knew it had worn off. He'd taken one at the same time. Why don't you get of home, Severus? We can take it from here, said Healer Welch, smiling at him in gratefulness. His new medal, she noticed, was caked with all sorts of stuff, just like the rest of him. Thank you for all your help, your friends also. I dread to think how many would have died this night without it. Severus nodded curtly in her direction, planning on doing exactly as she suggested. Has Neville been informed? Asked Poppy, looking close to tears just remembering. It had been the most horrific sight in her life. There was nothing more to be done for them. She prayed they recovered, but the medical side of her knew it wasn't possible. Nobody was quite sure why they'd been targeted. There was a large umption that who had UMed they were the secret keeper for Azkaban. Because of that, Frankie and Neville had lost their parents. With magic and potions advancing as they did, they could be cured. As of right now, they were trapped in their own mind, tortured with the Cruciatus curse. Not yet. Lady Longbottom has. She's visiting them right now. She will tell the children, said Healer Walsh. Poor woman, said Poppy. She was going to visit her, let her know she wasn't alone. Frank and Alice had been students at Hogwarts. She'd been the one to bring Frankie into the world. She was good friends with Alice and was devastated. Poor Harry had been the one to see her first. She'd never forget the look on his face. Harry was very good friends with Neville. She was just glad he'd gone back to Hogwarts when he did. Harry, come on, up you get, said Severus, shaking him awake. Harry batted the hand away, but the shaking persisted. His exhausted green eyes opened. Yawning tiredly, he allowed himself to be hoisted to his feet. Merlin, he was so tired, he could sleep for a year the way he felt. It wasn't just tiredness, he felt extremely depressed. Neville loved his parents and he felt bad for him. He couldn't imagine how he'd feel if anything like that happened to Eileen. He let himself be guided towards the emergency entrance, and apparated away. He couldn't have been happier to be safely within the wards of Snape Manor if he'd tried. Home, exactly where he wanted to be. Neville, murmured Harry tiredly, his tortured green eyes meeting Severus. I know, Harry, said Severus just as quietly, I know. Does he know? Asked Harry, stumbling slightly as he moved. No, not yet, his grandmother will tell him, said Severus, soothing his distraught apprentice. He had acted very maturely tonight, with grace that made Severus proud. Never once losing control of himself, apart from when he'd tried to tend to Alice Longbottom. It was understandable, yet he'd regained his composure and continued on. Like a warrior, and Severus was in awe of him. He constantly forgot Harry was merely 16. All right, said Harry, his eyes closing in their own violation. Come on, let's get you to bed, said Severus, sounding incredibly tired himself. Actually, a shower might be in order first. For both of them, they were black, covered in soot and blood. He had to check that Harry hadn't been hurt. He'd been standing too near the blast. He hadn't thought to check, since he hadn't said anything. Knowing Harry, he'd probably put everyone's need above his own, not used to people. Caring. Even after all the years of his mother taking care of him, Harry would learn at some point though. Thank goodness you are back, said Eileen coming down the stairs, watching them in the landing. Yes, Mum. Go back to sleep, said Severus, giving her a wan half smile. She was clean and in her nightclothes, at least someone was warm and comfortable. Still guiding an exhausted Harry in the right direction, he looked ready to conk out again. He'd never been gladder he wasn't using the upper level of the manor. Otherwise they'd have had 2 sets of stairs to get up. Every step took forever, but eventually they made it. Go on, Mum, we are going to bed. All right, son, said Eileen, going back to her own room, relieved beyond belief that they were back and safe. She hadn't been able to sleep, too scared that they would be hurt. The Death Eaters had attacked the Ministry for Merlin's sake. If they'd done that, nowhere was truly safe, least of all the hospital. It didn't even look like they'd been the target either. Severus guided Harry to his room. He idly noticed the bedding had been changed. It was dark blue instead of black. The house elves had obviously been busy when they were out. He was grateful for it. Nothing like going into a freshly made bed, especially with his he was feeling. He was running on his reserve energy, and it wouldn't last long. Not wanting to use any more magic, he undressed them both without it. Placing their wands on the sink, he guided Harry into the shower, turning it on. The warm water immediately cascaded over them. Getting rid of the muck coating them both, it looked worse now that the skin that had been protected by their clothes was revealed. Severus squeezed his shower gel onto the cloth, not sparing it. They both really needed it. Harry stood against him, too tired to really appreciate the sight. They were washed, hair shampooed and dried in record time. They left the bathroom, Severus grabbing his wands. He always slept with his no matter where he was. If any wizard or witch didn't, they were insane. Their wand was a part of them, like a hand or foot. They should never be parted with it, although if they were stupid enough to break the law they deserved it. He'd once been without his, until Albus got him out. It had been the worst week of his life. "Come on, Harry, just a little further then you can sleep," said Severus, as he walked to his bed, flipping the duvet down. Sliding into the warm bed, his body almost bowing in relief, he was so tired. Shifting slightly, he pulled Harry down onto the bed. Harry instantly curled around him, already soundly asleep, and Severus followed him. There certainly hadn't been a need for dreamless sleeping potion tonight, as they fell into a dreamless sleep too exhausted. Eileen woke up abruptly, her nightmare quickly leaving her as she tried to make sense of it. Her boys were home, they were safe. They'd gone to bed, she could remember it, and she thought as she calmed her erratic heart the events of the yesterday had truly shaken her. Getting up, she put on her dressing gown and got up. She noticed her evening dress had been washed and cleaned already, no sign of the blood, dirt and debris on it. They'd done a good job repairing it. It was almost as if what happened last night was just a nightmare, but the memories were fresh in her mind, telling her it was all true. Knowing she'd never get back to sleep, she slipped her feet into her slippers before leaving her bedroom. Anxiously peeking into her son's room, a smile spreading across her face, they looked wonderful together. Perhaps Severus would give up on keeping his distance now. Closing the door as silently as possible, not wanting to wake them, she wandered away down the stairs. She could get her way around this place blindfolded. You never forgot the house you grew up in, no matter what age you were and how many homes you had afterwards. "Can I get you something to eat, Mistress Eileen?" asked Dobby, appearing before her, his lively eyes regarding her warmly. He owed his life to Harry, and he'd serve them with pride. They didn't hurt him or make him hurt himself. The elves here were treated so differently from what he was used to. Proper clothes, they were respected, given hours in which to sleep and eat. In fact, it was demanded of them. He knew without Harry he'd be dead, at Narcissa Malfoy's hands for besmirching the Malfoy name. He owed a great debt to Harry Peverell, and he'd spend the rest of his life repaying it. He adored Harry, and this was the only way he could show it, and he loved his new home too. The house elves here had been very friendly and he'd made good friends with them all. Eileen looked at the time and her eyes widened in shocked disbelief. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She couldn't remember a time when she'd slept so late, probably as a teenager still at Hogwarts using the weekend to catch up on missed sleep. She was so used to getting up at 6 on the dot, it was rather refreshing not to be up at the crack of dawn. "Is something cooked, Dobby?" asked Eileen, sitting down, deciding on the couch. She was too wound up to sit on the stiff seats at the dining table. "It will be ready in 10 minutes, Mistress Eileen," said Dobby. "Can Dobby be getting you something in the meantime? Make sure to cook extra today. I have a feeling we are all going to be extremely hungry," said Eileen. They hadn't eaten since lunchtime yesterday. The attack had happened before they could eat their dinner last night. Her son's day hadn't gone as planned, instead they'd been attacked. She was proud of the fact they'd taken the lead. They were both good leaders. She couldn't be more proud of them. Nearly everyone had run away, not her boys. No, they'd stayed and helped. Even healed people in St. Mungo's when they were swamped with incoming patients. She'd worried about them the entire time. "It is being done," said Dobby proudly. "Thank you. I wouldn't mind some coffee while I wait." "And has the mail come yet?" asked Eileen. "Yes, ma'am," said Dobby, disappearing immediately. Eileen looked around, almost expecting everything to be different. It wasn't. Everything was exactly the same. It was just her mind that was different. She'd never witnessed such an attack before, and it had left her extremely rattled. She'd had nothing to do with the last war, having left the wizarding world when she was 17 years old. She didn't keep in touch with anyone, and didn't receive the daily profit. Her husband would have blown a fuse if he'd seen one, never mind allowing her to get it every day. He hated the fact she was a witch, and her son had paid the price for her cowardice. If she'd only told him earlier, things might have been so different. Maybe her son might not have felt the need to join the Dark Lord. She had of course stuck by him. He was her son, her only child. Good or bad, it's the way she was. She couldn't have been more proud and terrified when he'd renounced the Dark Lord's way. He had begun spying for Albus Dumbledore, but not too long otherwise she would have been completely gray years before her time. His trial had been public with no way for him to return. At the same time she'd feared Harry dead. Those 3 days were the worst. She'd refused to believe him dead until she saw his body, wanting so badly to believe he'd survive, come back to her. Miracles of all miracles, he had come back, coming to her door of all places. Now both her boys were happy and together. The only things she'd heard about the last war was what snippets Severus gave her. Which wasn't much. Severus didn't come to see her to talk about the war, he came to talk to her and be with her. Most of their discussions were about potions and the good old days. Her son hadn't truly forgiven her for his childhood, not until a few years ago. The knowledge that the war was going to get worse terrified her, because both her boys were in the center of it. It was no coincidence the Dark Lord had attacked the ministry that night. "Here you are, Mistress Eileen," said Dobby, popping back in, the mail in one hand and a large mug of coffee in his other. "The food will be ready in 5 minutes." "Thank you, Dobby," said Eileen, smiling at the house elf. Eileen removed the wet plastic surrounding the paper, keeping it dry. It must have rained at some point last night. Washing away the blood, debris and Merlin knows what else surrounding the ministry. She wasn't sure if she wanted to read the paper. Placing the rolled up paper in her lap, she took a sip of her coffee as she contemplated everything. Stiffening her resolve, she unrolled it, staring at the picture of the ruins of the ministry as she put her mug down. It looked like a demolishing sight. She could barely believe she'd been in there last night. 26 dead, 92 injured in a devastating attack that's left the wizarding world vulnerable. "What does it say?" asked Severus, scaring his mother out of his wits. "Severus," cried Eileen, "don't do that." It was a good job she hadn't had her coffee in her hand, or it would have been down her front, scalding her in the process. Honestly, Severus was quieter than a mouse. It was unbelievable. Severus chuckled in amusement, taking a seat on the couch across from his mother as he took the newspaper. He promptly opened it and was lost from view behind it. His eyes roamed over it, reading it. 92 injured. It didn't surprise him since he'd tended to them all night. The list of injured was on the 3rd page. Opening it out of curiosity more than anything, he was surprised to see Sirius Black and Remus Lupin on the list. Black didn't surprise him overly much, since he was an Auror, but Lupin wasn't. Dumbledore had not summoned the Order to defend in the attack. He should know he'd been with him the entire time. He remembered Dumbledore trying to calm everyone down, ordering them to take defensive positions. They hadn't listened, and Dumbledore hadn't tried again, curious really, since the old fool didn't usually admit defeat. Instead he'd copied the more level-headed wizards and witches, and started building the barricade he'd started. Eileen drank some more coffee, as she sorted out the mail, into 3 piles, Severus, Harry's and of course hers. Hers was the smallest, obviously, since she didn't have any acquaintances in the magical world. She'd left it when she was 17, only coming back a few years ago to run a little corner shop, which had been successful, giving her a generous living over the years. Once sold it and the flat, it was even more money in her pocket, money she could use these days. She placed the boys' bundles on the table, so they could retrieve it whenever they wanted it. "Lunch is served, Mistress Eileen, Master Severus," said Dobby, his voice muffled behind the large stack of food. All that was visible of him were his long ears. Severus immediately removed the toppling tray from the house elf. Placing it on the table, he immediately made himself a coffee. Despite the sleep he'd gotten last night, he was still exhausted. "Thank you, Dobby," said Eileen. "You can go get something to eat now, all of you." "Yes, ma'am," said Dobby, bowing his head a little, aware that they didn't like him bowing and scraping at their feet. A novelty to him, since the Malfoys had reveled in it, it made them feel more important. He was just glad Lucius Malfoy couldn't hurt more innocent people like Master Harry anymore. They were an evil family, and he could say it now without the compulsion to hurt himself. With that he disappeared, ready to have lunch with the rest of the house elves. "They didn't attack anywhere else," said Severus, folding up the paper, a thoughtful look on his face as he plated up food for himself. "Which mean the attack had been planned. This didn't bode well for the wizarding world. If that was the Dark Lord stepping up his attacks, then he knew what came next. Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and yes, even Hogwarts and Azkaban if he could. It had been the smartest move Fudge had ever made, putting it under the Fidelis charm. I had thought maybe it was a diversion, admitted Eileen, but from what Severus said evidently it wasn't the case. It could have been, said Severus thoughtfully, the Longbottoms seemed to have been the purpose of the attack. Everyone else seemed like collateral damage, they were driven insane, they wanted information. They may have assumed the Longbottoms were the secret keeper for Azkaban prison. It was the sort of thing the Dark Lord would assume, or at least his followers. They were all idiots in his opinion, insane idiots, which made them all the more dangerous when dealing with them. Poor Neville, said Eileen, she'd only met him a few times but he was a nice boy. Extremely loyal to Harry, and was there for him when Harry needed him. She didn't know the Longbottoms personally to feel anything for them other than pity for what they'd gone through. I know, said Severus quietly, Harry had been deeply affected by it, not for himself but mostly for his friend. Should we wake Harry up? Asked Eileen, he was bound to be starving. No, he needs all the rest he can get. He used a lot of magic yesterday healing everyone, he needs a chance to recuperate, said Severus, wakening up next to Harry had been heaven. He'd expected it to be awkward, he wasn't used to sharing his bed with anyone. Or at least he hadn't in such a long time, Harry was the first person in a very long while. Yet he'd felt nothing but contentment, and he certainly wouldn't be adverse to it becoming an everyday thing. Although sleeping would be all they'd do. He knew Harry would be disappointed about that, but he had principles and a strong morale. He wouldn't be doing anything with Harry until he was 17, an adult and a potions master. He would never allow anyone to question why Harry had paid his mastery. It wasn't fair, not with how hard he was working. He was indeed working hard, extremely so. Not only was he trying to gain his mastery in potions, learning at Hogwarts, but also learning healing spells at his own time, it seemed. Hopefully Harry would have enough sense, especially after what happened to Nick Potter, not to push himself too far. You must be so proud of him, said Eileen as she sipped more coffee. The way he'd blasted through a ministry-spelled hall, it was nothing short of miraculous. Nothing should have gotten in or out of that room. Harry though seemed completely above the rules, in a good way. I am, said Severus, his mind turning to the wizards and witches who'd fled the scene instead of helping. He wouldn't be surprised if they were on the list of wounded or dead. To run from a building during a battle in blind panic was a stupid thing to do. They'd not even had the sense to apparate. He half wanted to think them all Muggle-borns the way they'd reacted. They made him sick to his stomach. A boy half their age had stayed and helped while they acted like rats fleeing from a burning ship. Looks like someone's up, said Eileen smiling, as she heard thumps from up the stairs. Unlike Severus, she always knew when Harry was up and about. Yes, even here, and especially back at the flat, he wasn't noisy per se, she was just a very light sleeper and had the hearing of a bat. Indeed, smirked Severus wryly, as he continued to eat his lunch, he was starving, even now his stomach continued to growl hungrily. No surprise, since he hadn't eaten for over 24 hours, and using all that magic as he had left him with a considerable appetite to UAGE. Harry woke up wondering why he still felt so tired, his eyes opened, blinking around in confusion. Sitting up abruptly he realized he was in Severus' room and the memories of yesterday all come flashing back like a reel from a horror film. The ceremony, the attack, getting them out, helping the wounded, finding Alice and then Frank. Merlin Neville must be going through hell right now. He couldn't remember ping out yesterday, but he could recall being woken up. Severus had helped bring him back here. He bit his lip. Merlin, he'd had his chance to see Severus stark raving D and he'd been too out of it. Of all the bad luck, he was unable to help himself, he pouted childishly. Closing his eyes, remembering what he could, gasping as he remembered those long dexterous fingers washing him, cleaning away the blood, dirt and grime from him. Oh, life was so unfair. Sometimes, the side of the bed where Sev must have slept was still warmish, so he hadn't been up too long. Grabbing Severus' black dressing gown, feeling chilly, he put it on before getting out of bed. As much as he wanted to remain there forever, it wasn't possible. His stomach was grumbling loudly in complaint, he was starving of hunger. Hopefully he might be able to convince Severus to let him sleep with him tonight again. He winced once he stood up straight. Ouch, that had hurt. What had he done to his back? It felt as though he'd pulled 6 muscles. Hi, said Harry quietly, making his presence known as he slid onto the couch next to Severus. "Here is your lunch, Master Harry," said Dobby, putting a tray on his lap. "Thank you, Dobby. Lunch. How long have I been asleep?" asked Harry. He didn't think it had been that long, he still felt exhausted. "It's 1:15, said Severus wryly. "What time did we get back?" inquired Harry, surprised. "5, said Eileen. It's when she'd finally gotten to sleep. Harry winced as he sat back. Okay, his back was in flipping agony, he should have taken a pain reliever before coming down. Although he wasn't sure if there were any potions left in the entire house. They'd all been given to Saint Mungo's, so his search probably wouldn't have yielded any results. "Are you in pain?" asked Severus, turning to face Harry, his intense black eyes regarding Harry shrewdly. He should have known Harry was hurt, but he hadn't thought more on it. He had seemed fine while he was tending to everyone, but that would have been the adrenaline. They'd all been filled with it last night. "It's just my back, I'll be fine," said Harry, brushing it off. "Let me see," demanded Severus. He wasn't going to let Harry just brush it off. Harry put his tray on the table, and turned his back to Severus, removing the dressing robe, allowing Severus to pull up his nightshirt. Severus' sharp inhale of breath made him think it might be worse than he thought. Before he knew it, Severus was summoning a pain reliever and a balm. The potion was handed to him before a long dexterous hand was delicately putting the salve onto his sores, causing Harry to wince. He couldn't quite remember how they'd happened, but if he could make an accurate guess, he'd say it was the debris when he'd blasted the wall apart. "There, they will be healed in a few hours," said Severus, shaking his head in irritation. He hadn't even thought to check Harry's back for injuries. "Thanks, Sev," said Harry quietly, putting the robe back on before sitting back more comfortably now and able to eat his lunch without pain. "How many were killed?" asked Harry, noticing the newspaper on the table. 26, said Severus. "Black and Lupin are on the list of those injured." "Are they okay?" asked Harry. "They will be fine. Takes more than one battle to take them out," said Severus. Perhaps Harry didn't hate them as much as he thought sometimes. Black and Lupin were good duelers, but not as good as him, but that goes without saying. It's why they'd always teamed up or hit him from behind. They knew they'd never have a chance one-on-one with him, even as a first year. He'd known more curses and hexes than they did, and he'd been raised in the Muggle world. Severus took his mail from the table, noticing one from Saint Mungo's marked as urgent, frowning in curiosity, wondering what they could possibly want with him. He'd just been there 7 hours ago helping to heal the wounded. Cracking the wax seal, he opened it and began reading. A sigh left his lips as he rubbed at his eyes tiredly. Of all the things he should have suspected it but hadn't. "What's the matter, Severus? What do they want?" asked Eileen, noticing Severus rubbing his eyes. He normally only did that and rubbing his temples when he was either furious or worried. She could tell it was worry and tiredness making him do it now. When he was angry he got really tense. She knew her son. She'd watched him grow up after all. She didn't approve of some of his choices, but what mother did approve of them all. She'd, regardless of it, stuck by him always. There had been too many times when he'd let him down to consider not sticking by him now and in future hours. "They are short of potions. They need an emergency supply now," said Severus. The potions masters they had were being crushed under the orders, no doubt. Not only did they need to brew potions for the patients already there before the attack yesterday, but a large emergency selection of potions for the wounded during the attack. It made sense that they would come to him. He was the best at his chosen field, the most renowned potions master in the world. Someone they could trust completely, to brew the potions they required. "What are you going to do?" asked Harry. "I don't see what choice I have. I need to do my part," said Severus. "I will help. I can brew the simpler potions," said Eileen immediately. She'd been dying to brew ever since she got better. She can stand long hours now without being in agony. All that's to Harry, not something she'd forget anytime soon. Every day she was alive she owed to her 2 boys, and their amazing ability to invent and brew potions. "Me too," said Harry. "Then let us finish our lunch. We cannot brew potions on an empty stomach," said Severus, continuing his coffee as he replied to Saint Mungo's, letting them know he would do all he could to help, and that he would send a house elf, named Dobby, with the potions as they were brewed. "Would you like to inquire at Saint Mungo's how Black and Lupin are doing?" He would need to send them the wolfsbane potion if Lupin was in the hospital longer than a week. They had to be forewarned if they didn't already know that is. I don't know, said Harry cautiously. He didn't want them thinking he was forgiving them or anything like that. He would never forgive them for never paying attention to him, for forgetting him. That's all everyone seemed to do his entire life, forget about him. As if he had a huge sign invisible written across his forehead. 5 minutes later lunch was eaten and the plates taken away once more, Dobby on an errand to St. Mungo's delivering the letter. Before long they were in the potions lab, getting ready for a long hard day filled with brewing, but it was in their blood, something they loved doing above all else. It was no chore for them whatsoever. So Severus, what do I brew? Asked Eileen, allowing Severus to take charge. It was his lab after all. She hadn't been down here in forever, strangely enough she felt at home. Potions didn't require spells, it had been her comfort, no silly wand waving down here. She'd always said that to her son, potions required no silly wand waving, just precise instructions and ironclad patience. Potions had always been her comfort, that and gobstones. She'd been a champion during her years at Hogwarts. As far as she knew, nobody had bet her scores yet. You brew the dreamless sleeping potion, Mum, Harry the blood replenishing draft, and I'll brew the pain reliever, said Severus immediately, the first 3 items they required on the letter they'd sent. Before long, 2 cauldrons per person were set up, fires under them slowly simmering away as they grabbed the ingredients they needed from the cupboard. Severus and Harry never needing to look at a book. Eileen on the other hand had to. Unfortunately she couldn't remember them by heart, and it was no surprise she hadn't brewed in a very long while. What else needs brewed? Inquired Harry as he chopped up his current ingredient before sterilizing the knife. The letter is on the worktop, said Severus as he squeezed the juice from a bean and adding it to the potion before repeating his actions with his next cauldron. Harry waited until there was enough time between adding ingredients to check out the letter. The list was quite long, requiring potions he hadn't even brewed yet. That sure did get the excitement thrumming through him. He could scarcely wait. Calming drafts, sedatives, mild pain relievers, stronger ones, internal injury remedies, sleeping drafts, blood replenishing drafts, dreamless sleeping drafts, Eileen's potion, bone mending, infection bombs, bruise and cut salves. There was a lot on the list. It would take them all day, if not at least 3 days, to get everything required brewed. They were getting a hefty sum to do it. 900 galleons was a lot of money. They must be desperate to give that much away. That's a lot of potions, commented Harry as he went back to his workstation. It is, said Severus, brewing 5 times anti-clockwise, never once losing his concentration. He realized he should have begun on the internal injury potion. There was nothing to be done about it now, unfortunately. It would just waste time and ingredients, something they didn't have the time for. If anyone can do it, it's us, he said with confidence. Harry smiled slightly as he continued on with his potions. He was right, they could do it. James paced back and forth in agitation and worry outside the ward he'd came up to. It's where Remus and Sirius were. He prayed their injuries weren't bad. They might not have been getting on, but that didn't stop the fear he felt right now. They'd been part of his life since he was 11, he didn't under any circumstances want them hurt. He jumped immediately when he noticed a Mediwitch coming out of the ward they were in. How are they? Asked James immediately. Remus, Lupin and Sirius Black, please, are they okay? He couldn't lose anyone else, it was killing him. The Mediwitch immediately smiled and said soothingly, they are fine, they suffered injuries but they are mostly healed now. Would you like to see them? She asked. He wasn't the only worried people she'd seen today. The hospital was filled with worried parents, children, grandparents, and friends, trying to find out if their loved ones were injured. Thankfully most of them were now in the database, so they could tell them right off whether they were here or not. It had only taken them nearly all night to get the names of everyone here. Can I? Asked James in surprise, feeling a little worried that they might not welcome him. Of course, said the Mediwitch, placing her palm on the wall granting James entrance. The door opened. You can only stay for 20 minutes, they need to recover, she added as an afterthought. I understand, thank you, said James, smiling gratefully at her as he closed the door and walked up to their beds. Standing between them, he felt relief. Poor of him, they were fine, Whole and conscious, he felt weak in the knees with overwhelming elation. "How are you?" he asked them, still unsure of how they'd take him being here. They hadn't parted on the best of terms, that was putting it lightly. They'd suffered because of his and Lily's actions, they loved Harry dearly and they were paying a price for it. If he thought it would change anything, he'd go to Harry and tell him they loved him. His words, he suspected, would fall on deaf ears, and he couldn't blame Harry for it. After the way he'd treated him, all his small actions he hadn't realized had a big effect on his son. Merlin, he constantly wished he had a time turner. He'd been worried Remus was hurt more, but he should be out before the full moon. He could see that he'd be healed by then, it was a good thing. Remus had a tough time of things, being a werewolf, he was treated so differently from everyone. Yet Street Mungo's didn't seem to care, for that he was grateful. He hated Umbridge, and her laws trying to cut off all half-breeds. Of course she didn't call them that in polite society, or at meetings. Yet he knew how she felt about them all. He'd feared when Harry took his seats away she'd start her vendetta again. He'd managed to stop her ping quite a few laws that would make Remus' life harder. Especially one about having children and jobs, he'd protested most fervently against them. Everyone had agreed with him. When his seats had been taken from him he thought Remus was going to be done for. Yet his worry had been for naught. He had the Potter seats back, although he had less since Harry had the Peverell seats. Not something he begrudged his son, especially not now. His son had given him nearly the entire contents of the Potter vaults and houses. He owed him everything, so did his kids, and again he wished he could change things. "Harry, where's Harry? How is he?" asked Sirius groggily, demanding answers from James. His blue eyes practically told James he'd kill him if he didn't know. They'd gotten to the ministry too late, the doors had been sealed already. He'd cursed for half an hour, deciding to stay until the doors opened at 9 o'clock after the ceremony was over and after party started. Determined to congratulate Harry on his Order of Merlin, wanting so badly to make up for all his bad choices. Yet before that time the attack happened, shaking the entire building. They'd gone out and joined the fray, trying to help everyone. Stop them from getting into the ministry, a futile effort on their part. Nobody could tell them how Harry was, and he was terrified something had happened to him. "He's fine, honestly he'd good," said James immediately, nodding sagely. He stayed behind along with a bunch of others, helped to recover people from the building after it had collapsed. He saved a lot of people's life that night, so I'm told. He stayed at St. Mungo's all night healing people as well. His pride was obvious on his face, although admittedly it pained him to know it had nothing to do with him. No, he had Snape to thank for that, and he couldn't even hate his childhood nemesis anymore. For the simple fact he'd taken care of his son when nobody else had. He'd also helped Harry realize his dream, to brew potions, and he knew Harry was safer with Snape than anyone else. Snape was the best dueler he knew. He'd drive through the gates of hell to help someone he cared about. "Thank Merlin," rasped Remus, his body sagging in relief. "Why were you both at the ministry?" asked James, sitting down curiously. "We wanted to see Harry. Got there too late, the place had been sealed," said Sirius, licking his dry lips. "Where were you?" He hadn't seen James at the battle at all. Then again he couldn't remember very much after he took a blasting curse to the side. Thankfully, with a few potions his side was healing and looking nearly as good as new. "I was out on call when it happened. I got back in the middle of it and stayed until it ended, and helping people until the healers from St. Mungo's appeared. I went straight to Hogwarts after, to let Roxy and Nick know that I was okay. They were concerned about you both. I told them you'd be fine, and then Merlin, you are," admitted James. The children's relationship with both men thankfully hadn't been affected because of their fallout. He was surprised they weren't glaring at him. "We will go see them as soon as we get released," promised Remus. He needed to see Roxy anyway, she was far too quiet these days. She was shutting herself down, reading books in the Leary all the time or doing homework. She'd always been rather studious, but she couldn't lose herself in books, she had to face reality. He knew the desire. He had lost himself in all fairy tale books out there, in anything a werewolf wasn't part of it. Wanting for just a few weeks to forget he wasn't a monster every month. Unfortunately, every full moon he was painfully reminded his life was horrible and painful. Merlin he'd been so elated when he got his letter, until he realized there was no way Dumbledore would allow him to go. Yet when his parents had explained, Dumbledore hadn't reacted badly at all. No, he'd made plans, and before Remus knew it he was allowed to attend. Each full moon he'd go to the Shrieking Shack and transform, go back though the Page Way and go to the hospital wing. He owed Dumbledore everything for that. Without him, well, he didn't think he'd have survived this long. Albus gave him a new lease of life, friendship, normalcy, and he'd never forget what he'd done for him. I think they will like that, said James, smiling slightly, sitting down on the hard, uncomfortable chair. Would you like the newspaper? He then asked, removing the paper from his cloak. Yes, both men chorused in unison. James grinned before pinning it to Sirius, knowing Remus would prefer to read the paper in peace without Sirius grumbling for him to hurry up. Was there any fatalities? Asked Remus. He knew there were, he'd seen them laying all over the ground. It's not a sight he'd soon forget, and it was just the first battle in the upcoming war. Yes, said James warily, 26 dead, nearly 100 injured. Including Frank and Alice. They've been driven insane by the Cruciatus curse. No, cried Sirius, horror slamming into him, making him breathless. They'd been friends all through training academy, then during the order. He's seen the man bring up his kids for Merlin's sake. His kids. They'd just lost both their parents. He couldn't even begin to imagine what they were going through, he really couldn't. I don't believe it, said Remus quietly, shaken to the core. Why them? What did they know? What could they have possibly known? As always, the first to come to the conclusion. Unofficially, we are speculating that the Death Eaters thought they were the secret keeper for Azkaban. Officially, we just don't know. None of the Death Eaters were taken alive, said James tiredly. None of them? Asked Remus. Some of them must have got away. Has anyone said anything that can help identify them? Asked Sirius immediately, throwing the paper at Remus with his good side. Wincing as he moved his body, it still hurt like blazes even with a pain-relieving potion. Not yet, said James. Their stories were contradicting each other's. Nobody would probably know what really happened. Most of them are still incoherent or unconscious, so we've not even managed to get around to talking to half of them yet. The Orr crops were in disarray. They wanted vengeance. It was only because of the head Orr that they weren't out there getting revenge. He was keeping a close eye on them, reminding them it wasn't the way to go. They needed all the Orrs they could get these days with an upcoming war. He half wished Snape was still a spy. Maybe then they could have some idea of what Voldemort was up to. Why he'd targeted the Longbottoms, maybe even have helped stop the attack. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. They were just muddling through a sea of uncertainty. Look at it, said Remus, staring at the photo of the building. There was no way they could still be working there. What's going to happen until it's fixed? They've set up in Hogwarts, said James. Hogwarts, said Sirius, gaping. That was just painting a big red target on its back, the students and all ministry officials under one roof. I know, sighed James warily. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with him. It was between Minister Scrimgeour and the headmaster. It was the only building big enough to house them all. Each department was taking an unused CL room and expanding it temporarily until they could move back. It would be a month at least, but the wizarding world had to continue on as it always had. What about the ministry though? And everything in it? Asked Sirius. The wards were probably down. Anyone could get inside if they were willing to risk it. They are clearing it out, taking all the files to Hogwarts. It's taking time though, since they aren't risking apparition. The prophecies in the Department of Mysteries are all gone. Every single one of them broke when the building collapsed. The Unspeakables removed everything they were working on quickly. Even the veil has been removed. We can't let anyone get their hands on that. It's not in Hogwarts. Dumbledore was strongly opposed to that. Quite rightfully, I suppose. Not in a school of students anyway. It will take them 2 more days at least to have the ministry cleared out completely. We are putting new wards up, and 5 Orrs are being stationed around it until it's fixed, said James. Hopefully that will be enough and we won't lose anyone else, said Sirius darkly, hating being useless, stuck in a bed while everyone was helping. Unfortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to attempt to get up. It hurt just moving, never mind putting any strain on it whatsoever. He would be useless, injured, and a hindrance, so he would just have to deal with it. The quicker he healed the better. He wanted to help his world try and get everything back to normal, as if they ever would be again. I agree, said James quietly. What happened to you guys? Blasting curse to the side, but I'm mostly already healed, with a bit of luck I'll be out by tomorrow, said Sirius, showing his side as if to prove his words. His entire was bandaged up tightly, making it almost impossible to breathe. He had to take bone-mending potions every 3 hours while it repaired itself. James turned to Remus curiously. Crushed leg, but I'll be fine, said Remus. He'd got caught under a troll, or was it a giant? Either way, the weight had crushed his leg. As a werewolf, he could take a considerable amount of pain, but not that much unfortunately. He'd ped out due to blood loss and pain 5 minutes, although it felt like 5 hours, after it happened. He'd been too close to it. When it collapsed, taking 10 stunners to the, he had been unable to get away in time. It could have been worse, he supposed. He could have ended up completely crushed underneath it. I'm glad you are both okay, said James honestly. Has Dumbledore got a new defense teacher in? Asked Remus, shifting slightly. He was feeling rather numb, unable to move. His leg and foot was wrapped tightly in bandages and in a splinter, so he wasn't able to even wriggle it, not that he wanted to mind. His entire leg was bruised completely. Normally it would have been healed by this, but he had a feeling Street Mungo's was a little short on potions. It was little wonder. 100 patients in one night. It would deplete anyone's stocks. No, actually Dumbledore's cancelled the Cleese for a few days. Nearly everyone at Hogwarts has someone in here, said James. Some of the children are being informed that their parents are dead. Some of them probably didn't even know their parents were Death Eaters. You should have seen their faces. They looked so stunned and sick by the news. Who wouldn't be, I suppose? The world wasn't as black and white as he'd like to think back in the day. Maybe you should get Dumbledore to ask Severus to speak to them, suggested Remus, folding the paper and putting it on the cabinet. As an afterthought, grabbing the goblet of water, he was rather parched. Snape, snorted James. He was the last person anyone would go to for a pep talk. He might not hate him, but it didn't mean to say he had to like him. Well, not much anyway. He can understand what they were feeling, make them see it's not their fault and they aren't to blame, said Remus. He does have a point. Snape knows from a personal point of view. Some of them might not have been doing it willingly, said Sirius grudgingly. You know he likes blackmailing them or putting them under the Imperious curse. Good point, agreed James reluctantly. It can't hurt to tell Dumbledore of the suggestion at the least. No, it can't, said Remus. I hope Harry's all right, said Sirius worriedly, changing the subject. He's fine, said James, blinking. Was Sirius having memory trouble? He'd told them when he first came in Harry was okay. Physically, yes, but he's seen people horrifically injured, been involved in a battle and used a lot of magic to heal people, said Sirius bluntly. He's strong, stronger than we realize, and extremely powerful. I have complete faith that he can get through this, said Remus. What if it brings back what happened to him? Said Sirius. No doubt it has, said Remus quietly. Being tortured for 3 days, at such a young age, left him feeling cold. They'd read the newspaper, they knew what Harry had been through, and they hated the fact they hadn't been there for him. They'd let him down so much, but at least Snape had been there for him. It always came back to Snape. Yet if anyone could understand again, it was him. As old as he was, he hadn't been under the Cruciatus curse. None of them had, Sirius himself or James. Time's up, said the Mediwitch, returning. She looked a little bit more upbeat, as if something was finally going her way. Either that or she'd been drinking pepper-up potion during her break, which wouldn't surprise them the least. When can I come back? Asked James. Tonight, after their dinner, she said, smiling in understanding. Thank you, and Shacklebolt will be coming around to see everyone soon. It's his turn to talk to everyone who's woken up, said James. Can I come and see you later? He then added, not taking anything for granted. Yeah, and thanks, said Remus quietly. James smiled slightly, nodding his head as he made his way out, reminding himself to bring some magazines and chocolate with him next time. Maybe even hide a cheeky butterbeer or small flagon of fire whiskey to cheer them up. It had been a busy past few days for everyone in the magical community. It didn't come as a surprise. After all, over 300 wizards and witches worked in the Ministry of Magic. Without the main building, some people felt a little lost, as if they'd been cut adrift, but they were making do with what they had. Hogwarts, the safest place they could be, other than Gringotts. Minister Scrimgeour and Albus Dumbledore had agreed, and now everyone was packing entire departments into CL rooms, with charms to enlarge the place. It wasn't too claustrophobic. In fact, Arthur Weasley was feeling rather cheerful. His office now had a window. He'd always wanted one, and now he did. With the war ongoing, he was needed more than usual, so he was able to take on more hours. This meant he was able to bring in more money. His family certainly needed it during times of war. Being blood traitors to the majority of Death Eaters, he knew it would only be a matter of time before his family was targeted. The wards on St. Mungo's should be strengthened. It must be our #1 priority, said James adamantly. They were in a meeting, decided upon the first few things the ministry needed to do. The Wizengamot and those who had voting seats were there. I agree with Mr. Potter. It is imperative we protect our own first, said Mr. Daniels admittedly. For most part he argued against James, so it was a surprise for many to see them actually agree on something. It certainly gave them pause to think. Even James was surprised, although he tried very hard not to show it. It would push the project rebuilding the ministry back a week, said Madame Rachel. And, without wizards or witches, what good is the bloody ministry? Snapped another voice, joining the fray. I doubt very much he will attack the hospital. He didn't do it the last time, said Madame Rachel flippantly. It's well seen you don't have family there, snarled a voice at the entrance to the meeting room. Everyone turned as one, blanching slightly and looking away in shame. Here they were arguing about what to do first, when people had lost a loved one. Neville Longbottom strode into the room, his head held high, a sneer on his lips. Gone was the mostly shy boy. In place was a man who was prepared to go any lengths to keep the remainder of his family. His family had 3 votes, so he was perfectly within his rights to be here. How many of you have family or friends in St. Mungo's? Demanded Neville, striding to the chair beside James Potter. It's where his father always sat. Sirius' chair was vacant also, since he was in St. Mungo's. More than half the people raised their hands, remaining solemn since Neville had stridden in. They still couldn't quite find it in themselves to meet the boy's eyes. They didn't dare to say that you had to be an adult wizard to be here. It was within his right, as his father is unable to perform his duties. How can you propose such an idea of reconstructing an empty building instead of helping secure the well-being of our own people? Snarled Neville, his soft brown eyes hard, flashing with fury. Will you not be satisfied until our world is reduced to a dozen wizards? I think it's time we voted, don't you? Suggested James, proud of Neville standing up to them. He was truly his father's son. It's exactly what Frank would have done. He would have said as such, but he knew the wounds were still too raw to say anything right now. All in vote to secure St. Mungo's first. Everyone raised their hand. Nobody abstained or voted against it. They had enough self-preservation to go with the flow. Next order of business, do we draft the goblins' help or use wizards? Asked Albus from where he sat, his twinkle absent but pride clearly displayed for his student. He would never suspect Neville capable of it. He'd always been one to blend into the shadows. Will they be willing to help? Asked a dozen voices in unison. For the right price anyone would help, said Albus Dumbledore. Then perhaps a meeting should be initiated with the Goblin Nation. There is no time to lose, said Minister Scrimgeour, his voice raspy. What if they want more than we can afford? Demanded Madame Rachel. It's our world. If they want more, then we ND together and meet their price, said James grimly. He had money. He'd do anything to help his world. His kids came first though, so he'd make sure they had enough to live their life before he offered anything. Not all of us have money to spare, snapped a voice angrily. Stop arguing. The meeting should be held first, said Minister Scrimgeour. It helped nothing arguing and fighting among themselves. For all they knew, they could meet the goblins' price without needing anyone's help. They should have enough to rebuild the ministry and strengthen the wards in St. Mungo's. He should have expected the violent nature of the attack, with Death Eaters unable to gain entrance because of the wards he'd put up stopping those with dark marks gaining entrance. They'd sent trolls and giants to destroy it instead. The Death Eaters had remained out on the grounds where they were safe. I will arrange a meeting with them as soon as this meeting is over. A new one will be set up in a few days. Now, is there any more concerns needing addressed? Silence met his question. Evidently they did not have any more complaints to bring up. Then I announce this meeting adjourned, said Minister Scrimgeour, looking relieved. With that he stood up and immediately left the room, making his way back to his little office he was using right now, which was right next to the potion seal room. Slughorn's voice had been grating on his nerves. He thanked Merlin for silencing charms, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted. It was also cold. Since he was in the dungeons, not even warming charms helped the cold seeping into his bones. He immediately began a correspondence with Gringotts. They needed their help if they were willing to meet the price. James left the room almost as quickly as the minister, running towards the entrance of Hogwarts. He would have took the secret entrance, but truth be told, he couldn't be bothered. Sirius and Remus were being released today, which made him remember the portkey. He patted at his cloak pocket and nodded in relief. The portkey was there ready to bring them straight to Hogwarts. The headmaster had made it himself, so it would allow them through the wards. James cursed quietly as a stone lodged itself in his shoe. Skidding to a halt, he quickly removed his shoe, hopping up and down on the spot. Once he'd successfully managed to remove the offending stone, he put his shoe back on. It took him 8 minutes to get to the gates. He was getting old. He remembered a time where it only took him 5 minutes while running. Standing still outside the gates, he apparated to St. Mungo's appearing outside the hospital. "Hello, is Sirius Black and Remus Lupin still here?" asked James once he got to the receptionist. "Yes, they are," said Healer Walsh. Before the receptionist could respond, wheeling an entire cart filled with potions, she went behind and grabbed various folders and placed them in the cart as well. "I've just returned from their room. You came just in time. They are just getting ready to leave." "Thank you," said James, quickly making his way to the ward they were in, getting on level 2, the elevator closing behind them. Unlike the last 2 times, the door was open. It was visiting hours, and the room was rather busy. Remus and Sirius were fully dressed, and out of bed for the first time in days. He'd got them some robes from Grimmauld Place so they didn't have to go home in hospital gowns. The robes they had on during the battle were ruined and probably in the bin by now. He had noticed both their clothes in the same room. They'd finally begun dating by the looks of it. He wondered when they would tell him. They hadn't been friends before, so that's fine, but things were getting better now. At least he thought so. He wanted his friends back, more than anything else in the world. "Hey guys, how are you feeling?" asked James, staring at his friends, still concerned. He could tell by the way they moved they weren't 100% healed yet. "Glad to be getting out," said Sirius immediately. The hospital beds were so uncomfortable to sleep in. "Do you have potions to take?" asked James. "Yes, we've to collect them at the reception," said Remus, wincing as he put some weight on his leg. He had a cane and it looked as though he'd have to use it. Grabbing it reluctantly, he began walking with it, and the relief washed away any emberment. With the cane there wasn't so much pressure on his leg, so he was able to walk without agony stealing away his breath. He was glad to be leaving though. He'd had hardly any sleep. The hospital beds were uncomfortable. Then there were the lights they always had on, and many wizards witches coming in to check on them. It made it impossible to get sleep or rest whatsoever. They weren't allowed to use magic, so they couldn't even put silencing spells around their beds. Sirius was all right. He could sleep through an earthquake and tornado combined. "I have a portkey for you. It will take us straight to Hogwarts," said James. "Great," said Remus in relief, relaxing once the constant chatter stopped when they left the ward behind. "How are Frank and Alice? Any improvement?" asked Sirius. He had been unable to see them yet, injured as he was. He didn't know how he felt about going to see them though. They'd always been so strong and proud. He could only imagine what they were like now, and it actually scared him. The Death Eaters were laying low. No one had been arrested yet, so they were unable to find out the purpose of the attack. "They don't look so bad anymore," said James admittedly. "They'd looked terrible the first day, shaking and drooling, such a horrific sight. Now they looked like they were sleeping, well, with their eyes open." The twitching and drooling had stopped. He'd asked why. That's when he'd found out it was his son's potion that had helped them. Eileen's potion, it was a nerve regeneration potion. They had hoped it would heal the couple, but it hadn't. It didn't really make sense to him, since the inn was a bundle of nerves, and that's what the potion targeted. There was hope for them though, maybe one day they would come back. Any more? Asked Sirius subdued. They took Eileen's potion, it helped their body, they look like they're sleeping peacefully now, said James. They seem to be able to mostly control their motor functions, it's just the mind that's gone. Only afterwards had Augusta let her youngest grandson see his parents. I see, said Sirius. Merlin, he felt so bad, he wished he'd been there to help them. The pain they must have gone through chilled him to the bone. He'd been outside, how could he have not spotted them? He felt guilty that he hadn't seen and fought the Death Eaters with them. He couldn't change anything now. Just make sure Neville and Frankie had everything they wanted. Alice and Frank would have done it for them, so he would make sure both were as happy as possibly. I'm here to pick up my potions, it's Remus Lupin and Sirius Black, said Remus quietly to the receptionist. Normally you had to visit the apothecary they had in the building. He wasn't sure why you picked up the medication here now, maybe to save time. Who knew? He certainly didn't. A few minutes later the receptionist was back with 2 bags of potions. Has Healer Walsh explained when and how to take them? Asked the receptionist kindly, smiling at them. Yes, she was very thorough, said Remus, nodding his head. Very well, sign these documents and you can go, she said, handing over 4 papers. 2 were given to Remus and the others to Sirius. One was for the potions, and another signing out of the hospital, paying as well. Sirius paid for both of them out of his vaults, he didn't have any money on him. The documents were handed over to her, and the receptionist in turn handed over the potions, nodding in silent thanks. You take care. Now. With that she turned her back on them, placing the forms into their confidential folders. Remus sighed in relief as the fresh crisp wind flew into his face, and filled his lungs. He'd missed it, such a silly little thing to miss, but he had. The windows in St. Mungo's didn't open, at least not in the ward he'd been in. He stopped for a few seconds, rubbing at his shoulder. It ached with him using his upper body to keep the weight of his leg. Here, hold on, said James, holding out the ornament Albus had turned into a portkey for them. Give me the potions, so you don't drop them. Remus did as he was told, and held on to the portkey. Sirius was already holding it, wincing in pain, it hurt to breathe. Hogwarts, said James, saying the activation word for the portkey, and the 3 men disappeared. All 3 of them reappeared in Remus' quarters, which were situated directly above the defense against the dark arts CL room. Remus and Sirius immediately sat down on the welcoming and comfortable couch, and sighed as their bodies were able to finally rest. James sat opposite them. He didn't have long, but he wanted to spend as much time as possible. He'd missed them a great deal, and it felt so good to have friends again, ones he could confide in, ones who understood what he was going through. Is the Ministry still here? Asked Remus, putting his cane safely within reach, but someone it wouldn't fall over. They're going to remain for a month at least. They want to Ward Street. Mungo's first. They can get both done if they can convince the goblins though, said James. He didn't understand why they were arguing. Wizards could start on the reconstruction, while goblins work on St. Mungo's. Once the warding has been finished they could then start on the new Ministry building. Look, Harry made these potions, said Sirius, reading the small writing on the script. It was the same as the letter James received, he was sure of it. He ped one to Remus, and saw him nod his head, evidently recognizing the writing as well. Well, not them all. That were Snape's writing if he wasn't mistaken. The spidery scrawl was unmistakable. Apprentices aren't allowed to make potions for business, said James, confused. The potions he's made, they probably waived that clause just for him, said Sirius proudly. He doubted very much Harry would be an apprentice much longer. Even Sirius was unaware of just how far Harry's potions would advance the magical world. Sirius uncorked it and drank it, sighing in relief as the pain completely disappeared. Remus did the same, rubbing at his leg, loosening the tense muscles and kinks. The full moon was going to be a nightmare unless his leg healed completely by then. It would be a close call, since he only had 4 days before he'd be changing into a werewolf. He didn't even know if he'd be getting his wolfsbane potion, with everything that had happened, things could easily be forgotten. If Severus and Harry had been brewing the potions for St. Mungo's, then it was more than likely. "I have to get going in 20 minutes, said James, looking at the time again. "I'm on guard duty at the ministry." He said the prospect was a dull one, and it showed on his face. "Is Shacklebolt finished with everyone at St. Mungo's?" asked Remus. "I don't know, I've not seen him yet," said James, shrugging his shoulders. A grin suddenly spreading out on his face, as he stared at Sirius. He was sleeping, his mouth open on the couch. "Do you want me to levitate him to the room?" "Yes," said Remus wryly, shaking his head at Sirius. Honestly, he didn't know how he did it, sleeping wherever and whenever he could. He certainly couldn't wait to sleep himself, but he knew he should wait until night. He had to get himself into a routine again. He had clees to teach soon. Thankfully it was Friday today, so he would have the weekend to recover. He'd be teaching for one day before he was off for the full moon. During that, Sirius would be teaching. He took 2 days off every full moon for him, working on days he could have had off to make up for it. It's what friends did, and it's what made Remus love him. That's him down for a few hours at least," said James, coming back into the living room. Just then a knock was heard from down in the defense CL room. "That will be the kids. Do you want to see them for 5 minutes?" "Go on then," grinned Remus, relaxing back, letting James do the running around. "Daisy," he called after James had left the room. "Yes, sir," asked Daisy, making her appearance, staring inquisitively at the defense teacher. "I'd like a pot of coffee and some nibbles, please." "Nothing greasy, please," said Remus, "just some sandwiches and a few plain biscuits." It was breakfast time, and most of the stuff they had out for breakfast was greasy. He couldn't handle that right now. For the past few days he'd had porridge for breakfast. The coffee, though, he was most looking forward to. The stuff they had in the hospital was weak and disgusting. Needless to say, after the first cup he never asked for it again. "Yes, sir," said Daisy, immediately popping away to do as her master had bid. James came back, opening the door, and keeping it open for someone to step, though, looking tense yet awkward. Remus had a feeling whoever it wasn't the kids. It was a kid, but not the kids he'd met it was. Harry stood in the doorway just as awkward as James. Disowning himself didn't stop the resemblance. Harry really did resemble his father standing there, especially with their stances and faces so similar. The only thing he didn't have was the messy hair that made up the Potter family. "Harry," said Remus, surprised. "Come in, sit down," he said immediately, welcoming the teenager in. "I can't stay," said Harry, his foot trailing a pattern in the carpet. He felt like such a child right now, and he hated it. "I just came to give you the potion." Which, by the way, he had made. Well, mostly. Severus had added a few ingredients while he was unconscious that time. "I had worried you would be too busy to brew it," admitted Remus. "Thank you, and thank Severus for me." He would have stood up if he'd had the energy. Harry ped the still smoking potion to him, staring at Remus pensively as if he wanted to ask him something. "I will," said Harry, deciding against asking. He didn't want them to think he was forgiving or forgetting. "How are you? I hope you didn't get hurt in the ministry," said Remus, his amber eyes filled with worry. Harry shook his head. He hadn't been hurt at all. "How did you get out?" asked Remus. They hadn't been able to get in, so the fact they'd been able to get out was amazing. He doubted anyone had been around to let them out. He could remember the fleeing, the fighting. He thanked his lucky stars he'd survived. "Found a weak spot in the wall and blasted my way out," shrugged Harry, as if anyone could do such a thing. Remus' eyes widened, as James choked in shock as they processed what Harry had just said. Harry could either see magic or sense it enough to do what he just said. It was a rare gift. Only one person they knew could do that. Bill Weasley, and thankfully he was on their side. No doubt he would be joining the goblins to help if they accepted the proposition. There had never been such a gift in the Potter family, at least not that James knew about. "Where's Black?" asked Harry impulsively. Remus stared at Harry and smiled. He knew, despite the fact he pretended he didn't care, he did deep down, even if it was just a little bit. It was good news. It meant sometime in the future they could maybe talk about anger and biting tones getting in the way. It wasn't that Harry didn't have a right to be furious, because he did every right. They'd neglected, ignored and treated Harry despicably. It's the worst sort of abuse. Treating someone like they were nothing, he should know, it had happened to him. He'd told Harry as such, he hadn't even told Sirius and James, he was too ashamed really. Could have been worse, his parents could have flung him out, left him in the wild like an animal which he was once a month. Sirius is resting, I'm afraid he got the worst of it, blasting curse to the side. He's mostly recovered through, just takes a lot out of him, said Remus soothingly, and unless he was mistaken he could have sworn he saw a glint of relief in Harry's eyes. If you need more just tell Dumbledore, he can get in touch with Severus, said Harry. Bye, he added as an afterthought before hastily making his way out, feeling idiotic for letting them affect him. The last thing he'd expected was James Potter at the door. Since writing all those pages of what James had done to him, he couldn't muster up the fury he'd carried with him all this time. He'd gotten it out of his system and he felt better. That's not to say he wasn't bitter, because a part of him always would be, they'd ruined his childhood and teenage years. They still would be if he hadn't met Eileen and grown the guts to emancipate himself, build a new life for himself in the process. Wait, would you like to stay for coffee? Tell us more about what happened, asked Remus. We were late, that's why we were there. We wanted to congratulate you on your medal, it's deserved. No, said Harry scoffing, he wasn't their best friends all of a sudden, this was why he'd avoided visiting them in St. Mungo's. He didn't want them to think he cared and that he suddenly wanted them to be part of his life. This was exactly what was happening. Shaking his head in exasperation he continued on, leaving the man's quarters and making his way out of the defense CL room. He had decided to take defense, the more he knew the better, and it had been before he realized it was Lupin teaching. Now though he wasn't sure what to do, continue or just not bother attending. It's not as if Lupin would be teaching him stuff he didn't already know, he was well ahead of the 6th years. Severus had taught him well in the past few years, especially in potions and defense. Hello Harry, said Luna coming down the corridor, conveniently enough. Luna, how are you? Asked Harry, jogging down the corridor and hugging her tightly. I'll be fine, said Luna strongly. I know you will, said Harry. She was the strongest girl he knew, next to Eileen, and without her he would be lost. Luna had helped him so many times, reared him when he was at his lowest, never once asking for anything other than his friendship. How's Nev coping? He's angry and heartbroken, said Luna sighing heavily. He alternates between two of them, crying and depressed one minute then angry and swearing revenge the next. His gran wasn't helping by bossing them around. 5 times Frankie had gone to Neville crying over something Augusta said. Luna knew they wouldn't be away from the school long. Frankie and Neville needed guidance, a shoulder to cry on not made to feel worse. Neville was here half an hour ago, he and Frankie will be back in time for lunch. I wish there was something I could do for him, said Harry quietly. Just say yes, said Luna mysteriously, it will give him the hope he needs to continue. The future wasn't set in stone, there was visions of him succeeding and ones of him not. Her ability was growing with her emotions, the older she got the more clear the pictures became. She wasn't about to tell him something that might not happen. What do you mean? Asked Harry withdrawing from the hug, gazing at her curiously. He knew he wouldn't get an answer, but he would find out sooner or later he'd bet. Never mind, he finished wryly. What are you doing here? You don't normally come on Fridays, she asked curiously, changing the subject. Just giving Lupin his potion, said Harry in explanation. How is he? Asked Luna. You don't already know, teased Harry. Ha, 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 said Luna grinning in amusement. I don't claim to know everything. How many people have gone home? Asked Harry, his face drawn in sympathy. He didn't care for many people at Hogwarts, but it didn't mean he wished them to lose family members. 20. All different years, said Luna. You look exhausted. Have you not been sleeping? Not much, we've been brewing the potions for St. Mungo's, explained Harry. You should try and get some sleep then, said Luna comfortingly. We only finished the last lot 2 hours ago, said Harry, definitely going to get some sleep. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine, Neville will be back at lunch, said Luna. Go on, get some sleep, I'll see you on Monday, probably write to you before then. Yeah, I heard from Crumb, he was concerned, he must have heard the news, said Harry smiling weakly. It looks as though Cedric decided on the right career, said Luna. He had been very calm during the chaos. When Cedric first left, he'd trained to be a professional Quidditch player. He hadn't stuck to it, instead choosing to join the Auror Corps. He was now a proper Auror now, not just a trainee, having ped the tests and qualified. He was brilliant, agreed Harry. I'll talk to you later. Bye Luna. The bell had just gone and it was time for Hercules. He wanted to get out of the school before the halls flooded with students coming out of the Great Hall. Bye, said Luna, watching him go, smiling. With a dreamy look once again on her face, she wandered away to her cell. Hoping inwardly that her first vision came to pee, but taking nothing for granted. Come in, said Remus. He was expecting Roxy. He had to have a long talk with her. She was secluding herself from everyone and it wasn't good. If he could find out what was bothering her, maybe get her to open up, he could help. She'd always been closer to him than Sirius, just like Nick had always been closer to Sirius. It made sense since Roxy loved books like him, but Nick had loved hearing all the stories of what they and his father did as children. It was rather odd, since Nick had never once played a prank on anyone. Hi Uncle Remus, said Roxy quietly, giving him half a smile as she came further into the room. It was lunchtime, and it looked as though she'd be eating here. The table was filled with food, and even Remus couldn't eat all that alone. Where's Uncle Sirius? He's sleeping, sweetie, said Remus, watching her sit down. He fell asleep this morning and has slept like a log. Roxy sniggered in amusement, especially remembering the time she saw Sirius sleeping in his animagus form at the front of the fire. What she didn't realize though was that he'd been completely drunk and certainly not fell asleep there by accident. Or had a strange urge to sleep as a dog. She knew she could make all the noise in the world. Nothing woke her Uncle Sirius up. She stopped when she realized she'd just laughed. It had been so long since she felt genuine amusement, it felt weird to laugh again. How are you feeling, Roxy? Asked Remus, handing her a pumpkin juice and some food. His amber eyes regarding her warmly, letting her know he loved her without saying anything. Fine, said Roxy automatically. It's what she told everyone. She imagined if she said it often enough she'd believe it herself. Roxy, sighed Remus, you don't have to put on a front for me. I was there when you were born. I know you better than you know yourself right now. Talk to me. Let it out. It's no use keeping it bottled up. Trust me, I know. I've been there. I miss Mum, said Roxy, her lip quivering as her eyes filled with tears, Remus' words wearing down her resistance. It didn't matter how neglected she'd been feeling lately. Her mum was her mum at the end of the day. She missed her so much, and she just wished things could go back to normal. The way things had been before she attended Hogwarts, she wanted that so badly. Her dad wasn't even talking about her. He's taken down all pictures of them together and put them away. Come here, sweetie, said Remus, opening his arms and letting her fly into them. Rubbing her back soothingly, sighing sadly. He knew this was just one thing. She'd been different even before her mum had been stupid enough to try and cast the Cruciatus curse. Regardless, he let her cry herself out on his shoulder, just soothing her. I hate him. I really hate him, sniffed Roxy as she withdrew and sat herself down on her chair again. Who? Asked Remus, but he had a feeling he already knew the answer to that question. Harry, stated Roxy, an ugly look appearing on her face. Why? He asked calmly, stopping himself from lashing out. He'd talk to her adult to adult. It may be the only way to get through to her. Just telling her it wasn't Harry's fault and sending her on her way as a child wasn't going to work. She had to work through her feelings and realize Harry had no choice but to make the decisions he had. It's his fault, snapped Roxy bitterly. Is it? He didn't make your mother cast the curse, said Remus. He made her mad, said Roxy, looking taken aback, obviously not expecting that statement. She wasn't sure how to feel about the fact Remus was defending Harry. After all he'd done to the family was supposed to stick together. So have you and Nick. It's part of growing up. Are you telling me you expect her to cast the Cruciatus curse on you? Asked Remus blankly. She wouldn't hurt us, said Roxy defensively. But you think it's okay for her to hurt Harry? Stated Remus, his amber eyes darkening slightly. Roxy paused before admitting grudgingly, no. Exactly. Harry did nothing to deserve what your mum did. It's fine to miss her and be angry with her, Roxy, just don't place the blame where it's not deserved. Otherwise you will continue to do so, and in the end you'll end up in the same situation as your mother," said Remus firmly. Roxy hunched in on herself. It's exactly what her brother had said, the time she'd visited him in the hospital wing. He'd told her not to be like him or their parents, otherwise it would draw her down a dark path, one she might not be able to get off. This was before he'd used the curse. He'd known something bad was going to happen and there would be nothing he could do to stop it. "But he took our money and houses. He made her angry," she said weakly, her defense half-hearted. As if she wanted to be vicious but unable to do so, as the truth finally hit her full force. "Yes, Harry was angry at your parents. You must understand he was doing it to teach them a lesson. He wanted them to feel what he felt all those years. Your parents didn't give him pocket money, they didn't give him a familiar, and they didn't give him a trust vault. Do you know he got a paper job just to get some money for himself?" said Remus. Roxy shook her head mutely, seemingly unable to say anything. "In the end he gave it back, Roxy, he was the better man. Neither of your parents would have done such a thing at the age of 16. In fact it would be debatable if they would do it right here and now. Of that he was absolutely certain." "He gave it back," murmured Roxy, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her dad hadn't told her. Why not? She didn't understand. "He did, just after the trial," said Remus quietly. "Can you remember the last time you worried about Harry, Roxy?" He knew how prejudiced he sounded, for he had never cared either, and the way Roxy stared at him indicated she realized the hypocrisy of the question too. 5 years ago, Mum and Dad didn't wake him up. I forgot to mention it because Nick had just come down, Gigi-ing about going to Hogwarts, and I wanted to go with them. I wanted to be at Hogwarts, older I guess. I started badgering Mum to let me. It wasn't until we actually got to the train station that I remembered again. I told Mum and Dad. Dad went to go get him. He didn't look very happy," said Roxy solemnly. "Well, you didn't fail him as much as we did," said Remus sadly. Harry never mentioned Roxy, so there was a chance he didn't hate her. They might be able to have a normal relationship when they are older. You have a chance to make things up with Harry. To have a relationship with your brother, whereas none of them could. Think about it, Roxy. You are more like your brother than you think. Frowning when he saw Roxy flush and stare at the floor, he was missing something. Were they already communicating with one another? Or was something else made her embered or what? The hat wanted to put me in Ravenclaw, Remus. I made it put me in Gryffindor. I wanted to make Mum and Dad proud, and I remember how disappointed they were when news reached them that Harry wasn't in Gryffindor like everyone else in the family," choked Roxy, looking ready to cry again. "Ah," said Remus sadly, shaking his head, his amber eyes filled with sympathy and weariness. "Nobody really likes or understands me in Gryffindor. I made a mistake, and I should have let it," said Roxy, her hands covering her face as the tears finally fell. "Yes, you should have. You can still change it, Roxy. There's a stipulation. You can demand a resorting. If you wish I can speak to your father about it. He will not be angry, I promise. He's finally coming around. He's realizing he's been wrong about everything," said Remus pianately. "You would?" asked Roxy, her eyes wide, uncovering her face, the tears evident. "Yes," said Remus, nodding his head, patting her knee in a comforting gesture. "Thank you, Uncle Remus," cried Roxy, launching herself at him again, hugging him tightly. Remus grunted but hugged his niece in all but blood just as tightly. Just then the warning bell rang. Lunch was over and now it was time to get to CL. "Go on, or you will be late. I'll speak to your dad. He'll probably talk to you later." "Go on. Thank you," said Roxy, grabbing her school bag before running towards her CL, hastily wiping away the tears. She didn't want people to know she'd been crying. That would be totally embering. Then calmly she walked into her CL. Maybe this would be the last time she sat beside the other Gryffindors. She prayed her dad wouldn't react badly to it. After all her pleas, Roxy went to the Leary. She knew where the kitchens were, so she didn't need to fear being hungry. Her dad had told them everything about the secret hideouts, the kitchens, even how to get to Honeydukes. She hadn't been able to concentrate on her pleas. The conversation with her Uncle Remus just kept whirling around in her mind. Roxy picked out a book and squared herself away in her favorite solitary spot. She opened the book but didn't read it. her thoughts trailing to Harry. She'd been very bitter and angry towards him, but Remus had made her see things from his point of view. It changed her perspective on everything irrevocably. Herself, about her parents, and yes, even Nick, strange as it may seem. Her brother, her big brother, was days away from becoming the youngest ever potions master in the world. He worked so hard, attending Hogwarts and gaining his mastery, having received an order of Merlin, for his work in the potions community. Surely that was someone she should look up to. She loved Nick, she really did, but he was, well, normal despite what happened before she was born. He'd survived the killing curse, yet he was ordinary, like everyone else at Hogwarts. Harry, though, wasn't normal. He was powerful, smart, and she actually wanted to follow his footsteps. How could one conversation change so much that she suddenly wanted to be like Harry? She spent hours there, just staring blankly at the book, trying to make sense of her thoughts and feelings. Not even noticing when everyone departed for dinner. She admittedly wasn't getting anywhere. There were a few points she was sure on, though. She was enraged at her mum. Her uncle Remus had said it was okay, and he was always right. She would always love her mum. She was her mother after all at the end of the day. Yet Roxy's rage usurped the love she felt right now. Lily had done something wrong. Why hadn't she thought of the consequences? Especially at what would happen to her and Nick if she ended up in Azkaban. For as long as she could remember, her mother had been concerned about what the world thought of them. Then she had to do the worst thing of all. Her dad was so angry at her mum. She wasn't sure what would happen when Lily got out. "I should have known I'd find you here," commented her dad wryly, bringing Roxy from her thoughts. Roxy looked up surprised. He was still in his aura robes. Had Remus already spoken to him? She wasn't sure what to think anymore. "Hi, Dad," said Roxy unsurely. "I think we need to talk, don't you?" said James, gazing at his daughter half sadly, half exasperated. "Come, let's go somewhere private." "Okay," said Roxy, following her dad. He led her up to the rooms Lily had been using when she was a teacher. "Tix," called James, sitting down, waiting expectantly for a house elf to appear. His daughter hadn't eaten since lunchtime, and he wanted to make sure she had something proper in her stomach. He'd failed so much. He wasn't going to allow his daughter's health to deteriorate because of their actions. It seems just when he thought things would be better, more and more of his wrongdoings just spat back in his face. The dressing down he'd just received from Remus attested to that. He wondered if he would make a decent parent even now. Yet he was all Nick and Roxy had, so he had to do all he could. "Yes, sir," asked Tix, making an appearance, bowing low, his ears flat as he waited for the wizard to talk, anxiously. "Can you bring us both a dinner, please? I'm afraid we missed it," said James, for the first time in his life not demanding something but asking. The house elves in Potter Manor had all been freed. Lily hadn't approved of it, and of course James had done what Lily wanted. The freed elves had come to Hogwarts. He wouldn't be surprised if Tix was one of the descendants of his freed elves, judging by its behavior. It was simply put terrified, judging by its shaking. He'd never abused a house elf, ever. "Yes, sir," said Tix in relief. He couldn't have gotten out of there faster if he tried. "I'm so sorry, Roxy," said James, staring at his 12-year-old daughter, who he had failed so much over the past who knows how many years. Roxy just stared at him, clearly apprehensive. "Why didn't you let the hat sort you into your proper house?" asked James, when it was apparent his daughter wasn't going to speak. Roxy's apprehension turned into incredulity, unable to believe what had just come out her dad's mouth. "After the way you both reacted to Harry's sorting. She had been there. When they received the letter from Nick, they'd boasted proudly, beaming that they'd known Nick would end up in Gryffindor. Their little hero, as if he'd been meant for anywhere else. Then they'd read the rest of the letter, and found out Harry hadn't been put in Gryffindor as well. They'd shrieked at how Harry had besmirched the Potter name. It hadn't been the last one either. They'd been so horrified when Nick told them Harry could talk to SS. Their worst reaction by far was when they found out Harry liked boys, and that he was dating Crumb. It was odd. They'd been more furious at who Harry was dating than the fact he was gay. Roxy had been perplexed, because she knew her uncles were gay, so why the reaction? She realized now they'd always been very irrational when it came to Harry. James nodded tiredly, realizing she had a very good point. Do you want to be in Ravenclaw, Roxy? Yes, she replied, her brown eyes filled with a silent plea. Okay, I'll speak to the headmaster tomorrow morning and get you resorted, said James quietly. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Tix reappeared, placing a tray of food on the table between the father and daughter before leaving. James ped a plate of food to his daughter and one for himself, feeling tired, not just physically but mentally. Why didn't you tell us Harry had given the money and houses back? Asked Roxy softly. It was what was mostly bothering her. It's why she'd condemned her brother so badly lately. It made her feel guilty, and it wasn't an emotion she liked very much at all. Growing up she'd always been happy, nothing bothered her at all. She'd got all she'd ever asked for, but lately she had experienced so many emotions she was unfamiliar with. James stared at his daughter, wondering how to tell her. She seemed very perturbed that he hadn't told them. I did not think to say anything. I was just relieved we would have somewhere to stay when Hogwarts finishes up. With Lily no longer working here, it wouldn't be possible for us to remain. We've already expended Dumbledore's generosity too much. Potter Manor will keep us safe. Nobody knows where it is. Not even Pettigrew had known, only Sirius because he'd lived with them for years. What's going to happen with Mum? Asked Roxy. What do you mean? Asked James, staring inquiringly at his daughter. Will you still be together? Inquired Roxy. I do not know, sweetie, said James, a tortured look crossing over his face, shadowing it with uncertainty. Roxy gasped, her eyes widening. It was obviously not the response she had been hoping for. You will still see her, Roxy. Don't you worry about that. She will still stay with us, said James, at least until she could get a place of her own and she was off probation. Roxy nodded in understanding, eating her dinner as she did so. Her stomach grumbled, letting her know it wasn't happy. She'd been missing meals more than she should lately. She'd just been too sick and wound up about everything to eat much. Now though, she found herself famished, as she dug in, clearing her plate of as she and her dad bonded some more. Talking about safer matters, happier times that didn't involve Nick, Harry or Lily. It was something that should have been done a very long time ago. You promise me, said Nick, coming down the steps not far from Gryffindor Tower. He'd just been about to go searching for his father. It looked as though there was no need, since his sister and father were there. What are you talking about? Asked James, staring at his son. He'd been escorting her to Gryffindor Tower, and it may well be her last night here. It was getting late and almost curfew, unless the times had changed since he was there, but he doubted it very much. The wizarding world didn't adapt well to change. You swore I wouldn't have to train until I was feeling better, said Nick, close to tears of frustration and betrayal. Train, stated James. He had a funny feeling where this was going now. Nick breathed deeply, realizing his dad might not even know. He thrust a piece of parchment into his dad's hands, his eyes flashing in despair. He wanted to train. He wanted to be good, powerful, and able to fight his own battles, but not right now. His magic still felt shaky enough as it was. He didn't do too much magic for fear of ending up with his core split again. It had been the single most horrifying experience of his life, and yes, even against the time he'd seen you-know-who brought back to life by Pettigrew. The fear that it wouldn't reconnect and what would happen to him had incapacitated him. The thought of being left a squib, after being brought up as a wizard, using magic, knowing the feel of it, left him paralyzed. Now Dumbledore wanted to train him again. After what happened before, well, simply put, he didn't want to. James opened the letter and read the missive, cursing mentally at it. He'd warned Dumbledore what would happen if he pushed it. Yet here he was telling his son to come to his office tomorrow after dinner, that he would continue the lessons. The demand not to tell anyone left him cold and furious. Dumbledore was trying to keep his son quiet. He stood there panting in anger, the letter scrunched up in his balled fist. What did he do? Go through with his threat and show him he wasn't to be trifled with, or just go up to his office and warn him? It wouldn't stop him, he knew. Dumbledore was the most stubborn wizard he'd ever met. He had to be, after all. He'd been through 2 wars, and was currently a figurehead for the 3rd time. Get your stuff, we are leaving, said James, determination thrumming through him. His kids came first, before this stupid war, before Dumbledore and before the Order. Roxy, you can come or you can stay. I'll still make sure you go into Ravenclaw if that's what you wish. Ravenclaw? asked Nick unsurprised. She was very studious, just like Harry. Roxy stared wide-eyed between both of them, struck by the ultimatum her dad had just issued. Go, Nick, now, said James. He wouldn't take no for an answer. He'd train his son himself. He'd work less if it came to it. Nick jumped and scrambled up the stairs muttering the P-word and gaining entrance into the common room. Roxy, the choice is yours, sweetie. What would you like to do? Asked James. Can I stay? She said. Yes, if that's what you want. I'll still see you. This is the OR headquarters until the ministry building is fixed. James reminded her softly. Okay, said Roxy. She intended on writing to Harry, even if it was just to say how sorry she was. She'd rather do that from Hogwarts than Potter Manor. Plus she liked it here, despite the fact she didn't have many friends. Frankie was back. She'd seen him in the afternoon, waiting to get into Charms after they'd left. She understood how he felt. Well, sort of. They'd been friends for years, and she wanted that back. In fact, she was determined to do it. She didn't want to be friendless like Hermione Granger, who was always alone in the common room, or leery. She never spoke to anyone at the Great Hall much either. Ready, said Nick, running back down the stairs, skidding to a halt beside his sister and father. Aren't you coming, Roxy? Roxy shook her head negatively. I'm staying, she said. Be careful, he said before hugging her. James joined the hug, and for the first time in a long time, Roxy realized she wasn't as alone as she thought she'd been. Remus is here for you if you need him, okay? Said James. I know, said Roxy, grinning slightly. Now let's get to Dumbledore's office, get you resorted, said James, looking at Roxy before turning to Nick and adding, and you back home. With that, the three Potters began walking with determination none had felt in a long time. Come in, shouted Dumbledore, sounding tired, which made James feel a twinge of guilt, but he quickly shoved it aside, reminding himself what he was about to do to his son, and the anger renewed. Ah, James, what can I do for you this evening? Asked Dumbledore as more letters and parchment magically appeared on his desk. He stared at them, mentally groaning in exasperation. Since the war had started, the demands had been so much more than he was used to. He could stay up all night, and still end up with more than he could deal with. Minerva had her share as well, but being a teacher and head of house, it was much more difficult for her to keep track of the correspondence, so most went on his desk. Roxy is here to be resorted, said James impulsively. I see, said Dumbledore, his twinkle lessening. He'd never seen James sound so unemotional before. Even with Harry he'd displayed some emotion. He was giving nothing away whatsoever. Then again, he'd just lost his wife to Azkaban prison. It was not an easy time for him, and Albus sympathized with it. He'd lost his own father to Azkaban. He understood Roxy and Nick more than they would ever know. Is this what you want, Miss Potter? Yes, sir, said Roxy, her eyes twinkling for the first time in almost 2 years. Very well, said Dumbledore, getting up and retrieving the sorting hat from its place on the shelf. It woke immediately, yawning tiredly, staring around curiously. Miss Potter here would like to be sorted again, he told the hat as he took it around and placed it gently on the 12-year-old's head. Well, back again are we, Miss Potter? I knew you wouldn't do well in Gryffindor, did I not? Said the hat smugly. I know, I want to go into Ravenclaw now, said Roxy demurely. I can see that, said the hat, amused. You will do well there, just like your brother, he told her secretly before shouting for everyone to hear. Better be Ravenclaw. The crest on her robes immediately changed from a lion to an eagle, changing color also. She now had a blue and bronze badge on. A house elf will immediately remove your things from Gryffindor common room to Ravenclaw, said Albus, creating a Patronus that immediately swirled away in a puff of smoke. Professor Flitwick will come and show you to your new house in a moment. Thank you, sir, said Roxy, surprised she hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Yet she wasn't about to complain. This was what she'd wanted at the end of the day. A few minutes later, Phileas Flitwick appeared through the flow in Dumbledore's office. You wanted to see me, Albus? Asked the half-goblin, half-wizard as he made an appearance. Yes, I'd like to introduce you to your newest house member. Roxy Potter has just been resorted into the House of Ravenclaw, said Albus, his twinkle noticeably less than usual. Oh, well done, squeaked Phileas happily. I always knew you would have done better in my house, Miss Potter. Just like your brother who's putting most of my students to shame. James stared at the floor at that pronouncement. He'd screwed up with Harry, he knew that, but it kept getting thrown in his face every day. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, said Roxy, flushing at the praise. Well, let's go then. Get you settled in, it's nearly curfew, said Phileas, happy with this new turn of events. Yes, sir, said Roxy, hugging her father and brother again before following the small professor out. I'm pulling Nick out of Hogwarts, said James, making Dumbledore cough and splutter at his words, his blue eyes wide with shock, and unless James was mistaken, a little bit of hysteria and fear. It didn't deter James the slightest. He'd been warned and it wasn't his fault Dumbledore hadn't heeded it. Now let's just talk about this, James, cautioned Dumbledore warily, placing his hands up in a defeated gesture. He could barely believe what was happening. Worse still, he could do nothing to stop it if James did. He was the boy's father. All he could do was try and change the stubborn wizard's mind. Judging by the look on his face, it wouldn't happen tonight. He couldn't let Nick Potter leave his school. He was need. No, I'm done talking. I warned you what would happen if you tried anything, said James impulsively. You have nowhere to take him. He is not safe outside these walls. Be rational, James. You will both be killed, pleaded Dumbledore. Potter Manor is safer than anywhere else. Nobody knows where it is, said James stubbornly. It's not as if Sirius would give up its location to Voldemort. Potter Manor, echoed Dumbledore, taken aback. You do not have the manor, James. Do not do anything stupid and get yourself arrested. Although it would suit him well, he'd get custody of Nick, and he able to make a hero out of the teenager. One that would kill Voldemort and survive. Harry gave it back, said James, a proud glint in his eye. Consider Nick withdrawn from Hogwarts. Nick cannot possibly want that, yelped Dumbledore, unable to manipulate the conversation was seriously rattling him, not something that had happened in a very long time. I do, said Nick. He'd wanted it since his 4th year, when everyone turned against him. Staying had taught him a valuable lesson. He'd been wrong in what he did. He had deserved all the scorn sent his way, and he hoped one day to prove himself worthy and sorry for what he'd done. Not just to show everyone at Hogwarts but his twin brother as well, who he'd wronged so badly in the past. You can't, cried Dumbledore petulantly, unable to believe this was happening. He needs trained James, otherwise he will die. Do you want that to happen? You've already lost one son. Do you want to lose the only remaining one you have left? I'll do it myself, when he is ready, said James, his anger showing now. Not when it pleases you. He's just recovered from his core splitting. I won't sit back and watch it happening again. Nick watched the confrontation in awe. His dad was sticking up for him and sticking to his guns too. He was really going to leave Hogwarts. He wasn't just doing it to prove a point to Dumbledore. He felt bad for leaving when Susan was in a bad way, but she was getting better with the help from all the Hufflepuffs. He would keep in touch with her as well. He would be asking his dad if she could stay over the summer. She had no family left. Her parents had died during the last war. She'd been adopted by her aunt. Now she was gone too. He felt anger seep into him. Dumbledore was trying to manipulate his dad, using Harry and him against his father. He couldn't have been more horrified by the means Dumbledore was using to make him remain at Hogwarts. I wouldn't let it happen either, James. I care a great deal about Nicholas, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this, coaxed Dumbledore. Let's go, Nick, said James. Through arguing with Dumbledore, he'd argue till he was blue in the face, and James was having none of it. Nick couldn't have moved fast enough, glaring at Dumbledore as he left the headmaster's office, still unable to believe what he'd said. His father grabbed his shoulders and led them down the stairs, through the halls and out of Hogwarts in record time. Everything was almost happening too fast to process it. Regardless, though, he felt a sense of relief when they apparated away from what had become an oppressive school of late. Are you all right? Asked Severus, making his way into the sitting room. The far corner is where Harry had his little office, or CL room, depending on how you saw it. It wasn't just used when he did his quizzes, which by the way Harry no longer done since there was nothing about potions he could learn anymore. Or at least none he could learn about that required written quizzes anyway. Harry usually read his mail, and obviously for most part replied to missives using it. Neville's written to me, said Harry, his back crouched as if he wanted to make himself as small as humanly possible. How is Mr. Longbottom coping? Asked Severus as he took a seat, letting himself get some rest. His back ached from standing in the lab brewing so long. He refrained from taking potions, knowing it didn't help, just temporarily elevated the discomfort. Dobby appeared and handed a mug of coffee to both men before disappearing without saying a word, not wanting to interrupt them. He's still upset, but getting better. It's not that. He's made a formal appeal for me to create a cure to the damage done to his parents, said Harry, still staring at the paperwork, completely baffled. This must have been what Luna meant about saying yes, that it would give him hope, help him continue his life. Formal appeal. He's paid you? Asked Severus, his eyes marginally wider than normal. If you weren't looking for it, there was no way anyone would have spotted it. Neville Longbottom wanted Harry to come up with a potion to help cure the insanity forced upon them by the Cruciatus curse. He stared at Harry's back, the cup hovering halfway to his lips untouched. He couldn't believe it. Many had tried but failed. They'd willingly gone into their own mind to escape the pain, and there was no reversing the damages. It was a waste of money. Surely his grandmother had told him that. Our potion helped them, Severus. The results are here. It actually helped them, said Harry, turning around facing Severus dumbly. How so? Asked Severus thoughtfully, his mind racing as he thought of ways it could have helped the couple. He sent the results. Apparently Street Mungos are shocked at the damage it repaired, said Harry, handing him the doctor's notes and official scans done by healer Smethwick. They weren't copies, so Neville had obviously asked for them with every intention of sending them to him. If he was going to do this, he needed all the information he could get. Severus took them, reading intently at the results. At various points his eyebrows rose in wonder. For 2 days Alice and Frank were unable to communicate, move, do anything for themselves, even the toilet. They'd been as weak as a newborn baby, drooling, staring listlessly. Healer Smethwick had been the one to decide to give them Eileen's potion, with the Board of Medical Healers' approval. To say they were stunned with what damage it healed would be putting it bluntly. They'd thought perhaps it would lessen the shaking to some extent. Instead, it had healed their body. They were now able to follow orders when they were given. Like going to the toilet, eating when they were told to. They were half there, with the real Alice and Frank just lurking somewhere in the back of their mind. According to this, they'd tried legilimency but nothing had come of it, which is what Severus would have attempted upon seeing the results. The results of the scans done on their in were the same, with 5% change on a small part of the in. I had no idea our potion was that powerful, commented Harry, knowing exactly where Severus was. He'd read the letter and scans a dozen times already this morning. Nor I, admitted Severus, mesmerized. It was little wonder Neville was hoping that Harry could come up with something to help. These results, well, it was a near miracle. To do this though, Harry would need to find out more about the inn and the way it worked. If you wish to do this, you will need to speak to a healer about the way the mind works. Can't you? Don't you require that for being a legilimens and a clumens? Asked Harry, his green eyes alight with a fiery paean. Harry's love for potions was staring him in the face, and he was proud of Harry for even thinking about it. Most potions masters wouldn't even take it seriously. They'd consider it too much work and that it would be impossible. He would have said the same thing if not for the results Eileen's potions had induced. You'd think so, but no. Being able to see into someone's mind, or read it for that matter, is completely different to healing it, said Severus. The potions you've brewed so far are for the body, internal or external. The potion this needs is solely focused on the mind, his hand waving the papers about while he was talking. Remembering his coffee, he took a long drink, seeing it was cooling down more than he liked. Oh, said Harry, nodding his understanding. By that I am to whom you wish to at least try? Asked Severus enquiringly, flipping the next page and reading through that. The healers had given them a second dose, but it had yielded no results, he noticed idly. I'd like to, stated Harry, but he truly didn't know where to begin. Perhaps it would be best to follow Severus' advice. Speak to the healers first, then go from there if he could. What of your exams? Asked Severus, wondering if the ministry had come up with something. The labs had been demolished along with the entire building. Harry had nowhere to take his written or practical exams, come to that. He could go abroad to do it, but the best one was here. even if it was more difficult than the American Ministry Mastery exams. A lot of people actually did go abroad to gain their qualifications. It was also less expensive over there. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought about it, but he had no reason to until today. Since Harry was actually supposed to be there in over 3 hours to take his next exam. "Oh yeah, I received a letter today. I've to go to Hogwarts. They've set up rooms for us to use," said Harry, flipping through his various correspondence until he found it. "I've never been in the room. In fact, I don't even know where it is," he added wryly as he peed it over. Severus accepted the additional piece of paper. Reading it, it explained the move and where they were temporarily setting up. It was in the lower dungeons. In fact, if he could remember correctly, it was directly underneath the Great Hall. Many UMed that the dungeons was the lowest point at Hogwarts. They were wrong. There was an entire other layer that made up the labyrinth of Hogwarts School. It truly would take forever to investigate every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. "Do you know where the Slytherin dormitories are?" asked Severus. "Yes, I think so," said Harry. "Instead of going towards the dorms, you go left. It will lead you to a door that will take you down some steps, and there is where you will find the room they want you in. If you get lost, a Hogwarts elf will help you. They know everywhere like the back of their hands," stated Severus. He knew pretty much everywhere in the dungeons. He had been a teacher for many years. The students liked to go to places where the teachers wouldn't find them. He should know. He'd found dozens of them over the years. It made him smirk just thinking about it. They'd been glad to see him because they'd wound up lost. Hogwarts had a sense of humor. It looked to make doors disappear randomly. "Do not be late. The instructors don't like it. It shows you do not take your chosen path seriously." "I won't," said Harry. "More mail." "Master Harry, sir," said Dobby, appearing with a few more neatly folded letters in the house elf's hand. "Thank you, Dobby," said Harry, accepting the mail, a curious frown on his face. A few years ago he wouldn't have received anything, well, maybe apart from Eileen. Now he got mail from Cedric, Neville, Luna, and Victor, as well as from various organizations, mostly potions related. Dobby nodded eagerly, before he left again to take care of his duties. "I'm going to write to the healer," decided Harry adamantly. "This could take a very long time." "Harry, you are so close to gaining your mastery," said Severus. "Are you prepared to wait until then if you can do it to qualify?" Harry turned to stare at his potions master again, about to open his mouth petulantly, not sure if Severus thought he couldn't do it. The look on Severus' face made him pause. He was being serious, thinking only of him, and it warmed his heart. Gazing thoughtfully, his mind drifted to his journal. A few potions he'd completed, theoretically at least, but that was the hardest part of inventing potions. "That won't be necessary. I have my 2 chosen potions to my mastery. I've completed the theory, I only need to test them. I can concentrate on this one in a few days without having to worry." He hadn't originally planned on using them, wanting something different, but considering the circumstances, it's what he was going to have to do. "Sometimes growing up and doing the right thing, Ed." "Very well," said Severus, his black eyes gleaming with pride. Harry truly was exceeding his expectations. When he'd taken the 14 years old on, he had no idea of the accomplishments he'd make. The thought of Harry not being in his life was a dark one indeed. His mother would be gone for starters. He would have tried his hardest to save her, but there would always be a lingering doubt if he would have succeeded. Harry had truly deserved the Order of Merlin. He was curious about which potions he'd decided upon, but he decided to wait. "Your lunch, Master Severus." "Master Harry," said Rose, another house elf, coming through from the kitchen, wheeling a trolley filled with the most aromatic food, beside the table, causing their stomachs to grumble loudly. Having gotten up so early, Harry had eaten sooner, so now he was exceedingly hungry. "Thank you, Rose," said Harry, muffling a yawn as he took his seat at the table, as Rose levitated all the platters and disappeared with the trolley once again. "Just in time, I see," said Eileen, beaming at them as she came into the sitting room, a large bouquet of flowers freshly cut in her hand. She'd been out in the garden yet again cutting the flowers, pulling some up and getting it prepared for winter. Which, by the way, was right around the corner. The weather was getting dreadful out there. She'd reminded to take her coat this time though, thankfully. Muggle clothes just kept her warmer than any cloak or warming charm could. Well, at least her magic, which wasn't very powerful. Eileen quickly placed them into the big vase at the corner of the room, not bothering to sort them. She could do that later. "Hello, Mum," said Severus, smirking wryly. "Everything okay?" she asked, sitting down, helping herself to the platters. "Yeah," murmured both boys as they began eating too hungry to talk much. "How much does Neville want for the investment it will make if you succeed?" asked Severus curiously. They were once again in the potions lab, only for a few hours until Harry had to leave for Hogwarts. "He's waiving it all, he doesn't want anything," said Harry quietly. His mind had been on the proposition all day. Which was why he was in here when it was his day to do as he pleased. "And Black?" asked Severus. He was probably as surprised as Harry when Black added his own investment into Harry creating the potion for the Longbottoms. "Just 3%. I think he just wanted to give me money and was using this as an excuse," admitted Harry. Black was trying, he had to give him that. Maybe he should throw the wizard a life raft, although he'd keep that anchor handy if needed. Although he needed someone who was an animagus to test this potion on, maybe he could use him. He didn't want to have to ask Severus, only because he was scared it wouldn't work. Severus was the last person he wanted to disappoint. What Harry didn't know was that no matter what he did, Severus couldn't be disappointed in him. "Considering it won't be continuously used every day, I'd say so. 3% won't bring much in. Long term though, it might be a decent income," said Severus, keeping an eye on what Harry was putting into the potion. He had his journal open, the one he used for potion ideas, on the desk. It was obvious this was a potion that would be used for his mastery. He wasn't stupid after all. "I don't know. We never thought Eileen's potion would be popular. Look how often we are personally asked to brew it despite the potion being public," said Harry truthfully. "Touché," said Severus. He did indeed have a point. He had to concede it, especially considering he was right at this minute brewing it yet again. "Even if it's not, I'm not doing it for them," said Harry. He'd never cared about the public. He wasn't about to start now. Or so he convinced himself anyway. The public had vied for Nick's attention, just completely ignoring Harry, pretty much what absolutely everyone had done, including Dumbledore. It was his turn now, his time, and it was for something he had done. The day where everyone would find out he survived that night still terrified him. He was scared that all he had accomplished up to this point would be shadowed by it. "Are you telling me you wouldn't do it if it wasn't Neville asking?" asked Severus sardonically, knowing the answer to that already. It was the thought of creating the potion, trying to at least, that was prompting Harry to say yes. He'd had done it often enough. The allure of creating something from scratch was a heady thing indeed. "I don't know," admitted Harry quietly, his eyes glazed in though would he. Harry couldn't help but wonder. Severus just shook his head in silent wonder as he brewed the potion. Harry was an enigma, and he wondered if he even understood himself. 2 days later, Grimmauld Place. Harry rapped hard on the black door of Grimmauld Place. He knew this was where Black stayed, and it wasn't the full moon, so he was hoping he'd be there and not at Hogwarts. He wasn't going back. He'd had enough of the place this week. Between attending Cleese and doing his written and practical exams, he was exhausted. Thankfully he didn't need to return to Hogwarts for 3 days, which reminded him he had his homework to do. He was beginning to feel like he'd bitten of more than he could chew. In all seriousness, he'd been stretched as thin as he could go with Hogwarts education and his mastery. Now he was trying to find out everything he could to brew Neville's potion with everything else on his plate. So needless to say, he hadn't gotten much sleep in the past few days. Harry gaped Sirius wide-eyed as he answered the door. Of all the people he'd expected, he was nowhere on the list. He'd been writing to him for 2 years. Never once had he received a reply, apart from the first one telling him to leave him alone. He dug his index finger into the palm of his hand. Nope, ouch, he certainly wasn't dreaming. This was real, and Harry was standing in front of him, and looking ready to bolt. "Come in," he said immediately, not wanting him to leave. His heartbeat had shot through the roof. Then he remembered. He could be here on business, maybe to tell him he didn't want his money. That thought left him a bit depressed, but Harry could have sent a letter which gave him enough hope not to beg right there and then. "Would you like something to drink?" asked Sirius, guiding them both into his kitchen. The large table had been replaced with a smaller one. There was just no point to having a table big enough to feed an army when there was never an army in Grimmauld Place. "I wouldn't mind a coffee," said Harry looking around in interest, flushing bright red when he caught sight of the paper clippings with him in it framed and up on the wall. Coffee it is, said Sirius, his voice slightly louder than normal as he busied himself with preparing it, his mind blankly wondering why he was here. It had been so long since he'd seen Harry. He was taller, almost as tall as him now. He was becoming a man and Sirius was proud of him. He couldn't change the past no matter how much he wished he could have. All he could do was try and rectify it. Sit down if you like. Thanks, said Harry, formally sitting himself on the closest chair, unobtrusively staring at the framed newspaper, confused by Sirius' actions. Who could blame him? He'd been ignored all his life by the man. Only now he was accomplishing something. Was he worth attention? How's your potions mastery going? Asked Sirius, trying to think of something, anything to talk to his godson about. Exhausting, admitted Harry. I remember aura training. It was grueling as well, said Sirius, smiling in sympathy, but once it's done that's it. You can rest until your heart's content with a mastery under your belt. You are so close now. Don't let it get to you too much, just relax and do what you can. Harry scoffed. It's not that easy. No, questioned Sirius, placing the coffee pot on the table between them, grabbing some mugs and biscuits. Remus wasn't going to believe Harry had willingly come here. Pouring the coffee into the cups, letting him choose what he wanted to add since he didn't know what he liked. Between Hogwarts, homework, potions, defense training and the exams, it's hard, sometimes too hard, confided Harry, belatedly wondering why he was getting into all this. He'd meant to say a few things, ask him to do something then leave, end of story. Sirius was nodding in understanding. Was Harry actually here for his advice? Or did he just need someone to talk to that didn't have anything invested in it? Either way, it sounded as though Harry wanted guidance and he'd provide it. Harry didn't even have to accept his counsel. Have you thought of removing yourself from Hogwarts? You've already completed your OWLs, Harry. You don't really need your NEWTs, you know what you want to do with your life. Which is more than most adults who'd already left Hogwarts have managed to decide. Nobody will think badly of you for wanting to concentrate on your mastery. NEWTs was exhausting itself, the workload was immense itself, never mind with whatever else you are doing, said Sirius. I think I might have to, said Harry despairingly, drinking some coffee, keeping himself awake. If you decide at some point after your mastery you want to take them, I have no doubt you can work towards it, said Sirius sincerely. Maybe, said Harry. Have you spoken to Snape about it? Asked Sirius, keeping his voice even. He'd never liked Snape, but he'd do anything, even tolerate the man for the sake of Harry, whom he'd failed so grievously in the past. He'd seen Harry when the rest of them had failed to do so, and helped him accomplish what Harry evidently wanted more than anything else in the world. So bygones were bygones to him when it came to Snape. Although it might not be the same with Snape, after all it had been him who bullied the potions master, not the other way around. No, but he knows it's too much, said Harry, smiling half-heartedly in thanks when Black refilled his cup. Just remember, adults have given and failed at their chosen fields by panicking. It doesn't help. What you need to do is think about it, what you want to do and what you can stop before you end up in a mess, said Sirius solemnly. Harry nodded. He did have a point, but he didn't like the thought of quitting anything. It made him feel like a failure. A failure he'd felt his entire life until 2 years ago. Sirius wondered why Harry had originally come. He couldn't think of a way to ask him without being obvious if he was honest. There was no way Harry had come to see him to talk. He knew that, and he wasn't about to delude himself otherwise. Yet he hoped it wasn't the last time. Maybe Harry would come back if he asked. Then he realized there was a way he could ask, the investments, which was probably what it was about. Did you receive my letter? Inquired Sirius. Yes, said Harry, shaking away his thoughts, getting back to his real reason for being here. I've signed it. You'll probably hear back from Gringotts soon. Really? Asked Sirius, taken aback. He'd actually accepted it. Well, that was a surprise. He'd expected it torn up and sent back to him. Yeah, said Harry, giving Sirius a penetrating look, as if he could see right into his soul. Alice and Frank were very good friends of mine, not just through the order or work, said Sirius, using it as an excuse so Harry didn't think he sent it to make it up to him. They were, said Harry, a smirk twitching at his lips as if he knew Sirius was being disingenuous by using them. "You're an animagus, aren't you?" Already knowing the answer to that one. "Yes," said Sirius cautiously. Did Harry want to become one? That certainly would bring them closer together, but his workload was already too much as it was. "Did you get a choice of others?" Harry then asked, placing the cup down and helping himself to a biscuit. "Yeah," said Sirius, a flush of complete emberment enveloping his face. "How many choices did you get?" "4, well 5 if you include Padfoot," stated Sirius wryly, thinking of his animagus as part of himself. "What were they?" asked Harry curiously. Sirius, supporting a Bambi, caught in the headlights look, reluctantly began revealing what he'd been given the choice of. At the time it was a badger, an asp, a fly and a chameleon. "A chameleon," said Harry loudly, looking excited at the prospect. Sirius' lips twitched, remembering how excited he'd been at the thought. "Yes, I was tempted to choose that one, I must admit. Unfortunately everyone else had four-legged creatures, and we wanted to join Remus, so we chose the animals more suited to it." "What about Pettigrew?" asked Harry darkly. He had been a rat. "A rat was the best he could do, the others were all insects," said Sirius, his voice just as dark as Harry's. To this day he was in awe that an underage schoolboy had brought down one of the most wanted wizards in the world. He'd been on the Muggle watch lists as well. He had also been deadly curious at what went down, how he'd managed to kill Pettigrew and Voldemort's beloved if the dark wizard could actually love anything other than himself. "I have a potion here that will unlock your animagus. It's untested, if you're interested," said Harry, slyly staring innocently at Sirius as if he hadn't just told him it was untested. Sirius snorted at the innocent look, staring intently at Harry. Would this be one way he could prove himself to Harry? Was this what exactly it was? A test? His mind drifted to the potions Harry had created, and knew without a doubt that if there was anything Harry was good at, it was potions. "On one condition," said Sirius seriously. Surprise flickered over Harry's face before a grin formed. He was amazed at the guts the wizard had. Not many would want to test a potion, not all of them went as expected after all. "Which is?" asked Harry critically. "You come and see me once a month," said Sirius, hiding his nervousness. It could go so many ways. Harry could say no and leave feeling he was asking too much. Then Harry could say yes, and he'd have a marginal sort of relationship with his godson. "Look, I know I'm not legally your godfather anymore, but I do want to be part of your life, even if it's just to see you once a month, for a few months." "You are my godfather," whispered Harry, staring at the table. "I never removed you." Sirius gaped in shocked surprise, unable to believe what had come out of his godson's mouth. And yes, he was his godson. "All I did was change my last name and emancipate myself, taking on the Peverell name," Harry added after a few seconds of stunned quietness. "Merlin," whispered Sirius, completely blown away by the admission. Harry huffed quietly. "Come on then. Give me the potion," said Sirius gruffly, trying to stop the tears from falling. Sirius took the potion, his fingers and mind numb. He truly didn't know what to do. His mother's shrill voice rang in his mind. "Never, ever accept a potion from someone you don't know, and definitely if you don't know what it does." There were a few people in St. Mungo's due to untested potions' effects. One still there if he remembered. He couldn't talk, only bark. On second thought, it might have been a spell. Harry was asking a lot from him, by testing an unknown potion. He knew, though, without a doubt, this was Harry's way of testing him. Whether his godson knew that or not, it didn't matter. Taking a deep breath, his mind yelling at him for doing this, and his heart was encouraging him. He opened the stopper, praying to Merlin and every deity watching over them that nothing happened to him. He threw back the potion before he could chicken out, which he was very close to doing. Harry watched in fascination. He'd tested his first ever potion himself. It gave him the ability to breathe underwater. The second one Eileen had tested, she'd been too far gone to actually consent to it. Fortunately, both men had been extremely sure the potion would do no harm. They just hadn't realized the potency of it until a few days ago. This was the first time he'd seen anyone reluctant to try his potions. Part of Harry was insulted. For most part he understood, anything could happen after all. Harry was admittedly 99% sure the potion would do as he expected, which would open all Sirius Black's potential animagus. Then it happened. 1 second Sirius Black was standing there human, next he was a black grim-like dog, then to Harry's delight, it continued on as animal after animal appeared in front of him. Until the 5 had been shown, then Sirius Black returned and flopped to the floor, groaning as his butt protested heavily at the pain. True to Sirius' word, his animagus had been a badger, an asp, a fly which Harry had a tough time seeing, before the chameleon had appeared. Harry was almost jumping up and down, he'd done it. The potion he'd worked on for so long had been successful the first time around. Ever since Severus had let him use the potion to uncover his animagus forms, he'd been trying to figure out how to succeed in breaking the one animagus rule. He'd put it together only a month ago, then everything happened and he'd admittedly forgotten about it. With his mastery end looming dangerously close, he had to test both of them. Are you all right?" asked Harry, staring down at the man who he'd just revealed to still be his godfather. He felt rather awkward, and not forget tired. "Do you need anything?" he then sheepishly asked, staring intently at all possible reactions to the potion. He would have to return to Prince Manor and write everything down, he hadn't brought his things with him. "I'll be fine," said Sirius, patting each inch of himself, relieved beyond belief that everything was still there. He was him again. He'd survived the potion, whatever it had done. It felt as though he'd turned into Padfoot for the first time all over again. Once he felt as if he could control himself, he held onto the counter and hoisted himself up, plopping down on the seat he'd been previously sitting in. "What exactly did that potion do?" he asked after a few seconds of silence. "Ped, shouldn't you have asked that before you took it?" asked Harry, chuckling wryly, sounding very much like Severus Snape. Sirius couldn't help but notice. "Probably," said Sirius bluntly, reaching back, opening the fridge and taking out the container of pumpkin juice and drinking from it in large gulps. All potions tasted absolutely disgusting, and he'd just finished taking the potions to help heal the damage caused during the Battle of the Ministry, as the papers had taken to calling it. Replacing the lid, he absently put it back as he eyed Harry curiously. "It unlocked your animagus," said Harry, repeating what he'd told him earlier. "Which means," asked Sirius, "why don't you try and turn into a chameleon?" suggested Harry. He wanted to see if it had worked the way he hoped, or if the potion just turned them into it once before going back to normal. He prayed that Black could turn into all his animals, or his hard work was for nothing. Coming here was for nothing as well. Failure didn't sit well with Harry, who had felt it his entire life. Giving Harry a strange look, but upon seeing he was serious, he stood up once again and attempted it. He felt the distinctive shimmer that gave way. He turned into his animagus form. Moving his tongue out, he was mesmerized to see it long and thin, not big and small as it was as Padfoot. He could see in both directions, better than he could even as a human. His sense of smell was greatly diminished, though, one tick towards how useful Padfoot was. A mirror was placed in front of him. He couldn't see himself, he was blending in with the fridge, and this was just awesome. Excitement thrummed through him, excitement he'd not felt since leaving Hogwarts. "Try another animagus form," said Harry, before adding, "stay as you are and try." Sirius closed his chameleon eyes. What other animagus did he have? "Oh yes, the aspen," he tried. "Brilliant," hissed Harry without thought. Sirius was a red and black asp. They were small but extremely deadly. Sirius reared back. "You're a Parselmouth," he hissed at the teenager, having forgotten. "Yeah," hissed Harry, "I found out in my second year." "Oh yeah," hissed Sirius sheepishly. Before he turned to human form, he had to admit as it was odd, not having legs or arms. He'd have to learn to slither along. "Can you still understand?" hissed Harry, out of sheer curiosity. Sirius' eyes widened. He could understand Harry still, despite the fact he was human. He knew it was Parseltongue since he could hear the undercurrent of hissing in his voice. "Yes." He tried, wondering if he could speak it. His reply was in English, but still, amazing. This potion had given him the ability to understand S language, even when he wasn't AS himself. If he could understand it though, why couldn't he speak it? Maybe in time, if he learned through speaking in his S form, he'd be able to. Well, needless to say, his mother would have been proud. Parseltongue was greatly desired gift by the Dark families. "You can't tell anyone about this potion yet. It's to complete my mastery," said Harry. "It wouldn't count it if ended up public knowledge." It's why his Eileen's potion or the potion to breathe underwater had not been useful in regards to using it to complete it. Can I at least tell Remus? Asked Sirius, understanding Harry's desire to keep it secret. Harry stared at Sirius, a blank look creeping over his face, the one thing he'd asked for and he couldn't even respect it. It was all right after all, it was just his career they were talking about. It wasn't every day people could brew potions, sure he'd successfully done 3, but it had taken him years. Only reason he'd been so quick with Eileen's potion was because the woman he loved as a mother had been dying. He'd not eaten, slept, or rested until he'd come up with it. The only reason he did any of the above when researching it was when his hand had been forced. Fine, I won't tell anyone, said Sirius, throwing his hands up in surrender, and Harry hadn't even said anything. Thank you, said Harry, a little bit of warmth returning to his face. Sirius nodded, glad to see Harry a little more welcoming again. His face had been rather intimidating. He would just have to wait to tell Remus. He didn't like keeping secrets but needs a must. Harry trusted him, and he couldn't allow himself to break that trust. No doubt Remus would understand. He was used to secrets. His lycanthrope had been kept secret since he was 15 years old. Does that mean I can come with you and prove your potion worked? Asked Sirius. He'd never cared about potions, but if this was what it took to get close to Harry, he'd do it. Which reminded him of all the potions books he had in his Leary gathering dust. Since when did you care about potions? Asked Harry a bit scornfully, surprise flickering over his green eyes. Sirius bit his tongue, stopping him from saying something Harry wouldn't appreciate. It was a valid question, but he didn't like the way Harry was talking. Yet he couldn't say anything about it. Not unless he wanted to risk Harry not coming again. He wondered if it would always be this way. Half-hidden scorn, veiled hatred, but didn't he owe it to Harry and himself to try? He'd given up on Harry as a child. He couldn't do it again now he was an adult. There would be no second chances, no nothing if he did. So he did his best to brush off the scorn. He could feel depressed when Harry was gone. I did need potions and EWTs to get into the Auror Academy, Sirius pointed out quietly. In fact, I SCD and exceeded expectations. Harry nodded, curtly conceding his point. Although you were right, sighed Sirius, potions wasn't my strongest or favorite subject. Our teacher had his favorites, we just faded into the background. Deciding not to mention the times he'd tried to sabotage Snape's potion, that sure wouldn't win him any favors with Harry. I know that feeling, said Harry, feeling a slither of sympathy for Black. Snape didn't favor you? Asked Sirius, surprised. Then again, he had hated all Potters, which brought him to think on how Harry had ended up apprenticed under Snape in the first place. Harry sighed and shook his head, before replying. Severus was only my teacher for 1 year, and that was just brewing first-year potions. He left and was replaced with Professor Reese. He was a dickhead, and he favored Nick just like everyone else. My potions were always perfect, but I was always getting troll or barely acceptable on my potions. If it wasn't for Severus, nobody would have taken me on. Not even if I paid for it, I don't think, which is what I had been doing with paper money I was saving up. His voice showed just how much this would have affected him. Sirius winced. He could imagine how Harry felt, by putting himself in similar situation, and if he himself hadn't paid his potions and EWTs, he wouldn't have been able to be an Auror. It would have killed him. It's all he'd wanted to do, both he and James actually. It wasn't just them that had let Harry down, but nearly everyone he'd come into contact with, he realized with regret. How did you know Snape? I mean to become his apprentice, inquired Sirius. Harry stared at Sirius. It was getting really personal. Did he even want to tell him? Then he realized what was the harm in it really. As long as it didn't have anything to do with his secret, he didn't really care much. No matter how friendly he and Black got in the coming months, he'd never, ever tell him it was he who survived the killing curse that night, not Nick. Then he remembered that nobody knew Eileen was Severus' mother. Did he risk telling Black? The wards in Prince Manor were secure. They'd remained strong during all the other wars. When I got the paper job, you know, the ones going in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, I got close to the shop owner. She was nice to me, noticed me. She used to talk to me about things, made me feel welcome. It continued for over a year. She'd try and catch me out in a lie, chuckled Harry, remembering his first few meetings with Eileen. She knew I wasn't happy, and then out of nowhere she offered me her spare bedroom. I took it. I didn't return that summer, not that any of you noticed." Sirius just stared at the table. Oh yes, he'd hear about it for years, but if they eventually got paid it, he'd consider it a job well done. "She was the only one that wrote to me during the school year. She didn't even care that I liked boys," said Harry. "Neither do your parents," said Sirius blankly. James and Lily knew both he and Remus were gay, had known since they'd left Hogwarts. "No, should have seen the letter they sent me. I couldn't include it in the ones I sent him. Victor burnt it," said Harry adamantly. Sirius just stared at his godson, completely bewildered. He would need to have a long chat with James, again. "When I was in Malfoy's dungeon, I thought about her a lot. When they dragged me out and Voldy appeared, I thought I was dead. I closed my eyes and thought about her, wanting to see her again, wanting to be safe, and I managed to apparate to the flat. It was only then did I realize who she was. I'd never once asked her last name," said Harry. "Eileen, that's how you got to know him," said Sirius. It dawned on him like lightning. His stomach clenched uncomfortably. He'd been grieving for his godson when he was being tortured. If only he hadn't just taken things in the face of value and tried to find Harry. No matter what, he wouldn't forget what Nick had done. He'd put it behind him, realizing he'd been terrified, but never would he forget. 14 years old, Merlin, how had he survived? He'd seen grown men break in lesser times in the hands of the Death Eaters. He also belatedly wondered why Harry had given Voldemort a bloody nickname. "Yup," said Harry, once again wondering why he was sitting here happily talking to him. Oh yes, because his potion had worked. He was on cloud 9. He'd also promised to see him once a month. He didn't break his promises. In hearts of hearts he wanted to be normal, wanted so badly to get rid of the hatred he had hanging around him. He doubted he'd forgive everyone, maybe Black and Lupin, since they hadn't been around. He'd forgive, but Harry was most assuredly wasn't ever going to forget. "I am sorry, Harry, you do know that, don't you? If I could turn back time I would do it in a heartbeat. I would have made sure you were happy, loved," said Sirius, his blue eyes filled with tears. "When did you first feel guilt? When did you realize you hadn't thought of me in years?" asked Harry, his face blank once again. Breathing out, he told Harry the truth. "When news reached us that you were supposed to be dead, the night of the Tri-Wizard tournament." "Why didn't you get in touch?" asked Harry. "Do you want the truth?" asked Sirius warily. "Yes," said Harry. "Guilt. I just couldn't write anything. I just threw myself into my work. It was Remus that knocked some sense into me, got me writing to you," said Sirius. Ironically enough, afterwards he seemed resigned to the fact Harry wouldn't come round. Now here he was, Remus was never going to believe him. Well, at least he'd been guilty before he became well known. It made Harry feel a bit better about talking to Sirius. "I better get going," he said. It was enough for one day. "Wait, come with me," said Sirius, standing up, jogging towards his Leary, and going in. "I have potions books here that never get used. I can think of nobody more deserving of them. I know you will look after them and treasure them in a way that they deserve. They might even empire you, instead of just gathering dust." Harry threw Black a look full of incredulity, not sure whether to turn and walk away or grab as many books as he could. He already had all the potions books copied from Potter Leary, access to all the Prince potion books, which by the way was many, since they were well known for their ability in potion making and spell casting incidentally as well. "It's not as if I'll ever use them," admitted Sirius when Harry just continued to stare, obviously shocked. He could understand why. They'd been in his family for generations. A lot of them were probably worth a lot of money. It's not something most purebloods would do. Their Leary was as an important part of them as their magic was. The bigger the Leary and house, the higher a status you were regarded in. Of course a lot of those traditions were dying down, especially with families dying out. Or the older generation not bothering to educate their children. He wished his own mother hadn't. He stared around the room wistfully. Then again, he never expected to end up the last remaining heir to the Black fortune. His parents were probably rolling in their grave as well. He didn't have to think. Probably, his mother was kind enough to let him know what she thought every day. If only he could find a way to destroy the bitter old wrench. "Sev has this one," said Harry 20 minutes later as they were sifting through the books. Harry taking a great deal of care. Some of them had been scrolls to begin with, before someone had them bound into book form. He could tell by how delicate they were. Gathering dust. He hadn't been kidding. Didn't he have a house elf to keep the place clean? As more were pushed in his direction, he realized Sirius hadn't been kidding. He truly was going to let him have any book he wanted, and it made Harry admittedly feel a little warmer towards his godfather. He was truly trying to make amends, and he did appreciate it. "You are amazing, you know that, don't you?" said Sirius quietly, wanting his godson to know how special he was, make up for not saying it all the times he should have. Harry didn't reply. He didn't feel or think he was amazing. He just wanted to be normal, brew potions till his heart was content. Be with the man he loved beyond reason. He did love him, and every day he couldn't show him was torture. It was more than just a crush. He knew that. He'd had a crush on Victor. What he felt for Severus was so much more. There were days Harry could barely contain it, but thankfully working towards his mastery sometimes distracted him. Sometimes he just wanted to parade around until he lost control. On the other hand, he couldn't do that to Severus. He had a rigid sense of right and wrong, and Harry couldn't really let him abandon that. Both of them would just end up feeling guilty at the end of the day. "You are, and I hope someone special helps you see that one day," said Sirius determinedly. It took everything in Harry not to show his smile, because he had found his special someone who made him feel amazing. "Will you reply if I write to you?" asked Sirius when he got to reply. "Don't push it," said Harry, not shy in saying what he thought. "All right," grumbled Sirius, looking sheepish. He just thought he'd try his luck while he could, that's all. "I really have to go," said Harry, looking at the time in shock. "Okay, you can use the flow if you like," said Sirius, moving the desk aside again so Harry could use it. "Thanks," said Harry tiredly, shrinking the books and placing them safely in his cloak. "Here," said Sirius, handing him a handful of flow powder. "Prince Manor," shouted Harry, and he disappeared from view. "Everything all right, Harry?" asked Eileen from where she sat on the sofa. "Yeah, fine," said Harry, giving her a smile. "You look exhausted, sweetie," said Eileen, as always concerned about all that Harry was taking on. "I am," admitted Harry, slumping down beside her, stifling a yawn. He actually wanted to sleep right now. But he still had homework to do and reading for his next written exam, which was coming up pretty soon. He didn't know if he wanted to quit Hogwarts, not after all the effort that had gone into it so far. To do that would make all those months work for nothing. He could stop attending the defense classes, and since he wasn't learning anything he didn't already know, he could quit care of magical creatures as well. That would leave only 4 classes. It would give him more hours to himself. In fact, that's exactly what he would do. Harry slipped asleep without even meaning to or realizing it. Christmas and New Year come and gone, along with the colder weather, and what a sight Prince Manor had made. Covered in pure white snow, as far as the eye could see. Icicles hanging down from the roof. The potion seeds and plants had been removed. They would be replaced in February for the new year ahead, which was only a few weeks away. The green houses were the only thing visible. Since they had strong warming charms on them, the snow didn't cling to the windows. Instead, it was steam that did so. This year for Christmas, Harry had received mostly shopping vouchers, since nobody really knew what to get him. Harry had everything he wanted. He told them, and so they'd given him vouchers to get what he wanted when he wanted it. Neville was still subdued. He and his brother had spent Christmas in St. Mungo's visiting their parents along with his girlfriend Luna. "Come in," said Harry when someone knocked on his door. It could only be one of 2 people, Eileen or Severus. "Hello, sweetie, how are you feeling today?" asked Eileen, coming into the room with 2 mugs of coffee, placing one in front of him but away from the laptop. Harry had it running on magic, so it would never break down. There was a law against charming Muggle things, but Harry didn't plan on letting anyone see or use it. The laws were more geared towards people purposely using them against Muggles, who would obviously find out about magic. She sat on his bed, which was filled with scrunched up paper and tissues he'd used yesterday. It was probably the messiest she'd ever seen his room. Harry was normally extremely neat. Well, they would think so if they didn't see the mess he made of the potions lab when he got into a project. "Much better," said Harry. Pepper up potions worked wonders on cold, which was what he'd been suffering from for the past few days. In that time he'd also gotten his much-needed rest, his body had certainly needed it. Not that it had all been rest, since Harry had been using his laptop to come up with another potion he needed to pee his mastery. It was similar in the Muggle world he'd found out. You needed a dissertation or thesis after completing your mastery to get your PhD in your chosen field or something similar like that. He wasn't 100% sure he'd read the information correctly. It may just to further in your chosen mastery field. Thank you. He added gratefully, drinking the hot brew. I've not seen you using that. Are you able to work it? Asked Eileen after taking a small drink. I've been using it for ages. It's much handier to change things instead of having to rewrite everything down. Only when I've managed to successfully write a theory of a potion do I write it in the journal now, said Harry, sounding smug. He really loved the computer and was so glad Eileen had gotten it for him. Glad to see it's not gone to waste, said Eileen, smiling proudly. Now that Harry no longer had written exams for his mastery, he could relax now. He'd written his last week, and would soon have his results, no matter what. She was proud of him. You had to get more than 80% right to qualify, but Harry was so good at potions he would pee, she was 100% certain of it. Then all he had to do was succeed in brewing 2 potions for the potions academic community to be considered a master in his field. How is your progress coming? She asked in genuine curiosity. She loved potions as much as her boys. I've got 1 potion tested and proved, I just have to invent another, said Harry. It was more difficult than he'd first assumed. His mind just went blank when thinking of something, anything really. He was beginning to understand why a few of them had been an apprentice for years. He was determined to do it. He wanted to pee his mastery and get it over with so he could be with Severus when his birthday came around. He was already legally an adult, but that didn't matter to Severus. He wanted to wait until Harry was actually an adult. His teenage mind petulantly groaned about Severus' morals, but the grown-up part knew he was doing the right thing. Maybe you should read some books, it might spark some ideas, said Eileen, her black eyes twinkling slightly. Harry might not have said anything, but she knew him. She could see he was getting irritated at his lack of progress on his second potion. I might have to, groused Harry, exasperated, as he finished his cup of coffee. Getting worked up won't help you either. Just relax, have some fun and let it come to you. I know it seems like a silly thing to do, but it works. It certainly worked for Severus, said Eileen. What did he do? Asked Harry, curious about him, a grin worming its way onto his face. I told him to relax, so he went out and got drunk, woke up in the morning with a hangover and an idea for a potion, said Eileen, shaking her head in amusement. Thankfully her son didn't make a habit of drinking. She'd had enough of dealing with drunken people during her marriage to Tobias. Her husband had been a violent drunk. She tried to protect Severus from him, but for most part failed. Harry laughed in amusement. It wasn't something he could do, unless he got Cedric to buy him drinks. No, maybe a nice quiet day by the fire, reading books would help him, as Eileen had suggested. Severus was busy in the lab anyway. He had a contract with St. Mungo's now. His potions were superior to those they'd got from another brewer, and so he had even more money coming in. The only downside was it took a lot of his time. St. Mungo's was a hospital that was in constant demand. Thankfully though, they had an additional 2 potion masters working in their personal labs, staving off some additional work he'd have needed to do. Mother, growled Severus, beyond exasperated, standing at the door, his arms crossed, glaring at her, but it was only half-heartedly. He'd made some foolish decisions as a teenager, none more so than taking the dark mark. It wasn't something he wanted Harry hearing about though. It brought home just how young Harry was. It gnawed on his conscience. Yes, Harry was mature, he seemed to know what he wanted, but at the end of the day he was only 16 years old. He could no more deny him than he could cut out his own heart. What? She said in feigned innocence. Severus just sighed in annoyance, shaking his head. Mothers would always do their best to ember you one way or another. Have you finished already? Inquired Eileen, changing the subject. For today, said Severus. How about you, Harry? Harry just groaned, closing his laptop, having already saved it. It held all the results of the Animagus unlocking potion. He had also written it down in his potion journal, which he carried everywhere with him, something he didn't do with the laptop. I'm just going to read. Maybe something will come to me. I thought you already had too, stated Severus, confused. The other idea didn't work out, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. I see, said Severus. I'm going to shower, he added before leaving the room. Harry bit his lip. He'd been dreaming about that for weeks now, the feeling of those hands cascading down him. Oh, no, not now, Harry thought, chasing them away, not wanting to dwell on it. It was enough wakening up to wet sheets, feeling like a 12-year-old again. Do you know where my blue cloak is? Asked Harry, looking around his room. The black books were still shrunken in his pocket. They'd been there for months. He'd had other books to read and forgotten about them. Plus the fact he'd had to read books related to his mastery questions. I believe it's on the back of your chair in the sitting room, said Eileen, and they say you forgot things as you got older. Evidently it wasn't true. Thank you, said Harry gratefully, grabbing his cup before leaving the room. Eileen came with him. Harry grabbed his cloak, and felt inside, grabbing out the box he had shrunk within it. With experience he flicked his wand out and returned it to its normal state. Dozens of books lay within, all of them ones that neither he nor Severus had. It would make a wonderful addition to the Leary. Dobby, called Eileen, sitting down comfortably. Yes ma'am, asked Dobby, his green eyes seeking hers. 2 more coffees and slices of Severus' birthday cake please, said Eileen. Severus' birthday had just passed, and he'd celebrated it with quietness as he always did. He hated big shows of affection, so it had been a mostly quiet day, but Harry had bought him a large cake, much to Severus' gratefulness, refraining from putting his age across it. He had received Christmas cards and Flourish and Blots vouchers from his acquaintances from the Potions Master community, drops from the headmaster, a book and whiskey from Minerva, a bottle of wine from Flitwick, 2 books from his mother and 2 new cauldrons, rods, and of course dragon hide gloves she'd noticed was getting faded. Harry had gotten him new robes that had added protections that had just come out on the market, keeping him safe from anything harmful while brewing. More importantly, he'd translated a book by Salazar Slytherin for him, by hand, since there was no spell to translate Parseltongue. It didn't have any secret potions, but it was about potions, and Severus had begun reading it immediately, not once putting it down. Yes, Mistress Eileen, Dobby will be doing it right now, said Dobby before disappearing again. Where did you get these? Asked Eileen, staring at the titles of the books. The spines were faded and worn, like all old books where age did that to anything. Some though were in nearly impeccable condition, and looked to be worth quite a lot of money. Did you find them in the Peverell vaults? No, Black gave them to me, admitted Harry. Black, Sirius Black, whispered Eileen, surprised. She knew that name and loathed it with every fiber of her being. He had nearly killed her son, and she'd never forgive or forget it. If she had been strong enough, she'd have apparated to Hogwarts and given the boy a punishment he wouldn't have forgotten. Her son hated him just as much. They had put it aside. Or rather, he'd ignored his existence during the war. Ending the First War had been more important to Severus, despite the taunts Black continued to spout. Harry nodded. I went to see him. He tested my potion and it worked. It was before Christmas. You worked things out with him? Asked Eileen, putting her personal distaste for Black aside. Harry needed to let go of his anger if he wanted a normal life, not one filled with hatred. She knew what dark path it led down to be filled with spite. It had happened to her own son, and she'd realized it only too late. She had of course stood by him, as any mother would and should do for her son. After all, it was partly her fault. If she'd just had the courage to leave Tobias, Severus would never have ended up with a bitter outlook about Muggles. Harry scratched at his head in self-consciousness, as he thought about how to reply. Well, we did speak for a little while. We will never be really close, he stated surely and confidently. Why not? Asked Eileen. From what I can gather, neither Black nor Lupin were around. They weren't as much at fault as the Potters. They still forgot about me, and Lupin ignored me during my 3rd year. He didn't even say hello once, said Harry adamantly. No, he wasn't going to give them another chance to mess with his feelings. Well, maybe just Black, since he did seem repentant for what he'd done. He'd seen genuine guilt in his eyes, and added to the fact he was keeping him close in the only way he could. Framing his accomplishments made Harry's heart soften towards the animagus. He would go for a few months, talk to him, but they will, as he'd already said, ever be close. Lupin, with guilt or not, would never be forgiven. He didn't care if it was petulant, it's just how he felt and nothing would change it. So he gave you books from the personal Black Leary. asked Eileen, changing the subject. Here you are, Mistress Eileen, said Dobby, placing the tray on the table before leaving. Yeah, said Harry. He'd been too tempted, so he didn't tell Black to throw his offer where the sun didn't shine. Harry read the back of the books, before deciding on the one he wanted to read first. Sitting himself comfortably by the roaring fire, breathing deeply. He'd never done this with the Potters. In fact, apart from meals, he was hardly in their presence, spending it all in his room. This was a novelty that hadn't quite worn off, reading at the fire with people he considered his family surrounding him. He could do it forever and forget the outside world, which unfortunately wasn't something he could do. The war was beginning to show. Attacks were becoming more frequently. Soon they would be commonplace if he didn't do something about it. The smell of a book, smoke, hearing the crackle of the flames, and the odd occasional nose as he immersed himself in the book by Patricia Knott. Hogwarts. James and Sirius. You and me need to talk, said Sirius gravely, staring at James. Both of them was in Hogwarts. It would be the last day there. The new building was now finished and ready for them to start the move back, which the night shift would be doing. It would probably take them a few days to settle back in, but they'd get there. Neither Rome nor the Wizarding World was built in a day. They'd continue on as they must. They would show Voldemort they weren't easily brought down, and if he wanted to take over, he would need to do with everyone kicking and screaming. He'd been meaning to talk to James about this, but had put it off constantly between overtime, fighting the bad guys, and having things to do on their own. Well, he'd forgotten about it, in all honesty. What have I done now? Grumbled James as he was manhandled by his friend into a CL room, which wasn't being used at the moment. Sirius sat down, still having pains in his side from time to time, especially after working all day. He refused to take more potions, otherwise he wouldn't be considered fit to work, and have to take more time off. He stared at James, who was bewildered with confusion, wondering what he'd done this time. Remus and I are seeing each other, said Sirius. James was the first person to know. I gathered as much, grinned James. Your stuff was together when I went to pack some clothes for you when you were at St. Mungo's. You were okay with it? Inquired Sirius. Of course, it's about time, said James, his brown eyes gleaming, obviously very happy for Sirius and Remus. He had wondered why they hadn't told him, or even acted like they were seeing each other. Well, he didn't have to wonder anymore. Sirius rubbed at his forehead, deeply troubled. Are you having problems? Asked James in sympathy. Problems? Not relationship ones, just a problem figuring you out, said Sirius. He believed Harry. He wasn't one for lying. He told the truth whether they liked to hear it or not. For most part he didn't like hearing what his godson had to say, although they did have a polite conversation a few months ago. He had written every month, telling him about his progress and things, but not coming over. Sirius understood, though. He was busy, too busy for his own good. He had, much to his surprise, received a card at Christmas. No present, but the card had meant the world to him. He was getting there with Harry bit by bit. It was certainly a record, since Harry hadn't spoken to him for years, not even to reply to his letters. What? Said James, taken aback, wondering what the hell was going on now. What does that mean? Is this about me pulling Nick out of Hogwarts? It was 3 months ago nearly. Why bring it up now? Sirius snorted in amusement. No. How did you find out Harry was gay? Asked Sirius. James stared at Sirius warily. Nick wrote to us. It was during their 4th year. How did you react? Demanded Sirius, his blue eyes cold and ice. He wasn't about to let James lie to him. James sighed, sitting down opposite from Sirius, keeping a table between them, just in case. That was one thing he was grateful for, that the letter Lily had written to Harry in his 4th year had been missing from the pile, and hadn't been mentioned in his letter stating all the reasons he hated him. Lily was very upset about it, more of a reflection on her feelings for Harry than the fact he was gay. At that point I think we were just looking for anything that would make the magical world think badly of Nick. What did you both write? Asked Sirius. James stared at the table, swallowing the lump in his throat, that he was an emberment to the Potter name, that we should have disowned him when he was 12. That he should just drop out of the tournament and stop letting us and his brother down, said James. Letting his brother down, echoed Sirius tiredly. Nick was fascinated with Victor, wanted to be friends with someone who would understand the burden he was under. To be perfect all the time, being in the papers constantly and things like that. He blamed Harry for taking that away from him, told us that he'd been saying things about him behind his back, said James. I realize it was a lie now, but back then I really thought the worst of Harry, more fool me, his voice filled with bitterness and self-discrimination. No, if anything, Harry had turned out the most decent of them all, and it was nothing to do with him whatsoever. Well, maybe Harry took what you said to heart, and bet you to the punch, said Sirius, his lips twitching in bitter amusement. It would make sense, then at the same time leave them without a penny and make them learn a second lesson while they were at it. Oh, at the time he'd been shocked with Harry's actions, until he realized the extent of the damage they'd inflicted on their own son. Now he was just amazed and amused. He did, said James, ashamed and ashen. 2 weeks later he was emancipated and the head of the family, taking on the Peverell name. If it was me, in all honesty, at that age, James, I'd have not only left you penniless but nameless, said Sirius. He'd loathed his family, well, maybe not his brother, who he had just been jealous of. Regulus has been everything he wasn't, eager to please the family, getting all the attention after ending up in the correct house. I know, said James bleakly, of that he had no doubt. Sirius had not made it a secret how he felt about his parents or whole family come that. Have you been to see Lily yet? Asked Sirius bluntly. James shook his head negatively. I cannot do it, I've tried but I can't. How are the kids? Aren't they asking to see her? Inquired Sirius. Despite everything she'd done, Lily had loved Roxy and Nick completely. No doubt this was very hard on them. Actually, they haven't asked. Well, Roxy has, but it was only to know if we were going to remain together, said James, messing up his hair, a nervous habit he'd started as a young boy. And are you? Said Sirius, curious himself. She used an unforgivable Sirius. My mind tells me she's no better than Bellatrix Lestrange, but my heart hurts all the time, said James, looking drained. We've been together for such a long time, part of me will never stop loving her. I realize that, agreed Sirius quietly. It's difficult, but I'll get by, said James, strengthening his resolve. We will all help, said Sirius. How's Nick's training going? Good so far. I suggested getting in Remus full-time, but Nick wasn't very amenable to the idea, said James wryly, his fingers carding through his hair. There's nobody else I'd trust other than you to help, so I'm on my own. Why not ask? Asked Sirius, blinking in confusion. I guess you'd say no. I mean, you're working a lot lately, said James. It wasn't for money, since he had the entire Black Fortune. Sirius had never needed money. He could have quit as an Auror years ago, but he hadn't. Sirius saw it as his duty to help his world. It's why he was an Auror and Order member. I can take night shift duty and teach him for a few hours in the morning. You can do it for a few hours in the evening. It's important he learns everything he can. I want to see him come out on top. We can be there for him every step of the way, but he has to strike the death blow. I wish there was a way to do it, but it seems like it's meant to be. Nick, isn't it? Sighed Sirius. He remembered his first kill. It wasn't something you ever forget. It was 2 nights after it happened that it dawned on him how lucky the nightmares hadn't started at the age of 16, seeing Snape killed or Remus put down. It had horrified him, but of course the hatred between himself and Snape had burned deep within them by this point. There was just no going back. Believe me, I know, said James. He would saw his own hands off if it meant Nick didn't have to kill someone. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. What happened when Nick was 1 was proof of that. His son was destined to kill Lord Voldemort and be a great wizard one day. He just wished he hadn't screwed up so badly, but the knowledge he'd almost lost Nick had nearly crippled him, and that he still could had made him want to spend each possible minute with him. Their attention on Nick had started innocently enough, until they became obsessed with it. Lily Potter. Minimum security. Azkaban prison. A red-haired woman lay curled up on the bed furthest corner from the door, in one very troubled sleep. Even down here in minimum security she could feel the presence of the Dementors. It was as though they were drawn to her, and kept coming as close as they could without leaving their patrolling area. None of the guards seemed to care 2 hoots about it either, merely conjuring mists half an hour later to get rid of them. At first she'd had a cellmate. After a dozen fights she'd been placed on her own. For that Lily was thankful, so was her hair, come to that, since it was her cellmate's favorite target. Large clumps of it were gone. You could see that. She wasn't popular. Not once the guards had let it slip why she was in prison. Trying to use the Cruciatus curse on her son. Well, it was little wonder she was targeted. You would be surprised by how alike Muggle and magical prisons were. A loud series of clangs brought Lily out of her sleep with a jump. Get up. 4 others were getting the same treatment without the deafening loudness. James, said Lily as she woke up. Move, face the door, said the witch impatiently. Lily did as she was told immediately. She'd learned the most humiliating way that they didn't take no for an answer. They were the ones with the wands now after all, and they weren't afraid to use them. Especially not on prisoners after all. Who could they complain to? Nobody. The door was opened and the prisoners were led down to the showers. As they walked, one prisoner stuck their foot out at the last second, causing Lily to go flying to the floor. You should watch your step, said the woman scowling as she stepped over her form, making sure to kick her as she did so. Get up, yelled one of the guards. Whether she'd seen it or not was anyone's guess. Lily immediately scrambled to her feet, holding her tongue in temper, knowing it would get her nowhere. As quick as it had come, it was gone again. She stayed as far behind as possible, before diving into the small shower and cleaned herself as quickly as possible. Relishing in the warmth the shower provided, not that it lasted long. 5 minutes then the water went cold on them, forcing them out of it, otherwise lose the warmth they'd just retained. The shower was pointless, since she had to put the same outfit back on. She waited until everyone else was lined up once showered and dried before joining them, as she always did after she was met with an accident in the hallway. Sometimes she wasn't lucky enough and had to endure it the entire way there and back. What day is it today? Asked one of the prisoners. Monday, said one of the female guards. Is my son visiting? The same one asked her, breathing hitched. I believe so, was her reply. Is James coming? Asked Lily quietly. She knew the answer, but she just had to ask. She didn't understand why he wasn't visiting her. It wasn't as if she was in the most secure wing of Azkaban. She wasn't dangerous or surrounded by dementors. She missed her kids, missed James. She couldn't wait to get out of here. She had kept mark of the days in her cell on a free part of the wall, counting down the days until she was free of this hellhole, but she did count her lucky stars that she wasn't here longer. Even her therapist couldn't stand the sight of her. He stayed exactly 1 hour asking the same questions as if expecting a different answer, then left. No, he is not, was Lily's answer. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she was the only one who didn't have someone visiting, and it made her feel so alone. Do you have a copy of the Daily Prophet? Was asked. You know the rules. You only get it once a week. On Friday, said the guard, but everyone noticed her sliding the paper between the bars, winking. What's happening out there? Asked the girl, Sandy, closest to the one who'd received the newspaper once they were all back in their cells and the guards had left them to eat their breakfast. Which was not much at all. A piece of dry toast, a boiled egg, strip of bacon and one tiny sausage. It could be worse. Yesterday's breakfast had been a bowl of lumpy porridge. He's attacking again, said Patty, sounding subdued. My family is out there. She choked seconds later. And it's my son that's going to have to defeat him, snarled Lily, finding her bite at last. Don't worry, honey, you only have 2 months left, said Sandy, soothing Patty as best as she was able. Everyone had ignored Lily's words as if she didn't exist, which unfortunately happened all the time. The women there all loathed Lily, especially since she'd done something worse than them and received only a fraction of their sentences. They were determined not to show her any favors in here. If anything happens to them, I'll never forgive myself, said Patty, tossing Sandy the newspaper, not wanting to read anything else right now. She had used magic on a Muggle and got caught. After the way the boy treated her daughter, he deserved it. Now though, she just wanted to get home, to her husband and daughter. Her sister brought her Muggle husband and magical daughter to see her. They couldn't have come any other way. Lily sobbed quietly. She wouldn't forgive herself either if anything happened to her family. Not only was her husband an Order but an Order member and the boy who lived's father, it made him a triple target along with herself and Roxy. Rocking back and forth, reminding herself she only had to ensure this for a further 7 months. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.